At a special test being held for the students, the man in front can spot talent in the middle of the crowd. His observer's eye can see the power of every student's aura. One of the students raises his hand and says, "There's an imposter among them, someone who hasn't even awakened." He's talking about Tae-hyun. Pissed off, our MC gets up from his seat and challenges everyone in the room. Looking straight at the man, he tells him to read his aura one more time. This time, the man's eyes go wide. This is a power he's never seen in a student. Now the protagonist is going to prove everyone wrong about him. But first, we need to go back 1 month. On this terrifying battlefield, the veteran hunters feel no fear. But the rookie is fighting just to keep from soiling himself and endures being called trash by those same veterans. The reason? In this world, to be weak is to be trash. All who awaken must come to the abyss to stop it from spilling into the real world. Here, the most powerful are treated as gods. The protagonist, weak as he is, struggles to prove he has some worth. But in the blink of an eye, everyone is dead, and he never even saw it happen. The strongest, most arrogant of them lie dead. So what can a weakling like him possibly do now? Asmodeus, an SSS rank monster. He accepts his fate. The monster attacks, and without a single touch, the monster rips his arm off. The difference in their power is a bottomless abyss. But Asmodeus isn't here simply to kill him. A beam of energy shoots from the monster's hand, piercing deep into Taehyun's mind. These are his memories. His parents die in a car crash. At school, he is treated like a weakling. He grows up a failure, judged by everyone. A miserable life. Asmodeus shows him his worst memories before delivering the final blow. But then, something strange happens. All conditions have been met. With that, a supreme being appears before Taehyun. It is too much for a human mind to comprehend. On one side, God, and on the other side, Asmodeus is present, but frozen in time, an SSS rank being, completely immobile. The being of white energy then says, there is something more important for him to focus on. It has gone by many names, but the one that fits best is King. He is here to grant his authority to Taehyun. Taehyun's mind cannot possibly grasp the situation. He must simply accept, King says. He admired Taehyun's will, making him the best choice. Taehyun has no choice. A colossal thing, utterly beyond comprehension. It detonates, an explosion that annihilates all of existence. And so, our story begins. Taehyun's eyes are forced open by a classmate. His eyes are wide open now. The bully's name is Bae Hyuk-soo, and he doesn't like it when Taehyun keeps his eyes closed. He needs to see clearly and understand who runs this school. Taehyun hasn't had time to process it yet. How is he here? And more importantly, what is this thing he's never seen before? It says he's 19 years old. If that's the case, Taehyun can't hold it in and starts laughing maniacally. Damn, the guys are scared now. Maybe they actually drove him insane. The bully has never dealt with this kind of reaction before. Taehyun strikes back, knocking a few teeth out of his mouth. The punch sends him flying 3 or 4 meters away. This guy, Taehyun, shows no fear at all. The bully's friends are next. Taehyun then tells them to attack already. The losers come at him, unleashing their powers. To this day, Taehyun has yet to awaken, making this an act of pure cowardice. But even so, they are overwhelmed by sheer brute force. They are the real failures here. Just 2 minutes ago, Taehyun was 35 years old. Despite his lack of talent, he trained his body to its absolute limit. His effort was unparalleled. He studied every book and analyzed every skill. He even trained in every martial art he could get his hands on. So now, in a 19-year-old's body, and armed with all that knowledge, these guys are nothing. Even with their powers, not a single one can lay a finger on him. Taehyun remarks that he really needed a good workout. Unfortunately, the first bully is a more experienced awakened who decides to retaliate with full force. A punch like that is lethal, so Taehyun dodges. He puts everything he has into avoiding the blow. But this guy is fighting to kill, unleashing all of his power. His attacks are so powerful they rip through the school's ceiling. Taehyun still manages to dodge, and he counters with a strike to the face. But skill alone can't always overcome raw power. This guy isn't just stubborn, his face is made of stone. Too close. Taehyun takes a devastating blow. A single hit leaves him in this state. Hyuk-soo is determined to teach him that inferiors exist only to bow. Only the strong have the right to give orders. The weak belong on the floor, where they obey. But Hyuk-soo has pushed him too far. His ability awakens. Predation. The bully cannot believe his eyes. This loser. Did he really just awaken now? And this aura? It's not normal. In that instant, fear grips the redhead. Taehyun feels he can control this power with ease. When the bully attacks, Taehyun calmly raises a single hand. He blocks the attack. The tables have turned. The loser from before is gone. The bully's attack dissolves as Taehyun's energy surges into him. The aftershock is felt from a distance. The explosion catches the other students completely by surprise. Back at the scene, Taehyun is left standing, while the bully is now the one on the ground. The system then sends a notification. Predation complete. A new ability has been registered. Stone skin can now be used. And what a good boy our protagonist is. The school nurse is left speechless. One student is bringing in 3 others for treatment. He tells her these guys had an accident. The woman is dumbfounded, wondering if a meteor fell on them. Hyuk-soo's face is now purple enough to match his red hair. Nearby, the nurse tends to Taehyun's broken fist. When she asks how they really got hurt, he claims they all fell down the stairs together. Later, completely healed, Taehyun is lost in thought. Where did this predation ability even come from? He's been a rank F for nearly his whole life, and after one fight, he's already a rank E. He's also just discovered he can steal abilities from other hunters. This is completely unprecedented. This power, his regression. Right now, everything is a mystery, so it's time to search for answers. He finally arrives at his house. It's been years since he's seen it, at least in his memories, and he looks at it with a sense of nostalgia. He remembers that after his parents died, he came to live with his uncle. A small smile forms on his face. He goes inside thinking he should look for more information before his uncle gets home. When he gets to the living room, he sees something. 3 unfamiliar guys are there with his cousin. He asks his cousin why he isn't at school, but then his eyes go wide as he realizes what's happening. The box his cousin is opening is full of money, and memories from his past life come flooding back. He remembers this. His cousin wanted to hang out with delinquents, so he stole all the money from the house and made a huge mess. The bullies ask who he is. Hwang Jae-am tells them he's his cousin. The blonde one threatens Kim Tae-hyun, telling him to stay out of their business. He puts a hand on his head, trying to act superior, but the boy shows no fear. In fact, he's excited. This is a chance to test his new powers. The blonde bully doesn't even have time to react to the punch coming his way. A single punch from Kim Tae-hyun sends him flying to the ground. He almost blacks out from the impact. Hwang Jae-am and the other 2 guys are completely shocked. Kim Tae-hyun raises his hand, ready to activate his power. The blonde throws his arms up to protect himself. He's terrified, expecting some kind of fireball to shoot out. Kim Tae-hyun is excited too, but a voice in his head tells him the skill-stealing ability is currently inaccessible. The blonde looks on, confused why no attack is coming, and Kim Tae-hyun is just as surprised that predation didn't activate. While he's distracted, a punch comes right at him. One of the other guys took the opening and landed a solid hit. The force of the blow throws him to the ground. The blonde, still on the floor, orders the other 2 to attack. One of them shoots out some kind of energy beam. The other one breathes out a cloud of poison, and the blonde uses his thorn ability from the ground. All 3 attacks head right for him. Kim Tae-hyun is surprised by how fast they are. Suddenly, a huge pressure erupts from the second floor of the house. They all watch as the purple poison smoke spreads. The blonde starts taunting him, thinking they've already won. But then he notices something in the middle of the smoke. The crimson aura is back, shining right through it. The presence of a hungry predator starts to form around Kim Tae-hyun. He's annoyed that his ability just comes and goes whenever it wants, instead of when he commands it. The 3 delinquents are frozen, shaken by what they're seeing. He lunges forward, his fist covered in stone, and smashes it into the blonde's face. He can feel the overwhelming power of his ability, and he loves it. A few moments later, the fight is over. He looks down, satisfied, at the unconscious bodies. The delinquents are on the ground. That's when he discovers the attribute window is only visible to him. It details his abilities, but some information is missing. For example, it doesn't mention the activation conditions for predation. The window also doesn't say anything about its passive effect, the one that nullifies other abilities. He keeps thinking, running other ideas through his mind, but he decides to put those thoughts aside for now. He sees his cousin kneeling on the ground, apologizing. Hwang Jae-young says he's reflecting on his reckless actions after seeing how impressive he was. He promises to be his subordinate and follow any order he's given. While the young man is talking, Kim Tae-hyun thinks about what to do with the other incident from today. He says he forgives his cousin, who stands up looking sly, but in exchange for forgiveness, he has to come with him to do something. At an abandoned train station, warning signs are posted in front of the main gate. 3 agents are staring ahead, completely stunned. A portal is about to break. This is when monsters from the abyss open a path to reality. If it's not stopped, it can be worse than any natural disaster. The agents say the last portal break was 10 years ago, and these monsters are spreading way too fast. An assistant asks if they should start evacuating the neighborhood, but the supervisor, a B rank with a barrier ability, tells him no. According to their measurements, the portal is rank C, so the strongest monster inside should also be rank C. While the agent boasts about his power, monsters force their way through the barrier, and they manage to break it. The leader reacts instantly to the monsters behind him. With a single kick, he takes off a Cyclops' head and says that as B rank awakeners, they are more than enough to handle this. Hwang Jae-hyung runs after his cousin, asking if those agents will be okay since they seem pretty strong. He keeps making the same point as they run towards the train station. Kim Tae-hyun agrees that B-rank agents should have no problem with C-rank opponents. His cousin complains that this is exactly what he was talking about, but Kim Tae-hyun says that would only be true if the portal was actually rank C, which shocks him. The area around the portal is already full of dead monsters. The group leader looks at the bodies, wondering how C-rank monsters broke his B-rank barrier. He turns back to the gate and realizes the mana flowing out is much stronger than he estimated. Then, more creatures start to emerge. The The creatures touch the barrier, and it cracks instantly. The three agents just stare, speechless. The monsters shatter the barrier, and the sheer power of the blast disorients the men. They pour out of the portal entrance, heading for the city. The huge monster that broke through was a giant A-rank ogre. The leader is stunned, realizing the portal isn't rank C, it's rank A, and a massive explosion rips through the entire station. Hwang Jae-hyung asks his cousin how he could have known. Kim Tae-hyun has no way to explain it, so he just says it was his intuition. In front of them, a crowd of people is running for their lives from the monsters chasing them. A woman at the front of the crowd yells for everyone to run because it's a portal break. Hwang Jae-hyung looks shocked that his cousin was right, and Kim Tae-hyun tells him to do what he was asked to do earlier. His cousin asks what he's going to do in this situation. He just says he'll take care of the monsters himself and meet up with him later. The city is lit up by buildings at night. A man reports on the portal break, saying they can't send reinforcements because no one is available. He adds that the only solution to this crisis is an A-rank awakener. So he turns to the man behind him, an A-rank awakener, and asks for his help. His name is Hyunsu, but they call him the Lunatic Blade. He tells everyone not to worry because their hero has arrived. His greatest specialty was his 8th grade syndrome. Kim Tae-hyun crushes a monster's head. He smashes another one in the jaw, and he drives his fist straight through a third one's chest. His combination of attacks brings them all down. He then activates his predation ability. A wave of power blasts away all the monsters near him. Kim Tae-hyun looks over the scene, satisfied. He just figured something new out. He realizes the reason his ability was failing is because of fatigue. If his fatigue goes over 70%, he can't use it anymore. Most abilities run on mana, but he has to worry about something else too. Fatigue is just as important. It builds up when he uses his powers or just moves around. The higher it gets, the weaker his abilities become, and the heavier his body feels. As he uses predation on the dead monsters, he finds out he can get his mana back without actually spending any. It not only recovers his strength, but it also increases the rank of his abilities. He realizes that the more he uses predation, the more powerful it can become. He starts dreaming of reaching the high ranks, maybe even SS rank or becoming the first ever SSS. He finishes off the last of the monsters in the area. Then he looks back, sensing someone else is there. He sees another awakener nearby, killing monsters and shouting about avenging the souls they killed. The man declares himself a warrior of justice, calling himself Hyun-soo. Kim Tae-hyun has no idea what this guy is all about. The man raises his sword. He uses it to counter an ogre charging right at him. In an instant, his blade glows with light. He unleashes a flurry of quick cuts on the monster, and Kim Tae-hyun is stunned by the display of power. He realizes right away that this must be the awakener who solved the portal break before the regression. He just stands there admiring the man's skill, while the other guy boasts about it. It just reinforces the image Tae-hyun already had of him, but he starts to wonder why the man is even here. Before the regression, Hyun-soo was supposed to be fighting in a different city. The warrior of justice then begins to pray for the souls of the dead he's found. Before he can figure out what's going on, an attribute window warns him of an incoming ability. He's startled by the vision he suddenly has. Someone comes up from behind and stabs him through the heart. He spits up blood, unable to see the person behind him, and the assassin just laughs, having taken out his target. The city is a wreck from all the monster chaos. Inside a clothing store, the air is quiet. Hwan Jae-young watches the nurse lying on the ground. She seems to be in a deep sleep. He steels himself, remembering what Kim Tae-hyun told him. His cousin had said a lot of people would die tonight, and that the nurse would be one of them. The news had surprised him. Apparently, she was just relaxing instead of evacuating, and that's how she died. Using his sleep ability, he was able to put the nurse to rest and carry her to safety. Kim Tae-hyun had promised he would take care of everything else. He still wonders how his cousin knew all of this. And then, the pieces start to connect in his mind. He questions it, but all the evidence points to one thing. He thinks his cousin must have awakened an ability to see the future. He can't help but think how incredible that is. He was sure nothing would go wrong with his cousin's prediction, but he still looks nervously at the scene. Meanwhile, the other man has somehow escaped the invisible assassin's grasp. Pressing on the wound to stop the bleeding, he demands to know who attacked him. The assassin is surprised he survived a blow to a vital point, but then again, that's what you'd expect from a rank A awakener. Han Sang-do looks thrilled by the challenge. People call awakened who commit crimes villains, and this guy is a rank B. He's also a known maniac who kills people during dungeon breaks, but Kim Tae-hyun is sure these two never met in his past life. He wonders if his regression is the reason things are different now. An Hyun-soo yells angrily at the villain in front of him. He activates his light sword and charges forward, but then a strange noise comes from the ground. Below them, there's still a monster that hasn't been killed. The monster attacks all three of them, roaring with anger and pain. The two are surprised by the ogre's ability to regenerate, so they back away. The creature charges its fist with power. It throws the punch, causing massive destruction all around. The villain decides to let the monster handle An Hyun-soo. He then looks back at his other prey. He says he didn't expect to have a spectator. He gets excited and points his daggers at Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun is surprised by the villain's speed. The dagger is just inches from his body. Before the blade can pierce his skin, he defends himself with his ability. Kim Tae-hyun then kicks the villain away. The villain is surprised, realizing the boy isn't awakened. Kim Tae-hyun says he knows who he is, calling him a lunatic who uses stealth to kill people. He adds that he's happy to have finally found him. The two clash, exchanging fierce blows. Kim Tae-hyun swings his arm to hit the villain's head, but the man backs away and blocks the hit. With each impact, the villain's daggers get more and more damaged. They strike at the same time again, and the villain compliments Kim Tae-hyun's skills, saying his ability is pretty effective for defense. While they fight, An Hyun-soo is still dealing with the giant ogre. He yells for Kim Tae-hyun's attention, announcing that he's about to use his ability. In an instant, the villain disappears. Kim Tae-hyun stays on high alert. He knows his opponent can turn invisible. He quickly turns to block an attack from behind, but he hits nothing. Then the villain reappears. At the last second, Kim Tae-hyun manages to block with his arm, but he's still cut, as the attack actually slices through his stone layer. The villain, Han Sang-do, says he's killed plenty of people with abilities like his. He moves so fast he leaves after images, attacking from every direction. The sheer number of attacks forces Kim Tae-hyun to fall back. With a final powerful attack, Han Sang-do violently stabs him, gasping and covered in wounds. Kim Tae-hyun realizes a weakness in his ability he never saw before. A strong enough hit crushes the stone, and the new layer that replaces it is much weaker. Han Sang-do was counting on this weakness from the very beginning, but even so, Kim Tae-hyun hasn't lost hope. He wonders out loud if it's time to end this. Han Sang-do figures Kim Tae-hyun has finally gone crazy from all the hits. Then Kim Tae-hyun asks if he knows why he was so desperate to find him. This just confuses Han Sang-do even more. The familiar crimson aura starts to appear around him. He reveals the real reason he was looking for Han Sang-do, to steal his ability. The heavy atmosphere makes the villain a little uneasy, but he's not scared. So Han Sang-do tries the same tactic again, creating afterimages all around Kim Tae-hyun. But this time, Kim Tae-hyun says he's found the weakness in his stealth. He figured it out while fighting monsters. A lot of them got out of his line of sight, but his ability always found them. It didn't matter where they hid or ran, predation always reached them. The crimson aura chases Han Sang-do, even while he's invisible, and it tears him to pieces. Once again, the sun begins to rise. An Hyun-soo is lying on the ground. He's completely exhausted from his fight with the villain. He realizes that even a hero of justice like him can't escape death. A giant ogre is still standing right in front of him. The monster throws a powerful punch. It's aimed right at the spot where An Hyun-soo is lying. The ogre waits for the dust to clear, expecting to see blood, but there's nothing there. Kim Tae-hyun is surprised by how worn out the ogre looks. He had saved An Hyun-soo at the very last second. Later that day, a couple opens their door, surprised by who they see. It's their son and nephew, finally home. Their eyes fill with tears of joy. They were worried sick that monsters had killed them, but their son just says that nothing happened. The man points out that the house is a mess, like someone turned it upside down. And again, Hwang Jae-hyun nervously insists that nothing happened. Meanwhile, a news report is playing on a cell phone. It says the portal break was completely resolved that morning, but as a precaution, schools will be closed for a week. News of more survivors is coming in, and the cleanup team sent to the portal is being treated at the hospital. The school nurse says she just fell asleep and suddenly woke up somewhere else. In an interview, the only guild president on the scene says he wasn't the hero who saved everyone. It was someone else. However, the giant ogre's body was never found, and the identity of the villain who attacked the city is still a mystery. People are realizing the security measures weren't enough. Watching the news, Kim Tae-hyun is just glad his name wasn't mentioned. He finally stops walking, having reached his destination. He now has 3 abilities, with stealth being the newest one. But at his current level, it's hard to use all 3 because he doesn't have enough mana. If he uses too much, he gets tired out way too fast. He remembers the only solution for that: potions. Potions are basically elixirs made to do things like recover mana and fight fatigue. The problem is, potions are really expensive. That's why he's come to this abandoned area. His plan is to hunt, but to do that legally, he needs a license to use his abilities in public. And since he can't use his powers in public, his only option is to explore undiscovered dungeons, like this one. After making his way through a narrow corridor, he comes across huge bug-like creatures and giant spiders. The humanoid ones are smart enough to talk, and they start mocking him. He realizes their power is comparable to a B rank, but even a few of them aren't enough for him to level up. The Spider Sisters take the insult personally and start to attack. They all fill their mouths with venom. Then they fire it all at him in a combined assault, already sure of their victory. But his predation ability makes the venom useless, leaving him almost completely unharmed. The 3 of them are stunned. It's the first time a human has ever resisted their poison. Intense screams echo through the abandoned railway, and his attribute window confirms his success in stealing their paralysis ability. The Korean Players Association is housed in a massive skyscraper. 2 guards stand watch outside a meeting room. 3 people are waiting inside, one of whom is Go Taewook from the association. The other 2 are the best players in all of Korea. A player is the official term for an awakened who is legally allowed to use their powers for things like exploring and clearing dungeons. Right now, there are only 5 top-ranked players in the New Players Association. Among all the guilds, the 4 best are the Indivisible Fighters, the Alchemist Artisans, the Wizard Sorcerers, and the Informant Wanderers. And the organization that controls these 4 guilds and all other players is the Players Association. Sitting across from Go Taewook is the Guild Master of the Wanderers, Yue Yang. Next to her is the President of the Players Association, Cheap Chinwei. Both of them are S-rank players. The president asks Yue Yang if she's found anything on the Evil Guild. The Evil Guild is a criminal organization made up of the most ruthless awakened criminals. You can always spot their members by the gold rings they wear, each with 3 skulls on it. She hands over some papers detailing the guild's movements and a list of their targets. Then she says she knows that isn't the only reason she was called here. The president immediately asks for her opinion on the case. Confused, she doesn't understand what he means. He asks when she took her player test, and she tells him she was 19. And just like that, she understands what he's getting at. The president smiles, impressed that she figured out he was talking about the high school student who faced a rank A monster. Back in the spider cave, not a single monster is left alive. Only Kim Tae-hyun remains, sitting on a pile of their corpses. Surrounded by magic crystals from all the monsters he killed, he calls one of the 4 major guilds, the Alchemists, to buy some potions. The school finally reopens, and the students return to class. Over the next week, Kim Tae-hyun keeps busy with physical training. He also explores other undiscovered dungeons. He even makes a trip to the Alchemists Guild headquarters. There, he exchanges all his mana stones for potions and gets treated like a VIP. He also increases all of his attributes and raises his abilities to rank C. Now he just rests his head in his hand, while the other students watch him from a distance. Everyone has heard the rumors about him beating the bullies and awakening his powers. One student scoffs, thinking his awakening can't be that big of a deal. A group of them starts walking towards his classroom. He notices them coming. They throw chairs aside to clear a space. The group gathers in front of him. Their leader puts his feet up on the table. His name is Lee Jung-ai, and he's a rank S. He activates his intimidating aura. This guy is the son of the CEO of the Tasa Group conglomerate. That's the same group that sponsors the school, and he's the leader of all the bullies. He was the one who abused his authority, and the main person picking on Kim Tae-hyun. So Kim Tae-hyun finally asks him why he even calls himself a friend, and in response, he unleashes his own powerful aura. One of the bullies behind them calls him out for being disrespectful, but Lee Jung-ai just turns and punches the guy. That was his punishment for interrupting their conversation. Kim Tae-hyun doesn't even flinch, so the leader starts releasing his own power, trying to intimidate him for the disrespect. Kim Tae-hyun is actually impressed by the level of magic. It's exactly what you'd expect from an S-rank awakener. He discreetly puts his hand in his pocket, getting ready. He wonders how the other guy will react to his predation skill, but before they can actually fight, they're interrupted. Lim Ae-young steps in, putting out Lee Jung-ae's fire with her ice powers. She just warns Kim Tae-hyun not to take it any further. Lim Ae-young had a lot of titles: class president, rich girl, Yue Young's half-sister, S-rank awakener, and the list goes on. And it looked like she'd only get more titles in the future. Her only real problem was that she was completely inflexible. So, true to her nature, she confronts Lee Jung-ai. He asks her what she means, claiming he was just talking to his friend. She asks why he punched the guy on the floor if they're friends, and that just makes him furious. He tells her to shut her mouth. She fires back, telling him to leave or she'll make him. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun is just wishing they'd both stop, because their drama is going to cause a scene. The two of them just stare each other down. In the end, Lee Jung-ae decides to be the one to leave, but as he turns, he powers up for a surprise flame attack. Just then, the school bell rings, and an announcement makes everyone freeze. The broadcasting club announces a special lecture from the Players Association. All students are told to gather in the main hall immediately. The announcement repeats, and Lee Jung-ae seems surprised to hear the Players Association is at the school. He powers down and glances over at Lim Ae-young and Kim Tae-hyun. She's still ready for a fight, but he's just sitting there quietly. Lee Jung-ae just gives an excited smile and leaves the room. He tells them they got lucky this time. She waits until the door is closed before she finally relaxes. Then she turns to look at Kim Tae-hyun, but he's not in his chair anymore. He's already at the door, asking if she didn't hear the announcement. She turns back, confused. She didn't even see him move. She wonders if he was always like this. A little later, everyone is gathered in the main hall. The students are all wondering what this lecture is about. The microphone clicks on, and a man introduces himself as Go Taewook. He's the vice manager of the association's HR department, and he says they're here for 2 reasons. First, to address the association's slow response to the recent portal break and to provide safety training. And second, to announce changes to the player tests for the students, the future of the association. Hearing this, Lee Jung-ai silently curses Kim Tae-hyun's name. Lim I-young makes a mental note to talk to Kim Tae-hyun later, and Kim Tae-hyun just sits there looking bored and sleepy. Everyone was wondering what the player tests had to do with students who weren't even 19 yet. Go Tae-wook explains that because of the portal break, a secret decision was made. With the number of monsters and dungeons on the rise, the association is short on staff. So now they're going to start testing students while they're still in high school. The news shocks everyone. Go Tae-wook says students will be chosen based on grades, academic records, and behavior. But Kim Tae-hyun knows that's a complete lie. In fact, the selection process has already started. Go Tae-wook has an ability called Observer's Eye. This power lets him measure the total sum of a person's abilities. He can even see their attribute window just by focusing on them, and he's impressed by the numbers he sees in the hall. He thinks the potential here is much better than in other places he's visited. And among all these candidates, a few really stand out to him. There's Lee Young-gai with a score of 1924, and Lim A-young with 2335. He remembers the Wanderers sent a list of recommendations, but he can't believe there are so many untrained awakeners here. A smile spreads across his face. Then Lee Jung-gai raises his hand, getting everyone's attention. He asks if candidates who aren't a good fit will still have to take the test. This gets the vice manager's attention. Go Tae-wook explains that the tests are meant to find suitable players among those who have awakened. Lee Jung-gai adds that people who haven't awakened have no right to even be at this lecture. He's clearly talking about Kim Tae-hyun. To become a player, a complex set of abilities needs to be evaluated. Lee Jung-gi keeps talking, making his point. His goal is obviously to humiliate Kim Tae-hyun, and he gets a few laughs from the other students. Tae-hyun realizes the other boy is dead set on confirming whether he's awakened or not. He just stares back, as if waiting for proof. Lim A-young doesn't agree with what's happening, but then she remembers how rude Kim Tae-hyun was earlier. That makes her hesitate, and just then, Go Tae-wook says it's up to each student to decide if they want to participate. Lee Jung-gai keeps provoking Kim Tae-hyun, saying he knows he's right, and that Tae-hyun can't take the test if he can't prove he's awakened. But Tae-hyun knows the Observer's Eye can be used on him, and he could get a recommendation without doing a thing. From a distance, Go Tae-wook watches the students. He thinks Lee Jung-gai's behavior is pathetic, just tormenting someone for no reason. Then his eyes turn to Kim Tae-hyun. The Observer's Eye can't read his information. The vice manager is completely shocked by this. Just then, Kim Tae-hyun starts to challenge Lee Jung-gai, confusing everyone watching. He says he'll take the lecture from here and flips the middle finger at him. This bold move makes Lee Jung-gai furious. Go Tae-wook still can't believe his ability isn't working. It's never failed before, not even on the association's president or the Wanderers guildmaster. Kim Tae-hyun starts to leave the hall. Go Tae-wook can't figure out why his ability won't work on a kid like him. A few steps from the door, the boy stops. The vice manager tries again and again to use his ability on him, but it fails every time. Then Kim Tae-hyun turns around and seems to allow his ability to be checked. Go Tae-wook is instantly stunned. A terrifying aura surrounds the boy, and the power level above his head is over 5,000. Sometime later that day, Kim Tae-hyun is in the library, reading through a pile of books. He's searching for clues about the king, but he's interrupted by the same group of bullies he beat before. They tell him Lee Jung-gai is looking for him, and that he needs to get up. He just challenges them, refusing to follow their orders. They go quiet for a moment, but then they mention his aunt's restaurant, which shakes him a little. He takes his eyes off the books and looks up. One of them says their leader sent a message, calling him a pathetic orphan. They say he only causes trouble for his family, but the bully talking doesn't even see the attack coming. The force of the blow makes the whole library explode. All the bookshelves are completely destroyed. The bully is held by the neck, his mouth already bleeding. The other two are knocked out just as easily. Then Kim Tae-hyun simply asks where he can find Lee Jung-gai. Later, in the main hall, a lecture has just ended and the place is empty. Lee Jung-gai and his bodyguard are waiting for Kim Tae-hyun to arrive. When he shows up, the bodyguard is a little surprised. He's been continuously casting negative status abilities on the boy, but because of Kim Tae-hyun's oppressive aura, none of them have any effect, and the bodyguard suspects he's awakened. Lee Jung-gai says he called him for a conversation, but Kim Tae-hyun doesn't respond. He continues, saying he doesn't want to threaten him, he wants to recruit him. He reveals his plan to create a guild, but Kim Tae-hyun still says nothing. Lee Jung-gai says he wants to recruit other geniuses to work for him. He points at Kim Tae-hyun, as if acknowledging his talent. He tells him to forget their past issues and promises to bring his family fortune and honor. He says he'll lift them out of the mud. Kim Tae-hyun finally speaks. He just says he's talking a lot of nonsense. He activates his ability and gets ready to fight, his stone skin forming completely. He's ready to punch him in the face, and for a moment, Lee Jung-gai seems disoriented. But he recovers quickly, thinking to himself that dogs need to be trained to obey. Then he activates his fire powers. The bodyguard puts a hand on the ground. forming a magic circle. He uses an ability to create a magical room that prevents anyone outside from detecting what's happening. The entire floor, walls, and ceiling are coated in magic. The bodyguard says that now no one can interrupt their fight. As soon as the room is formed, the two of them start fighting. Kim Tae-hyun pulls back his stone arm, ready to throw a punch. Lee Jung-gae covers his own fist in flames. Their fists collide, creating a huge explosion of energy. The flames are stronger than the stone, shattering his arm into pieces. Pain shoots through Kim Tae-hyun's entire arm, but Lee Jung-gae is already preparing a flaming kick. The kick sends Kim Tae-hyun flying straight into a wall. The impact and the heat from the flames cause serious internal injuries. Lee Jung-gae just enjoys showing off how much stronger he is. The bodyguard simply watches the show. He actually feels a little sorry for the kid fighting his young master, but Kim Tae-hyun emerges from the flames and charges forward again. Lee Jung-gae blocks the attack and immediately gets ready to counter. He raises a hand loaded with fire, aiming it right at him. He unleashes an explosion of fire right in Kim Tae-hyun's face. The bodyguard keeps watching calmly, but then he notices something he's never seen before. After the blast, the flames die down. And just like that, Kim Tae-hyun recovers and strikes back with another stone blow. He starts to overpower Lee Jung-gae, and they both throw a punch at the same time. But Kim Tae-hyun's fist connects first, sending the young master flying. The bodyguard can't believe it. His young master was just overpowered by sheer brute force. Lee Jung-gae struggles to get back on his feet. He asks what Kim Tae-hyun did to him, why his body won't move. The bodyguard is shocked to hear that his body is paralyzed. He realizes physical strengthening isn't Kim Tae-hyun's only skill. Kim Tae-hyun is thrilled. His paralysis ability actually worked. The ability can pierce through high-rank resistances. Stealth is useless against long-range fire attacks and predation, so the plan was to build up paralysis through close combat instead. He figured out that the status effects from abilities are stronger in direct attacks. That's why the damage from his last attack, stacked with all the previous ones, was finally enough to get through his opponent's high-rank resistance. The bodyguard is speechless. He's watching his young master lose. He thinks to himself that Kim Tae-hyun is a genius, but the fight isn't over yet. Lee Jung-gae is on the ground, completely paralyzed. He admits he underestimated his opponent, then pulls a purple crystal from his pocket. He crushes the crystal in his hand. A giant made of fire forms in front of Kim Tae-hyun. Lee Jung-gae announces he's going to fight for real now, as the flames around him burn even hotter. He shoots forward, propelled by his flames. The fire titan throws a powerful punch, but it misses by a hair. Kim Tae-hyun shouts up at the massive titan. His body is completely covered in stone as he prepares to punch back, but the titan counters with a blast of fire from its mouth. Their attacks clash in the middle of the room. The flames slowly start to eat away at the rock armor. The stone protection shatters. Kim Tae-hyun is thrown back by the force of the explosion, crashing hard to the ground. The bodyguard watches it all unfold, recognizing the titan as the true form of the young master's Heart of Fire ability. That purple crystal was a mana amplification stone made from refined monster cores. Thanks to that stone, Lee Jung-gae can now use the full power of his ability. But the bodyguard is worried about more than just the stone. He yells at the young master to stop, warning him that he'll kill Kim Tae-hyun. He also warns him that it's too much power to handle, and his blood vessels could burst from the mana surge. A blast of fire shoots towards the bodyguard, exploding right where he was standing, barely missing him. The young master is furious that his own subordinate is giving him orders. He says he won't let some piece of shit humiliate him like that. Kim Tae-hyun has barely recovered from the last attack, and he's immediately struck by the full fury of the fire titan. The young master laughs hysterically, thinking he's killed him. The bodyguard runs to stop him from going too far and to help Kim Tae-hyun. He reaches a hand into the crater to help him up, but he gets a punch to the face for his trouble. The blow sends him flying, spitting blood. Kim Tae-hyun asks what he's talking about, since he's the one who started this fight. He then drinks several restoration potions. He's preparing to get serious, unleashing his predatory aura. Meanwhile, in the Korean Players Association building, the vice manager is giving a report in the president's office. He's shocked by the incredibly high numbers for two students, Lee Jung-gae with 1900 and Lim Ah-young with 2300. The vice manager says these two are S-rank awakeners. The other agents can't believe it, an untrained S-rank with potential comparable to Japan's Saint. The Saint is one of Japan's top players, whose power was over 2,500 at her first inspection when she was 19, and in this case, Lim Ah-young's power is already approaching that number. The vice manager is even more astonished when he remembers Kim Tae-hyun's number, 5,096. He wonders if it was an evaluation error, or maybe a problem with the reading. He leaves the president's office with the other agents, determined to find Kim Tae-hyun again. He needs to confirm his doubts in person. Back at the fight, the bodyguard looks on in disbelief. He can't trust what he's seeing. The predatory ability is actually suppressing the powerful fire titan. The young master tries to break free, not understanding how Kim Tae-hyun is doing this. He can't believe he's being overpowered by someone he thought was weaker. He shouts that he's an heir and a powerful S rank. Kim Tae-hyun asks what difference it makes if he's an heir or what his rank is. Then he puts a little more power into his ability. The king's power takes shape above the decaying scarlet vines. They devour Lee Jung-bae's titan form. The sheer force of the power destroys the entire court. The whole gym is left in ruins. Lee Jung-bae is lying unconscious on the ground. The bodyguard is trembling. Kim Tae-hyun looks ahead, surprised. The bodyguard protected his young master, throwing himself in front of him at the last second. He managed to pull him away from the attack just in time. The bodyguard asks what he plans to do now and how he'll handle the consequences. Kim Tae-hyun asks how he can act so bold after getting involved in the fight himself. The bodyguard states he isn't the type of man to run from a threat like this. Kim Tae-hyun denies that he was planning to kill Lee Jung-bae, but he insists that he deserves fair compensation for having his life threatened. The bodyguard's face turns pale when Kim Tae-hyun suggests 1 billion won would be enough to keep the heir, Lee Jung-bae, alive. Outside the gym, students have gathered, drawn by the explosion. Everyone is wondering if it's a villain attack, but Lim Ah-young recognizes those flames. She frowns, thinking of Lee Jung-bae. A memory of him bullying her flashes through her mind. The nurse tries to calm everyone down, but Lim Ah-young runs past them all, heading for the gym. The nurse is surprised to see her running. She's just a few meters from the door, regretting that she just stood by and watched those two in the gym without doing anything. She runs right through the flames, entering without any fear. She just hopes that Kim Tae-hyun didn't die in the explosion. Then, the scene she saw earlier plays out differently in her mind. In this version, she has no reaction while he talks to her. She asks him how he defeated Lee Jung-bae, but Kim Tae-hyun doesn't want to explain, just saying he fell down the stairs. The lie is completely obvious, and he asks her to handle the situation alone without telling anyone what she saw. Then he quickly leaves the area. Lim Ah-young yells after him, demanding to know what really happened, but when she turns to face him, he's already gone. She doesn't understand how he could have disappeared so fast. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun reappears far away from the gym. He figures Lim Ah-young will handle the situation, and notes that the Taezen group has already taken their cut of his reward. He turns to look at his status window, where a new ability and a new attribute have been added. He has 5 points in the charm attribute, and a new ability called Monarch's Heart that can strengthen his party members. He's a little annoyed to get an attribute common to celebrities like Lee Jung-bae, but he's happy about the new ability. He knows that abilities that strengthen a group are rare, and for someone like him who uses a lot of different skills, Monarch's Heart is really useful because it works with any other ability. As he's celebrating his new power, a group of black cars pulls up in front of him. The man who gets out of the car says he's pleased to finally meet him. The vice manager says he has a lot of questions for him. Kim Tae-hyun wonders how the man found him at this exact spot. Back at the mansion of Lee Jung-bae's father, the man is informed that his only son is in the hospital. He's also told that the attacker is demanding 1 billion won for his son's life. Nearby, his hunting dogs bark fiercely. A bodyguard trembles with fear in front of his boss. He apologizes and says he has nothing to report. The boss tells him to do whatever Kim Tae-hyun asks, which completely surprises the bodyguard. The boss then mocks his own son, saying that Kim Tae-hyun is a brave kid. He lifts his right hand from the armrest of his chair and snaps his fingers. It's a signal for his other subordinates to enter, and the bodyguard recognizes the men who walk in. He shouts at his boss, reminding him that the opponent is still just a kid. He says the boss is being too cruel, but the man just tells him to shut up, saying he won't tolerate a dog barking at him. Lee Jung-soo gives a cruel smile to the subordinates standing before him. Back in the present, the vice manager asks what he did in the gym. Kim Tae-hyun wonders which of the 2 recent events the man is talking about. He considers the chances of the manager getting involved in his problem with Lee Jung-bae. With few options, he decides to take a chance and asks if he's talking about the explosion. The vice manager seems surprised by the question. He looks back and says he'll deal with that another time. Kim Tae-hyun realizes the vice manager doesn't know about his involvement in the explosion. A smile spreads across his face. He asks if they don't already know what he did. After leaving the man confused, Kim Tae-hyun says he knows they came to invite him to take the player test. He's careful not to reveal how he knows this. Then, Kim Tae-hyun reveals his aura. The number 5214 appears above his head, and he says it's because of the huge number displayed right there. The vice manager is astonished and can't believe his eyes. Seeing the numbers increase, he's sure Kim Tae-hyun's power is real. Then he asks another question, pointing out what happened to his clothes. Kim Tae-hyun finally notices how damaged they are. Back at Kim Tae-hyun's house, his cousin is shouting. He asks if Kim Tae-hyun is really going to take the player test and gets a yes. His cousin is completely stunned. He suddenly kneels before Kim Tae-hyun. He says the Taezen group will handle the gym, so all Kim Tae-hyun has to do is focus on training for the test in a month. Just then, his phone on the table starts ringing. Outside the house, 2 people are waiting, wondering why the association is protecting some student. One of them, a man in a white mask, has just taken down an association agent. The other, in a black mask, keeps an eye on the house. They're a 2-man assassination unit. They're known as the Black and White Brothers. The older one goes by Black, and he uses stealth and physical enhancement. The younger one is White, and his only ability is stealth. From the roof, the man in the black mask laughs as he plans how he'll kill the kid inside. He turns to look at his brother, but he freezes when he sees his brother getting beaten. He quickly draws a hidden blade and demands to know who's attacking his brother. At that moment, Kim Tae-hyun lets go of the man in the white mask. The black-masked one had no time to react. He received a full knee strike from the one who was supposed to be his target. A few hours earlier in the gym, the bodyguard said he could make the decision to keep the event quiet and to hand over 1 billion won alone. Kim Tae-hyun said he wasn't evil enough to throw that duty on the minions and asked him to get a good deal with his boss. Then he conjured a contract in the palm of his hand. The promise of the awakened, a contract created by magic, and breaking it would result in a random permanent penalty. The first condition of the contract was, besides providing 1 billion won, he also had to fix the gym incident. Live on the news, it was reported that the cause of the gym incident at the school was a gas leak, fulfilling the first part of the agreement. The second condition was to inform him in advance of any revenge actions against him. The black-masked one quickly launched an attack with his blade, something that was easily dodged by Kim Tae-hyun. He prepared his left hand and delivered a powerful punch forward. The black-masked one dodged upwards and prepared to counterattack. He attacked from behind, but couldn't hit his target. He couldn't believe he missed that attack. From behind him, Kim Tae-hyun mocked the weakness of the assassins sent to kill him, saying they were nothing but their stealth abilities. On the street, a big black car was giving a ride to Yoo Aeon. She called the president, asking about the player test. She asked the president, who will be observing her participation, if it's Shin Yun-bak from Busan or Rank S. On the other end of the phone line, the president denies Yoo Aeon's speculations. He said that Shin Yun-bak is a good candidate, but he is more interested in her sister Lim Aeon. She says she doesn't appreciate the president's jokes. Then the president asks her who she is interested in. Yoo Aeon says it was Shin Yun-bak, but another candidate caught her attention. She replies that their vice manager Go Tae-wook personally cornered a Rank S. Kim Tae-hyun had already exterminated the two black and white masked assassins. Then he looks at his hand and realizes once again that he is having trouble using his predation power. The attribute window says that he is unable to use predation due to his physical incapacity. On the streets in front of Kim Tae-hyun's house, the black and white masked assassins were exposed on the street. Agents of the vice manager Go Tae-wook complain about the horrible conduct of attacking high school children by the assassins. Go Tae-wook thanks Kim Tae-hyun and asks if he knows who paid them to assassinate him. Surprised by the question, he decides not to tell, saying he doesn't know anything. Go Tae-wook wonders if the participant list was leaked. Kim Tae-hyun thinks it could be a problem if the Taijin group knows too much about him, but he thinks they are the least of his problems now. He tries to exert control over his ability, but unfortunately his physical capacity is insufficient to use it. He starts walking back home while thinking about how to increase his status to be able to use predation again. Predating monsters or awakened ones are flawed methods because they require using the ability. After pondering for a few moments, he realizes there is only one way. The next day at Blackhead Academy, the personal trainer Yura welcomes the new visitors to the academy, the training center of South Korea's new association. After introducing herself, she notices that the two are children. She starts to say that this place is not for children, but Kim Tae-hyun pulls out a black and gold card. Yura stares at the VIP card in his hand. She recognizes it as a card from the Alchemist's Guild. She wonders about the identity of this boy who came to her today. Worried about causing a problem if something goes wrong, a muscular figure appears to save Yura. The muscular man says that money is not enough to get in. This man was the Iron Man, not officially a player, but an awakened rank B. Hwang Jae-hyung, confused by the situation, asks what they were going to do now. Meanwhile, a small group of bodybuilders watch the situation. The Iron Man, killer of rookies, had found his new prey. The muscular man continued posing. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't understand anything he was saying and commented that he was barking like a dog. This comment caught his attention. Hwang Jae-hyung and Yura were shocked at how rude he was being. He asked Kim Tae-hyun if he was calling him weak. He responds by asking if he wants to settle it with a bet. The loser pays for a year of the winner's membership. He laughs complacently at the challenge he imposed and accepts. Immediately, both are teleported to a virtual game field. Everyone in the academy watched the unfolding scene excitedly. Hwang Jae-hyung asks what that game simulating the abyss was. Yura responds that it is a game program called the Virtual Portal. In the Virtual Portal, there is an exact replica of the abyss, and that is where the competition begins. The objective was to reach the finish line carrying the most weight in the shortest time possible while eliminating rank B monsters along the way. This game was the most common way to establish a hierarchy in this academy. The Iron Man starts bravely advancing. He charges at various creatures. His muscle enhancement ability gave him immense advantage in combat against the creatures and also improved his mobility and allowed allowed him to carry a large amount of weight within the virtual world. Suddenly, he sees a light shining beside him. It was Kim Tae-hyun's advance, overtaking him in an instant. 3 monsters appear to intercept him, but his mere advance was enough to pass through them. He prepares a powerful kick, and the monsters can't react. They can only watch him easily eliminate them. He kicks upwards and easily eliminates a group of monsters along the way. In his descent, he eliminates those he passed by. The virtual monsters can only see him arrive before they die. He sees the massive amount of points Kim Tae-hyun is scoring ahead of him. He is extremely shocked by this sight. Everyone else in the academy is also shocked. Only Hwang Jae-hyun is cheering for him. He turns his gaze to the Iron Man and thanks him for paying for a year's membership for him. Time passes, and today is the day the player tests begin. Everyone was anxiously waiting for this opportunity. Journalists observed from a helicopter looking at all the candidates. The ones people were most eager to see were Iron Fist Hong Jung-wook, the druid Lee Gil-sun, the god of thunder Shin Yun-bak, and the next Saint Lim Ah-young. Besides these, many other talents were expected to participate this time. Many others were also interested in watching this show. A young reporter was exhausted from the distance she had to travel. She was saddened because if she didn't cover this story, she would be fired. After seeing the immense number of people who came to see this exam, she didn't think she would be able to interview any of the awakened who would take the test. While she lamented lying on the ground, Kim Tae-hyun approached from behind the crowd. He wondered why there were so many people, and his voice caught the attention of reporter Kim Gi-ja. She quickly assumed Kim Tae-hyun might be a candidate. She sneaked behind him, asking if he would let her do an interview. A view from above showed the entire stadium. In the waiting room, Kim Tae-hyun was called minutes before the test began, almost late due to the interview he gave. He entered the closed room and found hundreds of people inside. Everyone was waiting for the test to begin. The closed walls made it hard to know the time. Some people's attention was drawn in one direction. Lim Ah-young noticed a recognized person from afar. Kim Tae-hyun realized that she was also here for the test. The two greeted each other, and his increase in height didn't go unnoticed. She asked what he did with his body, and he replied it was just training. She stared at him again, wondering how he had changed so much in a month. Before she could ask what he did in the gym with Lee Jung-bae, her voice was interrupted. Suddenly, many screens turned on, showing silhouettes of the same person. The host said that the first test would begin, and that he would give the rules. The first rule is that everyone has a plate on their chest with a number on it. The objective of the first test is to collect 5 plates, and if you don't protect your own plate, you will be disqualified. He said the time limit is only 1 hour. The entire white room began to move and reshape. He finally finished by saying that all means and accessories could be used except for murder. Then he announced the start of the first test. Everyone was in random places in the completely random-shaped room. Everyone charged at Lim Ah-young because she was rank S. She charged her powers in her palm. All the evaluators saw the great glacier she created. They were impressed with the talent of the next saint, but didn't forget to praise the high caliber of the other participants. Among all, one evaluator said he was particularly interested in one candidate on the screen beside. Shin Yun-bak, the rank S, hadn't let anyone approach him from the start. Most evaluators wondered how the clash between these two rank S powers would be, while Go Tae-wook watched a specific candidate alone. He understood the interest to rank S, but he knew the real star of today and was confident that Kim Tae-hyun would stand out a lot. He looked energetically at his screen, but he saw him fighting only one candidate in a balanced way. Go Tae-wook couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly his irritation. The awakened rank Hong Jung-wook received a punch to his ironclad face. Kim Tae-hyun received back the blow he gave with his stone skin. Believing he had misjudged his abilities, Go Tae-wook could only watch in disbelief through the screen. Then he realized he hadn't dodged any attack. Kim Tae-hyun and Hong Jung-wook advanced towards each other to continue their duel. He deliberately threw himself in front of the iron fist. The force of the blow easily broke his rocks. Hong Jung-wook shouted at Kim Tae-hyun, thinking he was underestimating him. He said that Kim Tae-hyun's ability was completely inferior to his own, and that he hadn't even bothered to dodge. Then a terrifying aura filled the air. Kim Tae-hyun felt his stats increasing during the duel. He charged forward with inhuman speed. He continued to receive external stimuli to tone his body. For him, fighting to the limit was just training, and he kept giving and taking blows. He put all the strength of his arm into one punch. In the collision of the attacks, Kim Tae-hyun emerged victorious, breaking the opponent's iron skin. He looked very pleased with his results. Hong Jung-wook could only faint in the face of the powerful opponent's strength. He fell on his back to the ground without the slightest reserve of strength. Kim Tae-hyun stood looking over him. Go Tae-wook, who was watching the duel, couldn't help but be happy with his victory. He shouted alone in the room while the other evaluators looked at him strangely, but he worries that he might use too much stamina employing this method throughout the entire test. He starts to think that the best tactic would be to conserve his energy by targeting the weaker ones first. Then a shock catches him off guard when he sees on the screen. All the other evaluators see a rank C awaken acting irresponsibly. Obviously, they were talking about Kim Tae-hyun, who was walking towards Shin Yun-bak after having eliminated dozens of people. They comment on his body covered in plates, saying he might be considered the strongest in the test. Kim Tae-hyun starts to count how many plates he has with him, but he stops because as long as he has more than 5 plates, once, it's enough. An electric aura erupts from the powerful competitor throughout the arena. The already immense aura further increased the release of his power. Kim Tae-hyun dodges an electric discharge. Shin Yun-bak is delighted to see his enemy's speed. From the beginning of the test, he thought everyone was too weak to entertain him, with the only exception being Lim Ah-young, who is of the same rank as him. Shin Yun-bak concentrates his discharges once again to attack. All three attacks were skillfully avoided by Kim Tae-hyun. He prepares with his stone skin on his foot. He is going to kick towards Shin Yun-bak. The kick is immediately defended by electricity. Even Kim Tae-hyun was surprised by his defensive power, but Shin Yun-bak praises him for being so fast that he couldn't see his attacks. The power erupts for him again, sending Kim Tae-hyun away from him. He is perplexed by how treacherous the god of thunder is, possessing an ability capable of controlling lightning and a massive defense that allows him to stand still while attacking both at a distance and up close. His destructive power is not something to be underestimated by anyone. Kim Tae-hyun focuses on thinking of a that doesn't use predation, which is currently unavailable to break through his impenetrable defense. Shin Yun-bak sees that he isn't coming to him, so he asks if he wants him to advance as well. He is astonished to see him running so fast towards him. He charges an enormous amount of lightning into his hand for the attack. He narrowly dodges by turning his neck to the right. Then a charged kick is delivered, but is also successfully avoided. Hands charged with energy head towards him again. Numerous successive attacks from Shin Yun-bak were made, even destroying the arena. He was having a lot of fun with the excitement of that battle. Then he grabs Kim Tae-hyun's hands and discharges all his lightning into him. He is paralyzed by the immense energy running through his body. Shin Yun-bak shouts that he should be running if he wanted to withstand fighting him. Kim Tae-hyun grits his teeth and ignores the pain of the electric current passing through his body. He puts everything into making his stone arm grow, but the electric power breaks all the stones immediately. At the same time, it produces a Kim Tae-hyun raises his arms to cover his eyes, but Shin Yun-bak jumps to deliver his next electrifying attack with full force on him. His hand descends, and a massive lightning bolt quickly strikes Kim Tae-hyun. The attack completely destroys the surrounding area. He could barely withstand the discharge of thousands of volts. Shin Yun-bak praises him for withstanding even this amount of energy release. He thinks in his mind that he is very happy to see a new toy so fun in this test. In Shin Yun-bak's moment of distraction, a rock comes flying towards him, hitting his forehead and snapping his head back. He is stunned by the blow to the head. Quickly, Kim Tae-hyun runs to his back and throws another rock at him, this time hitting his chest with force and precision, making even Shin Yun-bak cough up blood. Stone Skin is not comparable to the God of Thunder's ability. Even at its best performance, it would end up shattered by his blows. But the test field is different. It is built of a material that can withstand the power of a first-class awakened, so it won't lose its shape even if it ends up cracking. So Kim Tae-hyun's plan was to use the broken stones, small or large, he found along the way to attack Shin Yun-bak until he can overcome his enemy's supreme defense. Then he uses the large stone to strike with all his strength. He is built from a material capable of withstanding the power of a first-class awakened, so it won't lose its shape even if it ends up cracking. With the boy's defeat, the audience wonders how rank S could lose to a rank C and who Kim Tae-hyun might be. Having defeated the boy, he collects the last pieces needed for the tournament, and now he only has to wait for the test to end. While distracted, he is hit by a surprise ice attack. Looking in the direction the spell was cast, he notices another spell of the same type, only larger, directly above him. At this moment, a girl named Lim Ah-young appears right in front of him. Staying the girl so close, he feels confused and wonders why she was there and how long she had been watching them fight. However, as she approaches the protagonist, the girl says she believes that great power comes with great responsibility, for power without responsibility is merely violence, and she comments that Kim is very strong, but never imagined he would defeat Shin Yun-bak in that manner, and that he probably defeated Lee Jung-jae in the same way. Soon after, the girl exudes a chilling aura, her eyes glowing with a pale color as she uses her powers to cause massive destruction aimed at the protagonist. In response, the protagonist remarks that the girl's snow resembled a bomb, making stealth or anything of the sort entirely useless. The girl then manages to strike him with an excellent blow. At that moment, she says that back in the gym, she believed in him, and that she thought he was different from other kids like Lee Jung-jae, that he wouldn't act recklessly, driven solely by his self-interest. But after seeing him fight, she realized that in the end, it was all his fault. She then continuously strikes him with extremely powerful blows, leaving the protagonist in a tough situation. Afterwards, she states that the unauthorized use of abilities is a crime, and that those two boys are still in the hospital. However, after everything he went through, she decides not to report him, but he must withdraw from the player tests. She declares that he doesn't deserve to be a player. In turn, the protagonist gets up and asks her who she thinks she is to say all that, because she wasn't even able to put an end to Lee Jung-jae's tyranny. And even after saying all of that, all she really wants is to eliminate him. He then says he would have preferred her to use survival in the test as an excuse instead of being so pathetic. Those words make the girl's facial expression change completely. She, in turn, declares that in that case, she won't go easy on him anymore. Next, she uses her her power to create a massive ice staff and says she will eliminate him with it. At this moment, the protagonist realizes that after being shattered thousands of times, his stone skin has lost its functionality. Even if he uses stealth, he'll be detected by her area attacks, and the attribute boost granted by the monarch's heart is already active, but isn't enough to turn the tide. However, predation is still sealed, and to make matters worse, he has no stamina to paralyze her as he did with Li Zhongjai. So, in the end, he only has one chance left to win. The battle between the two continues, causing massive destruction in the arena. Amid the brilliant light emanating from the arena, the entire audience wonders what is happening, as they can't see anything at all. However, as the arena's light begins to dim, everyone is shocked by the scene they witness. The scene they see is the protagonist and the girl on the ground locked in a kiss. But it wasn't just a kiss. In reality, it was a paralysis ability. Status effect abilities that cause abnormal conditions at close range instead of long distance, and whether directly or indirectly, they have an extremely high chance of success. The protagonist infused paralysis into his blood and made her swallow it, but considering that a rank S possesses monstrous resistance, this was just a provocation. Nonetheless, the girl couldn't resist and became completely paralyzed. Then the protagonist's system notifies him that he caused immense psychological shock to his opponent. As a result, his charm increases by 3. At this moment, the announcer declares that the first round of the tests has finally ended, and that the medical team will move everyone to a safe place, so they ask all participants to remain in their positions. After the first round of tests was completed, all injured participants were promptly attended to by the medical team. However, even though Lim Ah-young was paralyzed, she still possessed her test plaques and was competent in combat, thus passing the first round. As for the protagonist, despite only managing to collect 7 plaques, he unexpectedly defeated Shin Yeon-bok and Lim Ah-young. This made him the center of attention in the tests at that moment. Thus, all the participants who saw him began to wonder about his rank, those he defeated, and even the tricks he might have used. Moments later, he analyzed his healed body, thinking that the healing abilities were great since he couldn't even walk in his previous state. Shortly after, Shin Yeon-bok arrived, eager for a rematch against the protagonist. He told the protagonist that this time you wouldn't be able to use the same tricks he used inside the arena. As the rematch began, the young man released a massive amount of aura. As the fight started, several other players began watching, with one commenting that Shin Yeon-bok was trying to get revenge for the previous fight. Meanwhile, another young man said he didn't care if Shin eliminated a candidate, but he should go all out and crush the protagonist. However, Shin became extremely irritated with them and told them they had nothing to do with this battle and should stay silent. Then Shin Yeon-bok declared he would show him that he was nothing without cheap tricks in a clean and fair fight. However, before the fight could start, everyone present, including the two of them, began to be pressed to the ground due to gravity magic. The man who cast his power started to approach, and as he did, he asked if the boys weren't going to let others rest. He added that they acted as if they didn't know their place. This man was the S-ranked player Park Sung-jin, one of the best players in the New Korea Association and a future S-ranked player. At this moment, the protagonist attempted to stand up despite the gravity, which left the man impressed as someone was still standing. However, he intensified his gravity magic, ensuring the protagonist couldn't rise under such pressure. The protagonist then thought he had heard that the abilities of an S-ranked awakened and an S-ranked player were on entirely different levels, but he hadn't expected it to be this different. Meanwhile, player Park asked if he was withstanding all that pressure, noting that even veteran players couldn't endure so much. Before he could increase the pressure further, he was interrupted by the doctors responsible for the players. One of the doctors demanded to know what the hell he was doing to the kids who had just been treated, and whether he was trying to eliminate them all before the second round began. However, Park claimed he wasn't trying to eliminate them, but rather to control the situation. The doctor then accused him of lying, stating he knew Park did this every year to test the players' abilities. Meanwhile, unlike the other players who were completely unconscious due to Park's pressure, the protagonist managed to stand, leaving the man astonished. Impressed with the protagonist, Park asked for his name, to which he responded that he was Kim Tae-hyun. Park then thought to himself that Kim must be a C-ranked player who defeated Shin Yeon-bok and Lim, and noted it had been a long time since someone had piqued his interest this much. Placing his hands on the protagonist's shoulder, he said it was clear he aimed to become an S-ranked player, and asked if that was correct. He added that he would be waiting for him, and then left the area. However, the doctors began chasing after him, asking where he thought he was going after causing such a scene. Moments later, the players who advanced to the second round all found themselves in a forest, where the S-ranked player Park was also present. He asked if everyone was ready after a brief rest, and then announced that they would begin the second round of the player license test. The final test was behind the portal they were about to enter. This portal led to a D-ranked dungeon, and he announced that every 5 participants who reached the dungeon through the portal would be allowed to explore it with him as their supervisor. They would be evaluated on all their actions during the dungeon exploration. Any necessary items, such as weapons or supplies, would be provided by the association. The protagonist thought to himself that the second round being a dungeon made sense, intense, especially for an inexperienced amateur. There shouldn't be any problems as it's a R-ranked dungeon. Besides, active players will be with them, unless it's a double dungeon called Apocalypse. Inside a R-ranked dungeon at the player testing site, the world's first double dungeon was discovered. This led thousands of people to shake hands with God, including the first group to discover it. This triggered dungeon breaks in countless undiscovered dungeons, so he thinks it would be great if he could stop this with a simple warning. However, no one would believe his words without any proof, and even if they did, it might end up suspecting him. That would be embarrassing, but he'll have to deal with his own problems as long as he's not part of the first discovery group. He can find various ways to survive. Upon entering the dungeon, he realizes that he's now part of the exact group he didn't want to be in. The protagonist's group supervisor asks if everyone is Ray. The supervisor for the second round of tests is an A-ranked player, Madohak, the first person to discover the Apocalypse double dungeon. With a serious expression, the protagonist thinks he's in deep trouble. As they explore the dungeon, they encounter monsters but manage to defeat them with ease. The group's inspector applauds them for showing remarkable combat intuition, even though it's their first real battle. He says they definitely have what it takes to become players. At this moment, a girl in the while observing them, the protagonist wonders why, out of all the teams, he ended up with the first discovery team, and he has no doubts about it. The ring Madohak is wearing is the only item the first discoverer of the double dungeon was using. That is the Sage's Ring, a unique rank item that increases strength, stamina, speed, and mana by tenfold. At this moment, he thinks that the Apocalypse dungeon is definitely rank S, and if he falls into it, he won't have a chance to survive in his current state with predation sealed. But it doesn't matter. He must ensure his doesn't find the Apocalypse. While walking through the dungeon, they end up in a place with two different paths. One of the group members asks the inspector what they should do in this situation. The inspector explains that this happens often in dungeons, so they should first consider a majority vote. However, the protagonist suddenly runs in one of the directions. Terrified, the inspector yells at him to come back, saying running like that in a dungeon is extremely dangerous. While running, Kim says it's fine and that they should follow that path. He then thinks about why he would let them decide this on their own. Clearly, he wasn't going to let that happen, because he would make them take a path different from the one chosen in his regression, something better than letting them find the Apocalypse. His plan is working. His entire group is following him. However, a portal with purple and pink hues appears right in front of him. Since they are inside a dungeon, the boy wonders how another portal could exist. The protagonist realizes that he has stumbled upon the double dungeon portal. All of his effort to keep his group from reaching it was completely in vain. To make matters worse, a member suggests they check what's inside the other portal. However, the protagonist commands everyone to stop right there and asks if they can't tell just by looking. After all, another portal different from the dungeon entrance is strange, no matter how you look at it. He insists they need to report this unusual incident before doing anything else, and asks Madohak if he agrees. Madohak replies that it's indeed his first time seeing something like this, and that by the rules, reporting it to HQ would be the right thing to do. However, he suggests they try it just this once. He says he understands what the protagonist means, but the mana he feels inside the portal, unlike its appearance, doesn't seem dangerous. Besides, it's just a rank D dungeon. Even if something happens, he, as an A-rank player, is present. He concludes that either the association prepared this portal, or it's an extremely rare occurrence. Therefore, exploring this dungeon will earn them good points in the test. At this moment, the protagonist asks if Madohak has lost his mind, as he isn't acting according to the rules. However, Madohak questions whether someone who doesn't even know how to work as a team should be saying that. Hearing these words from their inspector, the entire group turns against the protagonist's idea. After all, just moments ago, he was running carefree through the dungeon, ignoring all the danger. One of the boys in the group said that even if the protagonist was a little skilled, he shouldn't forget his place. Another boy remarked that he couldn't believe the protagonist was talking back to an active player, calling him arrogant. Since most of them decided to side with the inspector, they chose to enter this other portal. In an attempt to stop them from entering, the protagonist said he needed to speak to the inspector. However, with a snap of his fingers, the inspector filled the entire area with light. Upon entering the dungeon, the group noticed something strange and suspected that this was actually an S-ranked dungeon. At the end of the corridor, they spotted a giant, terrifying statue holding an enormous sword. The group began questioning the inspector, asking what was going on and whether he was sure this was a D-ranked dungeon. At that moment, the protagonist told everyone to be silent and instructed them to only look ahead. Hearing this, one of the group members commented that the protagonist was still being rude. However, the protagonist replied that something was coming. As soon as he said that, two statues appeared in the area, A-ranked Death Knights. This left the group wondering how they ended up in such a place, and the frightened inspector told everyone to prepare for battle. The inspector and the two statues then engaged in an intense fight. Using his power, the inspector seemed to be holding his own against the two statues. At that point, the entire group joined the battle alongside the inspector. They strategized to block the monster's vision, shield the front lines, and keep attacking without giving the enemy any space. After managing to defeat the monsters, a girl in the group said they were safe now and admitted she hadn't expected them to be able to defeat A-rank monsters. One of the boys celebrated celebrated prematurely, claiming it wasn't a big deal and that he could do it again. But as he gloated, more statues began to appear behind him. Not just 2, but 4 this time. With the appearance of these additional statues, the group became extremely frightened. Meanwhile, the protagonist analyzed the statues' bodies and realized something was very wrong with this place. Moments later, the fight continued, but the number of statues had increased significantly. The inspector then noticed that every time they defeated one statue, dozens more would appear. Furthermore, all the group members were already at their limits, and at this rate, they would all meet their end. Kim then informed the inspector that something very strange was happening in this dungeon. Looking at the protagonist, the inspector wondered who he truly was. Even after all the fighting, the protagonist showed no signs of fatigue and had been the first to sense the portal's danger. If not for the boosted attributes from the protagonist's ability, the monarch's heart wouldn't have stood a chance. The inspector questioned whether the protagonist was really just a C-ranked awakened. In shock, he asked Kim what he meant by something being wrong. The protagonist replied that it was just a hunch, but those monsters weren't Death Knights. These words filled the group with despair, leaving them to wonder what they had been fighting all this time in the dungeon. At that moment, the protagonist picked up a sword one of the monsters had been carrying and declared that he would find out right then. He then charged toward the statues with full force. However, he ignored all the smaller statues and headed straight for the largest one. His attempt was successful, and he quickly destroyed the largest statue. Upon its destruction, the entire dungeon's scenery changed completely. The protagonist then revealed that it had all been an illusionary trap. It was a tactic designed to drain the energy of intruders by showing them a false environment and imaginary enemies. One group member, frustrated, exclaimed if all their hard work had been for a mere illusion. A girl also asked if this meant worse monsters were about to appear. The inspector, still perplexed, asked how the protagonist had known it was all a trap. After all, he couldn't have ever fought a Death Knight either. The protagonist replied that even though he didn't know much about it, there was no way the enemies could have been that weak. These words left the inspector completely unsettled. However, the protagonist said they should keep moving before they ended up becoming a memory. Even after the illusion disappeared, things didn't improve. Following the manifestation of the apocalypse, the dungeon's space was completely transformed. The wounds sustained during the illusionary battle worsened gradually, but they couldn't afford to wait for help. Stuck's only hope is to find the exit of this dungeon. After walking for a while, they finally come across a portal. Despite finding the portal, the masked boy asks if it might be dangerous. Facing him, the inspector responds that it could be, but if they don't open it, they'll just die there anyway. So he ends up opening the portal, only to be confronted by a Death Knight. Seeing the monster, the boy laughs at the sight of just one enemy. However, as the room becomes more illuminated, more of these monsters appear, filling the space. This leaves the group utterly terrified, prompting one of the members to ask if all these monsters are Death Knights. At that moment, the dungeon leader appears, laughing and declaring that inferior humans have managed to reach this place. He then orders them to start fighting. This monster is the Lord of the Death Knights and is rank S. At this moment, the statues in the room begin moving toward the group, though they don't attack immediately. Analyzing the monsters, the protagonist deduces that they seem to want one-on-one duels. Terrified, one of the boys says he can't fight anymore since he has no mana left. In turn, the protagonist tells everyone to calm down, because their goal is not to fight, but to escape. After saying this, the group starts fleeing in desperation, except for Madohak and the girl, who remains unconscious on the protagonist's shoulders. As they run, the boys exclaim that they'd rather go back to where they first appeared, and that they don't want to die here. But at that moment, a statue swings its sword, hitting all 3 of those trying to flee. Witnessing this dangerous attack, the protagonist declares that he'll buy them time, and that Madohak should find a way to escape. However, Madohak pushes the protagonist and the girl behind him, using his power to create a wall to protect them. At this moment, Kim asks what he's doing, but Madohak orders him to stay silent. He calls Kim a useless non-awakened and says he should know his place and stop acting so full of himself. He then mentions that when he was younger, he wanted to become an S-rank player, but no matter how much he trained and improved his abilities, he was always far from achieving that level, growing more distant from his goal with each passing day. This was his chance. If he could handle this particular situation, maybe he'd start being treated like an S-rank. But in the end, this is how it turned out. At that instant, a statue charges at him, but Madohak easily handles it. After defeating the statue, he says that Kim is different, and that infuriates him, but he also admits that Kim has talent for it. That's why Kim should take the injured and flee as far as possible. As their supervisor, fighting the statues is his duty. However, when the protagonist looks at the injured, he realizes they are no longer alive. Moments later, the wall created by Madohak is completely destroyed, and Madohak is utterly defeated, losing his life in the process. The statue that took Madohak's life raises its sword toward the protagonist, challenging him to a duel. Cornered in this situation, he looks down and spots the ring was wearing. At that instant, the statue attacks him, but he manages to dodge and grabs the man's ring. As he runs, he places the ring on his finger, thinking this is his only chance to make it out alive. He then commands the ring to awaken, causing a small explosion of energy that destroys the statues attempting to kill him. At this moment, the dungeon boss is shocked, wondering what kind of power this could be. By putting on the ring, all the conditions for its use were fulfilled, unsealing predation. Additionally, all his attributes increase by 10 each. The protagonist then unleashes a significant amount of destruction with his mana, hurling his enemies away. However, while fighting, he realizes that predation takes an average of 10 seconds to fully devour, so he knows he can't rely solely on this ability. He decides to use all the attributes he's accumulated and all the skills he's gathered so far. Only then will he be able to escape this dungeon alive. At this moment, he notices a massive spear radiating energy and wonders what it might be. But with a single gesture from the dungeon boss, all the statues hurl spears at the protagonist. With great effort, he manages to dodge all the spears and the statues attacking him. He then finds himself face to face with the dungeon boss, and of course attempts to do something. However, the boss uses an ability to launch the protagonist far away. He then says that while the protagonist was quite strong, that was his limit. With that, the protagonist was completely overpowered by his strength. With his sword and feet pressing down on the protagonist, the boss said there was still one last thing he wanted to ask. He then asked who had given them this power, but the protagonist began screaming in agony and pain. At that moment, his player system informed him that a mysterious power was resisting the roar of the Night King, and part of this resistance had succeeded. The dungeon boss then mentioned that he already knew the protagonist, unlike normal humans, could understand his language. He asked again about the nature of this power. At this moment, the scene changed slightly, and in front of the protagonist appeared a massive figure of a monster with long horns and 4 arms. Looking to his side, the protagonist noticed the bodies of his fallen group members. Behind him stood the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, he thought that nothing looked the same as before. He began to wonder what exactly this ability called predation was, and how he, a mere human, started to understand the languages of monsters. He realized he had been entirely ignorant of everything, only gaining this power and a chance, and yet nothing seemed to have changed for him. At that moment, the boss launched a dangerous, fatal attack. Even faced with such danger, Kim wondered why the king had given him this power. He then heard a voice saying that the reason had already been told to him. A man without clothes appeared under a light and said it was simply because he had been moved by Kim's determination and tenacity. The man also told him that he didn't mean to change, but simply move forward. Apparently, all of this was a dream. However, when Kim opened his eyes, they were reddened, and he bore an expression of anger. The dungeon boss, seeing this, commented that the protagonist seemed to have no strength left to answer him. He then called Kim a pathetic human, and declared this would be his end, preparing to deliver the final blow. But before the attack landed, the protagonist managed to react using a strange power that destroyed several statues in an instant. Seeing the protagonist's response, the boss became excited and asked if Kim was trying to go into a frenzy with this ability in his current condition. At that moment, Kim began increasing his mana by 1. Completely thrilled by the fight, the boss declared it was excellent to see Kim's final effort and that he would entertain him until the very end. The boss then charged at the protagonist with a strike, making his sword exude mana with tremendous force. Thinking he had struck the protagonist, the boss realized the powerful attack had no effect as Kim easily stopped it. Kim then asked if the boss was curious about the true nature of this power. As the boss expressed his desire to know more, the protagonist told him to find out for himself. As his strength and power increased, Kim's system notified him that he had just advanced to rank B. Kim then delivered such a powerful blow that the boss was sent flying. Afterward, Kim continued defeating the other statues with overwhelming strength. Realizing he was close to defeat, the boss questioned how an inferior human like Kim dared to achieve all this. The boss attempted to use an ability to trap the protagonist, but it failed entirely. At this moment, the protagonist declared that his power was not that of a human. It was the power of the king. Finally, Kim launched a crushing attack that the boss likely would not survive. With this victory, his system notified him again that he had acquired a new ability. The registered ability was called the Spirit of the Night King. Moments later, several hunters gathered in front of the portal to analyze it. Player Park then asked a woman what the magical reading of the portal was. She responded that it was an S-rank portal. She added that an evacuation order had already been issued, but the distortion inside the dungeon was causing delays in the withdrawal. As a result, she wasn't sure if a support squad would arrive before the dungeon break occurred. Player Park thought to himself that at this rate, everyone inside the dungeon would be doomed. Thus, he decided he would have to intervene alone to ensure their survival. The portal then began emanating an even greater energy, leading them to believe the dungeon break was already happening. For safety, Player Park told everyone to prepare for the worst-case scenario. However, from inside the portal, only the protagonist emerged. Kim said it was close, but he had managed to return from the dungeon. Thanks to the protagonist, the dungeon incident was resolved, and the test participants were able to evacuate without significant issues. The results of this round round were decided based on the evaluations from before the second round of exam. Additionally, the corpses were recovered and returned intact to the families of the deceased. It was decided not to reveal who cleared the Apocalypse dungeon. Moments later, the director speaks with two hunters, one being Park and the other unidentified, mentioning that they had to endure retaliation from the corporation. However, if they told the truth, it was obvious the protagonist would become a target of the press and villains. With those words, the two players understand the situation, and the director thanks them for their comprehension. He then asks what they thought about the protagonist who cleared the S-rank Apocalypse dungeon. In response, Player Park states that if the protagonist managed to clear an S-rank Apocalypse dungeon alone, he must at least be on the level of an S-rank player. However, the other player says that since his current rank is lower than S-rank, it's difficult to estimate his true power. Hearing this, the director asks what they mean by those words, and the two players begin to exchange glances. At that moment, one of them replies that there's a high chance he is at the level of national power. Back to the protagonist, he finds himself in a place with a completely red sky, surrounded by several extremely powerful monsters. Staying in this scene, he wonders how he ended up in the abyss. Moments later, the king appears in the sky above. Upon his appearance, the monsters attempt to attack him, but with a single motion, he reduces them all to dust. The king then declares that he will be waiting for the protagonist in the deepest corners of the abyss. After that, the protagonist wakes up in a hospital bed, where he was admitted due to all the injuries he sustained in the S-rank dungeon. Upon waking, he wonders if it was a dream, but realizes it couldn't have been as it felt too real to be just a dream. He also reflects on what the king meant by waiting for him. He notices his predation ability, a skill even S-rank monsters are aware of, as well as his understanding of the monster language. This leaves him with even more questions. He concludes that becoming stronger and going to the abyss is the only way forward. After this, he checks his player statistics and finds them exactly as he suspected. He had a Lord of the Death Knights, but he truly has advanced to rank B, and with these attributes he can rival an S-rank player in the spirit of the Night King. After all, he is certain that predation is the skill that once crushed him with overwhelming force. At this pace of growth, it won't take long before he reaches the level of national power. Through the doors of his hospital room, it seems someone is trying to enter. However, the guards refuse to let them through, prompting the visitor to complain that it's outrageous they won't let her visit a sick person. Even as the president of the association, she calls this behavior truly wicked. She bursts through the door, asking the protagonist if he doesn't agree with her. Looking down, he notices that everyone who tried to stop her from entering is completely unconscious. After asking the protagonist if he agrees with her, she surprisingly calls him dear. Moments later, inside a car, a young man suggests to the guildmaster that it would be better if he drove instead. However, the woman replies that it won't be necessary since the protagonist is her guest and she should handle it. The protagonist then asks what the guildmaster of the Wanderers, one of the 4 great guilds, might want with him. The woman responds that she's just taking him home after his hospital discharge, while also checking out the one who survived the apocalypse. At this, Kim sarcastically remarks that if her reason was that trivial, she should have at least come up with a more plausible lie. The woman laughs and admits he's quite clever. She then asks if he knows what will happen in the third round, and the player tests. The third round will be a survival game similar to the first round. At this time, outsiders will be able to watch as part of the audience. Because of this, his abilities will be fully exposed to the public. All the guilds will undoubtedly start vying for the low-ranked Awaken who managed to clear an S-rank dungeon. She asks to make him an offer he cannot refuse before that happens. Whether it's money or fame, she's willing to give him anything he desires to join the Wanderers Guild. After that request, the car fell into complete silence, creating a hostile atmosphere. After thinking over the offer, the protagonist simply declined, despite it being a great opportunity. Bowona hadn't expected this response and was left in shock. Moments later, the protagonist, along with the other two, the guildmaster, and another young man, stopped in an alley. The protagonist thanked them for the ride, but said he would walk the rest of the way. The guildmaster, in turn, asked why he had refused the offer, and whether he had even listened to her proposal. After all, whether it was money or anything else he desired, she was willing to make it happen for him. She then asked if he had declined because he had received an offer from another guild, or if he had misunderstood something by mistake. Kim responded, saying she shouldn't take the wrong way as he had no specific reason for declining. He had no other guild or conditions, and then asked if the Wanderers Guild was really that special. In the end, he said he refused simply because he didn't want to, and with that, he announced he was leaving. But as he descended the steps of the alley, before he could react, the woman grabbed him from behind and covered his mouth. With an intimidating aura, she asked what his deal was. She pointed out that he was just starting as a player, and he dared to reject one of the 4 major guilds without any specific reason, which didn't make sense to her. She then removed her hand from his mouth and said she would forgive him for refusing the offer. Moreover, she admitted to having a certain interest in him. At that moment, the young man accompanying them said that the protagonist was still in testing, so he questioned what she was doing with him. He also told Kim not to reject the guildmaster's offer without reason and insisted that he should accept it. After all, Kim would have to join a guild sooner or later. The protagonist then noticed the woman's stubbornness was exactly the same as expected. After all, it made sense, considering she was the sister of Lim Ayan. The woman was shocked and asked how he knew about her relationship with the person mentioned. Kim simply replied that he knew a lot of things, including her stolen name. Realizing that the protagonist knew about this, she released a massive amount of mana, so strong it reached the sky. At this moment, her assistant thought the situation was dire. The guildmaster Yu Ayan's real name was Lim Ayan, and the CEO of the Yoxian group, Lim Changyan, had raised her an illegitimate child as in heir. However, when another daughter was born within the family, her name was taken from her, and she was reduced to an outsider. The fact that she had changed her surname upon becoming a player was something only a few people should have known. With her hands around the protagonist's neck, she asked how he dared to spout such nonsense in her presence, and if he was missing a few screws. The protagonist replied that she was the one who had started it. At that moment, his assistant notified him that a mysterious force had successfully resisted the spirit of the Amazon. Kim then grabbed her arm and used his energy. Once again, his assistant informed him that he had successfully countered using the spirit of the Night King. With just his energy, he flung the woman backward. Stunned, she wondered what kind of power he was displaying. Kim thought to himself that as if resisting the powers of an S-rank player wasn't enough, he had also reversed them. He then climbed the steps toward her, pinning her against the wall. Staring at her, he warned her not to cross that line, and for a moment, the woman blushed slightly. Her assistant, feeling awkward, wondered if Kim had actually said those words. Days later, during the third round, the ancient Rome. Unlike the first and second rounds, which had not been revealed to the public, the third round would allow spectators. People from the industry, participants' families, and even civilians were present in the arena as the audience for the tests. Among the civilians was Yue Yang, disguised as a regular citizen, to watch the tests, still blushing because of the protagonist. Among them was also the protagonist's father, who said that thanks to Kim, he could experience something like this. His mother, however, asked if everything would be okay, as she had heard that player tests were extremely challenging. At that moment, a young man told her not to worry about it because Kim was incredibly strong. He added that Kim could defeat all the players with a single strike. This young man, fully confident in the protagonist's abilities, is Guang Jae-young, his cousin, and also the president of the protagonist's fan club. Shortly after, a woman who overheard them in the stands thinks she needs to land a headline this time. Her name is Kim Gija, a rookie reporter working for SSY Economics, and she is on the verge of being fired. For a moment, she recalls her last interview, which was discarded because it was with a low-ranking awakened. She also considers the possibility that the protagonist might have been disqualified from the tests, and with tears in her eyes, she knows she could lose her job if she doesn't land a good interview. At that moment, another young man in the stands asks the woman if the atmosphere doesn't seem a bit strange. Hearing the man's words, the journalist notices that countless high-ranking awakened veterans and even Lee Gilson, a promising A-ranked candidate for the player test, are all staring at one person. This makes her wonder if they're all planning to team up to take down the protagonist for target, and also just how strong a protagonist could be. Shortly after, the beginning of the third round of the player test is announced. The audience is cautioned to be careful of impacts while watching. Then, the host declares the start of the test. The group begins preparing their enchantments. They charge toward the boy, saying they must get rid of him immediately. They claim he alone has defeated 2 S ranks since the first round. Because of this, if they don't eliminate him first, he'll probably defeat them all. Soon after, the young man appears in the midst of the attacks, landing a punch on each of them. An explosion occurs, and several people fall unconscious. The protagonist, in turn, observes everything in silence. Shortly after, he notices something strange as a spell hits him. Confused, the boy asks what that was. An unknown man comments that while he may have defeated 2 S ranks, letting his guard down was a mistake. For this reason, he would be the winner of the test. However, within seconds, the protagonist defeats Lee. As a consequence, he suffers significant damage. Coldly, the boy asks for the next person to attack him. The entire group begins targeting the boy, believing that sustained attacks will tire him out eventually. Shortly after, Kim points his finger at the group and summons the spirit of the Night King. An intense light appears, and a giant monster materializes above the boy. The monster observes everyone around as some of them begin to collapse. The other groups, seeing this situation, become extremely desperate. The people in the stands watch everything in silence. A boy comments that he shouldn't have used that ability in the center. The scene shifts upward, showing several bodies on the ground. Keatum, in turn, feels relief as he has finally ended it. Now there's only one thing left to do. Shortly after, a girl with blue hair appears on the scene. She seems injured from the previous boy's attacks. Kim asks what Lin intends to do, as it doesn't matter to him if she withdraws from the test at this point. She could still choose to repeat the first round. Lin then begins casting her ice magic, forming a giant sphere around the arena. As a result, she traps the protagonist inside it. Lin comments that Kim should worry about himself, because this time, what happened before won't. With a cold stare, Kim asks if she's really sure about that. Some time passes during the battle, and the girl is ultimately defeated, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The protagonist remarks that it was expected of her, because despite her demeanor, she was still the most challenging opponent. The host then announces that with this, the player tests have concluded, and the protagonist is the highest qualifier of the tests. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the president presenting the rewards to the boy. He congratulates him on becoming an S-ranked player. Furthermore, he didn't expect him to end the third round single-handedly. Kim says that all of it was just luck. Hearing this, the man remains silent. He then calls the boy again, asking if he would like to join this South Korean player association. Kim, hearing this, is very surprised. The man asks him again what he wants. Kim reflects on how much has changed as a sleeper like him became an S rank and even the highest qualifier in the test. He even received an offer, not just from a leader, but from one of the greatest guilds, which is also the largest association in New Korea. For this reason, the more he thinks he understands this world, the less he knows what might happen next. However, there was still something he wished to do. As a result, he ended up refusing the offer, believing that instead of being a member of the 4 major guilds of the association, it was better to work alone. For that reason, he wanted to apologize for not being of help to the man. Hearing what the protagonist said, the man was surprised. He began laughing heartily, saying he had never imagined that Kim would claim to be better off alone rather than with the great guilds or the association. This showed that the young man truly had a high level of confidence. Because of this, the man suggested he should try something else instead of joining the association. He asked if Kim might be interested in participating in the Asian exhibition games. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the protagonist inside a dungeon, surrounded by numerous monsters. However, they were all defeated easily. Kim felt relieved that another dungeon had been cleared. He then recalled what the man had said about the Asian exhibition games. It was a festival where associations or guilds from each Asian country selected 5 representatives. These representatives would hunt monsters and compete against one another. However, to be chosen, one needed a track record of achievements that showed the monsters they had defeated. A flashback appeared, showing the man saying that given the protagonist's pace, he believed it would be a great option for him. Kim thought that talking was easy because he had only just become a player. To reach the level of merit that others had taken years to build, you would need to hunt monsters in much stronger dungeons. Yet despite clearing all the dungeons that had appeared in Korea over the past month, not only did he fail to accumulate significant merit, but he also didn't grow as he had hoped. As expected, it was all extremely dangerous. Even so, there was no other choice but to go to that place. The scene then shifted to a mansion, where a glass seemed to be falling in slow motion. At the same time, a man appeared to be strangled by someone. The man begged the president to calm down. The enraged man shouted that the Herr de Tessu was still in the hospital, and while the culprit had done that, he was walking free at that moment. He asked how he was supposed to calm down under such circumstances. Moments later, the man collapsed unconscious to the floor. At that instant, a girl appeared saying there was a visitor from the malicious guild. The man questioned why they still hadn't dealt with the protagonist after all the money he had given them. He declared that he would handle it himself, but he was startled when an intimidating aura surrounded the door. An unknown man appeared, apologizing for his son, but insisting it was better to calm down. He asked if Tessa's goal was really to waste time on that kid. Introducing himself, the man said he was the vice master of the malicious guild. He was known as Shadow. The scene then shifted to a portal in another location. Meanwhile, someone seemed to be coming out of it. Shortly after, a man called out to him as he stood in front of a door. The man addressed him as a ranked player and said the alchemists were ready to assist with the auction. He introduced himself as Park and said it was an honor to meet him. He asked if he could possibly get the protagonist's autograph as his performance in the third test had been sensational. Park explained that this was Asia's most prestigious auction district. It held the largest and most magnificent auctions in Asia, offering unparalleled quality items. The district even supported features like automatic translation abilities. Among its many qualities, East Point stood out for numerous reasons. However, what truly caught everyone's attention and was considered its pinnacle was its security. Bodyguards, such as those present at the auctions, always play a crucial role. However, the teleportation points constantly changed, and it was impossible to reach the area without authorization. Because of this, there had been no security issues for decades. Observing the situation, the protagonist thought the title of the best security system was well observed. However, on that very day, a terrorist attack by an S-rank villain would occur there. Sometime later, an announcer proclaimed that the moment had finally arrived. The auction's most coveted prize was about to be awarded. It was a potion that, with just one sip, could increase one's health by 20 points. Meanwhile, who was observing everything from above? It was the protagonist thinking that all he needed now was to wait for the terrorist. Killing an S-rank villain would allow him to accumulate more merit. However, the lack of information was still a significant issue. All he knew before returning was that East Point had suffered brutal losses and that the head of the terrorist attack was an S-rank villain named Narendra. For this reason, he wanted to know who had stopped that man. At that moment, the security guard appeared. Kim, in turn, asks who was in charge of security at that location. The security guard questions why he wants to know, and the protagonist responds that it's just out of curiosity. At that moment, the announcer starts speaking again. He mentions that several S-rank players are present at the location, and they appear to be heading toward a specific area where they end up encountering the protagonist. An unknown man asks if by any chance his name is Kim. The security guard says the man is an S-rank player from Japan and the chief responsible for security at that location. For this reason, Kim should be extremely cautious around him. The guard explains that he is known as the demon among players, notorious for betraying even his own partners when it suits him. Greeting the boy, the man says he heard that Kim is an unprecedented genius from New Korea. For this reason, he never expected to meet the boy at that location. Observing the situation, Kim is surprised because the man is greeting him with his left hand. Immediately after, Kim returns the handshake in the same manner. However, he feels something unusual when their hands touch. It seems like he receives an electric shock. The man is surprised and says he can't believe Kim endured that. For this reason, Kim must truly be an S-rank player. At that instant, something strange happens. The people around them begin collapsing to the ground. Kim thinks that if they fought there, civilians could end up getting involved. The man comments that it seems he went a bit too hard on the rookie, who just became an S-rank. Shortly after, he releases the protagonist's hand and steps closer to him. He says not all S-ranks are the same and that, while he doesn't know why Kim is there, he should stop any nonsense and stay in his place. As he walks away, he tells the boy to enjoy the rest of the auction. Watching everything, Kim remains silent, thinking this situation is more complicated than he expected. The scene then cuts to another building. A group of people appears to be heading toward another group. Someone asks who these people are and how they managed to get inside. An older man replies that it doesn't matter how they got in since there's only one portal control room in the building, and if they've reached that area, their target is to be eliminated. He adds that the task should be left to him, because an A-rank player can handle it easily. Time passes. The scene shifts to a monster defeating several people. The older man seems to have been defeated as well, and an unknown man observes him with a menacing gaze. Soon after, more people arrive, and a man comments that there was a setback at the auction. He mentions that the S-rank player from Korea is present at the location and asks what should be done. Nero wonders if that man really thinks he can do whatever he wants, even with him there. For this reason, no one will escape his divine judgment. The scene then cuts back to another location. At that moment, the building explodes. Apparently, the auction inside it is also engulfed in flames. It's revealed that the protagonist is also at the location, and the explosion seems to have hit him. In a matter of seconds, all the buildings appear to be on fire. Returning to the security guard, he asks if the protagonist is okay. He says they need to evacuate immediately. Kim thinks that it doesn't make sense because he knew there would be an attack, but he didn't expect explosions everywhere. Because of this, he wonders how the villains infiltrated and how the bombs were planted. However, he decides to set that aside as there's something more important. Looking ahead, he notices a man holding a weapon and taking people hostage. The man threatens that anyone who resists will get a bullet to the head. In seconds, man is easily defeated by the protagonist. The security guard, observing this, is astonished. Kim instructs the guard to notify the association about the situation and request reinforcements, because he's going to personally go after whoever is responsible for this chaos. The scene then shifts back to the other location. A man says that these are auction items, not for thieves like them. Shortly after, the unknown man orders everyone to be defeated. A battle ensues, with several people already dead. The man eventually opens a chest. Apparently, he finds what he was looking for. It turns out to be an item from the earlier auction. The man thinks he understands why Nero went to such lengths for that potion, even risking his life. Just by looking, one could sense the immense power, and for that reason, he was contemplating the case if he used it. At that very moment, another explosion occurred. One of his companions was thrown back. The man, on the other hand, had no idea what was happening. One of his subordinates mentioned that an enemy was nearby. Another subordinate remarked that the enemy's appearance seemed familiar. However, in the next instant, that subordinate was defeated. Then, the other two in front of him met the same fate. The man, surprised, thought that the ability must be stealth. Yet, within seconds, he too was attacked. Even so, wasn't enough to take him down. As a result, he activated his chain ability, successfully trapping the protagonist within it. Calling the boy an idiot, he asked if he thought he could just turn invisible and act freely. For that, he would die right then and there. The protagonist, surprised, remarked that the ability could even track invisible enemies. Because of this, he thought it might be worth devouring it. The scene then shifted to another location. The hostages in that place were terrified. An incredible number of monsters were in the area, watching them. This was the teleportation portal's control room. Above them all, Nero declared that everything was going as planned, and with this, everyone would fear the existence of that god even more. All that remained now was the Phoenix Potion, and at that moment, a subordinate appeared. He reported news of the group that had gone after the potion. For this reason, there was still an issue to resolve. A subordinate handed over a communication device. On the other end, someone asked if the person he was speaking to was Nero. Nero, on the other side of the line, asked who was speaking. The protagonist responded that he was the one who had stolen Nero's belongings. He added that if Nero wanted them back, he'd have to come get them in person. Calling Nero a piece of trash terrorist, he left the man completely enraged. Kim then drank the potion, and as a result, his strength and magic increased significantly. At that moment, he mentioned hearing that the potion was of unique rank, something truly extraordinary. His attributes had skyrocketed in the blink of an eye, something he had never experienced in a dungeon before. And by drinking the potion, he no longer needed to worry about it falling into enemy hands. Moments later, a group of individuals arrived at a location where several players had already been defeated. One of them mentioned that another man was supposed to be there according to his last signal, so he wondered if he might have fled. The head of security, however, laughed and asked what they were talking about, noting that the man they were searching for was right in front of them. He then told the protagonist to stop hiding and reveal himself. The protagonist appeared, remarking that it was strange since his invisibility was supposed to be flawless. The man then asked why someone of Kim's S rank would be in that place. Kim in turn asked if the man wasn't the head of security and whether he shouldn't be trying to stop the terrorists. Laughing again, the head of security replied that he was after a special item. Hearing this, Kim laughed and said he had suspected something was off. After all, despite the heavy security presence, no one had found the bombs. He also noted that they had infiltrated the East Point, a place impossible to enter without authorization. For this reason, he had suspected a traitor, but hadn't expected it to be the head of security himself. The head of security replied that he had warned the protagonist to stay out of it, then lunged at him. However, the protagonist easily defended against his attack. During the fight, the man demanded that Kim hand over the item. Kim replied that if he was truly a villain, he should try to take it by force. The battle intensified, with debris flying everywhere. Frightened by the fight, one of the observers told the group that this was a battle between two S ranks, so they shouldn't even think about interfering. Moreover, Real High, the head of security, was known as the Demon, and if they were careless, they'd end up dead. During the fight, the protagonist noticed that, unlike himself, who relied on sound and intuition, the man could see him even with his techniques. Eventually, despite his invisibility, Kim was struck by a fatal blow. He reflected on the immense gap in their abilities, but it was still not the time to resort to the devouring technique. Then he uses an ability that lifts all of his enemies into the air as if using gravity magic. When they reach a considerable height, he slams them back down with immense gravitational force, causing devastating damage to them. After throwing everyone to the ground, the protagonist searches for the whereabouts of the head of security. However, he doesn't find the man among the others. A voice from the shadows comments that it was a good decision, but invisibility is useless against area attacks. It adds that if he wanted to find him, he should have also protected his own head. At that moment, the head of security charges at the protagonist with overwhelming force and a radiant aura. The impact he creates makes it seem like he has defeated the protagonist. However, as he stands over the protagonist, he realizes that chains are wrapped not only around the protagonist, but also his sword. The protagonist coldly remarks that, in the end, the man truly is a fool. This unnerves the head of security, making him realize that the protagonist's previous ability wasn't meant to find him, but to prevent him from escaping his reach. While using his chain powers, the protagonist asks where he thinks he's going. He then hurls his chains at him, pulling him back and striking him with an incredibly powerful punch. With this, the head of security and his henchmen are completely the protagonist. Shortly after, Kim demands an explanation for why an S-rank player would become a criminal for money. The head of security angrily tells him to shut up, saying that if it weren't for Kim's interference, he'd probably be enjoying his success right now. The protagonist interrupts him with an extremely powerful kick to the face, telling him that his tongue is too loose for a petty criminal. The kick is so forceful that it sends the head of security flying. Kim then instructs him to deliver a message to Narendra Nairo. He must tell him that requests for support must already be flooding the associations of every country. Kim then asks if he's aware that with the reinforcements arriving, both he and Narendra Nairo are going to meet their downfall. The head of security, utterly defeated, begins to laugh. He says that, as expected, the protagonist is nothing more than a rookie who knows absolutely nothing. These words leave the protagonist momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to an older man with white hair and a short beard running toward a room. Upon arriving, he asks how the reinforcements for the eastern wing of the building are progressing. This man is Su Sang-hyuk, the guild master of the alchemists, one of the 4 major S-rank guilds. He also mentions that besides the auction items belonging to his guild, there are numerous VIPs from New Korea, and at this rate, everyone will end up in the hands of the terrorists. One of the people in the room tells Su Sang-hyuk to calm down. He explains that as soon as they heard about the terrorist attack, they organized a support team. Park Sung-jin is leading the team, and he emphasizes that it is an elite squad. Su Sang-hyuk then asks why they haven't departed yet, and says that if it's an issue of personnel or materials, his guild can handle it. However, the man explains that the problem isn't resources, but the lack of a way to reach the location. At this, Su Sang-hyuk asks what he means, and the man explains that the terrorists have taken control of the portal room in the eastern wing. wing. This means they have locked all access portals, but he reassures that the situation is under control. After all, there are 2 S-rank players on site, Kim Tae-gyun, who just became an S-rank, and on the terrorists' side, only Narendra Nehru. Until the portal is re-established, the 2 players should be able to handle the situation and might even defeat Narendra Nehru. At that moment, a woman enters the room. Upon hearing these words, she responds that such confidence might be valid if the opponent were any ordinary S-rank. This woman is none other than Yoo A-young, a renowned player. Back to the protagonist, the terrorist asks if he's ever heard of the Skill Demon's Pact. Kim, however, seems to have no idea what this ability is. The terrorist explains that it's Narendra Nehru's most terrifying skill. It allows him to sacrifice offerings and, depending on their quality, summon demons of equivalent strength. Curious, the protagonist wonders what kind of offerings these might be. Thus, the terrorist asks what else Kim would sacrifice if not people. Meanwhile, Yu and the others were discussing Narendra Nehru's abilities. Upon learning about his abilities, the men in the room were completely shocked. The man mentioned that at least hundreds of hostages were in Narendra Nehru's hands. An elder added that Nehru was known as one of the most powerful among S-rank players. If he used hundreds of people as sacrifices to summon demons, it would be a massive disaster. At the same time, the protagonist was beating up the head of security. Taking blows from the protagonist, the man began to laugh, saying that Kim might have been lucky so far. But against Narendra Nehru, he wouldn't stand a chance. He then asked if the protagonist would kneel and beg for his life while watching the hostages be sacrificed, or if he would face a fight with no chance of victory and meet his end. In the room with the other terrorists, a subordinate informed Nehru that Isaka Ryohei, along with the protagonist who defeated Ryohei and took the Phoenix Potion, had disappeared without a trace. Nehru asked what they should do in such circumstances. He then stated that, as it would be impossible to confront them directly, the protagonist was likely waiting for support from the association. At that moment, Nehru used his power to sacrifice 2 hostages, declaring that if Kim didn't show up, they would simply need to drag him out. He also announced that the festival in the name of the gods should begin. But before he could harm the hostages further, the room suddenly became pitch black. His subordinates questioned why this was happening now, even though the bomb had detonated some time ago. Even in total darkness, Nehru noticed that the captured hostages had vanished in the blink of an eye, which could mean only one thing. Shortly after, the protagonist appeared behind Nehru with his magical chains. Using his chains, Kim landed a hit on Nehru. Believing he had won, Kim celebrated prematurely, thinking he had captured him. But from the folds of Nehru's head, several snakes appeared to counterattack. These snakes, imbued with fire abilities, caused a massive explosion to protect their master. Despite the explosion, the protagonist managed to evade it. Observing the situation, Kim wondered what kind of madness it was to hide monsters inside one's own head. Near the hostages, one of them asked if he was player Kim and if he had come to save them. Terrified, the hostages begged for help, saying that these monsters had appeared out of nowhere. Another hostage promised a reward if the protagonist saved them. However, Kim told them they were getting in the way and used his chains to fling them to safety. Immediately after, several of the villain's monsters charged at Kim. They seemed to land a powerful hit, but Kim emerged unscathed. Using his previously cast magic, Kim attempted to press the monsters to the ground, but had no effect on them. Even with his abilities, the monsters managed to move and counterattack, leaving Kim shocked. As the monsters swarmed toward the protagonist, Nehru laughed and called him knave. He explained that the creatures born from his demonic pact were entirely different from the monsters Kim had faced so far. Thanks to his pact with the demon, Nehru had total control over all the monsters he created. His power made them much more resistant and far stronger than ordinary creatures. He'd also remarked that just because Kim had defeated the head of security, he shouldn't think he could challenge the gods. Meanwhile, the hostages noticed that the protagonist was being completely overwhelmed. One hostage remarked that Kim had ignored their cries for help, done whatever he wanted, and still couldn't defeat a single monster. Hearing this, another hostage defended Kim, telling him to pay closer attention. Pointing to the fight, he explained that because of the protagonist, the monsters weren't even looking at them. Despite being under immense pressure, Kim hadn't run away, and he hadn't allowed any of the monsters to approach the hostages. Even the hostages who had been flung into the air had been evacuated to a safe location far from the fight. With tears streaming down his face, an elderly man declared that from the beginning, the protagonist had been trying to save their lives, and they hadn't realized it. Moved by his words, all the hostages began to shed tears and started cheering for the protagonist. The protagonist begins using his chains to fend off the monsters. Angrily, he says that enough is enough, they should all shut up and stop bothering him. Hearing this, everyone in the room is outraged by what they just heard. The protagonist then comments that that the hostages are only getting in the way and that these monsters seem endless. He adds that it's so disgusting he can barely stand it. Hearing these words from the protagonist, the hostages appear angry at his remarks. Meanwhile, Nero bursts into laughter and asks if the protagonist has already admitted defeat. At that moment, the protagonist calls out for player part Jian Wang, who has again appeared to end this mess. Shortly after, Jian Wang enters the room, prompting the terrorist leader to question his identity and how long he has been there. Entering the room, Jian Wang apologizes to the protagonist for the delay and declares that the real fight is about to begin. Moments earlier, after Kim defeated the traitors, he told Jian Wang that the escort squad was actually aligned with the terrorists. Jian Wang asked if all of this had happened while he was still outside. Kim replied that his current concerns lay elsewhere. He explained that the portal control room was likely infested with monsters. If it were just the monsters, it wouldn't be too problematic, but the monsters wouldn't just stand by idly. More importantly, the hostages might get caught up in the fight. That's why he needed Jian Wang's portal manipulation ability. Jian Wang hesitated, saying he'd like to help, but couldn't locate the exact point, which made accessing the association impossible. Hearing this, the protagonist assured him it wasn't a problem. All he needed was one thing, to get rid of all the monsters in the room. Back in the present, Jian Wang opens portals in the room, sucking the monsters into them. Watching this scene, Nero becomes visibly stressed and demands to know what's going on. Jian Wang reflects on how insane this plan sounded when he first heard it, but now he can't believe Kim made it work. With the plan succeeding, Jian Wang realizes only the terrorists remain and thinks victory is within reach. However, Kim shouts his name, telling him his role here is done. He should take the hostages and leave the area. Hearing this, Jian Wang appears reluctant, saying he wants to stay and fight alongside him. But the protagonist insists, explaining that his opponent is now an S-rank player. From here on out, he won't be able to protect anyone during the fight. While Jian Wang evacuates the hostages, the protagonist and Nero prepare for their final battle. The battle begins with Nero using explosive snakes to attack. However, Kim manages to evade the explosions. Dodging the attacks, Nero starts using the rocks in the area to strike at the protagonist. As he relentlessly attacks Kim, Nero asks if he really thinks he's an S-rank. He mocks Kim, questioning whether a kid like him could possibly stop him. Nero then lands a fire-based snake attack on the protagonist, sending him crashing to the ground. Afterward, Nero declares that it doesn't matter how many monsters Kim defeats or how many hostages he saves. If he can't defeat Nero, all of his efforts will have been in vain. While Kim lies on the ground, Nero calls him a filthy heretic. As punishment for defiling God's name, Nero says Kim must pay with his life and orders his remaining monsters to attack him. Just as the attack is about to hit, the protagonist starts laughing and asks what all the shouting is about. Still lying down, Kim tells Nero that he's the one who's about to meet God. At that moment, the protagonist unleashes all the energy he had been suppressing during the fight. This leaves Nero completely stunned, wondering if Kim had been hiding all this power the entire time. Laughing at the protagonist, Nero admits that Kim might actually be a first-rate sacrifice, but he adds that Kim isn't the only one with tricks up his sleeve. Kim hears coughing noises and looks around, noticing 3 of Nero's henchmen in bad shape. One by one, the 3 begin to disintegrate. Nero recites the words to complete a ritual sacrifice using the lives of his henchmen. As a result, an S-rank skeletal dragon with a green aura materializes. Meanwhile, Jian Wang is battling other henchmen to keep the hostages alive. One henchman asks what's up with these people, while another suggests they must have escaped from an upper floor. Thus, the man said that since they had escaped from above, there would be no problem in taking their lives. But before they could do anything to harm the hostages, their lives were taken as sacrifices for Nero. Still fighting, Kim continued to be increasingly pressured by the dragon. Riding on the back of the monster, Nero told Kim that dragons remain the strongest. Desperate to survive, Kim attached a chain to the ceiling to pull himself to the next floor of the building and escape. At that moment, he wondered where that monster had come from. However, with little time to think, the monster appeared before him once again. Before Kim could react, the dragon struck him with its tail, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Nero shouted frantically at the protagonist to die. Momentarily, Kim tried to use a power against the dragon, but it had no effect on the creature. With this failed attempt, the dragon unleashed its green flames, completely obliterating the area. Observing this, Nero remarked that it was unexpected, that despite receiving such a powerful attack, Kim had still managed to survive. At the same time, the protagonist clung to the walls with his chains, but he was in a devastated state, completely battered. At that moment, Kim thought that the monster was absurdly strong. He couldn't believe he had barely managed to withstand its attack, even using the full power of predation. This made him question if it was truly S-rank, but considering how much force it was exerting, there was no way its Ophid oral ability could come out unscathed. Even in this condition, the protagonist realized that Nero was nearing his limit. With that, if Kim persisted a little longer, he might be able to survive. Immediately after, Nero starts laughing and calls him a filthy unbeliever. He says he can see what he was. Since a direct confrontation confrontation didn't work, you must be thinking of stalling for time. In his words, that wouldn't be a bad strategy. However, Nero tells him he must know that his petty tricks won't work against him. Next, Nero moves with his dragon toward the hostages to destroy them all in a single blow. He strikes the building, causing massive destruction. Immediately afterward, reinforcements manage to establish a full connection with the emergency portal to send them to the coordinates of the eastern point of the building. At that moment, a woman says that her country and New Korea are the only countries connected, and even for a player like him, she thinks entering the portal now could be very dangerous. Hearing this, the player says that's nonsense, and he also tells her to think about how much danger the boy must be in at this very moment. This leaves the woman a little thoughtful, and the man says they will enter the eastern point right now, and that they will take out some terrorists and rescue their companions. On the other side of the portal, the hostages attacked by the dragon are miraculously still alive, and right in front of them is the protagonist fighting to protect them. Laughing, Nero says he already expected the protagonist to make the choice to protect them, and in that case he tells him he should burn to ashes. Seeing the protagonist in dire straits, the man tells him not to worry about them, and asks what good it would do if he ended up losing his life. Hearing the man's words, the protagonist thinks he's right, since he cannot win in a direct confrontation. The only way to defeat Nero is to push him to his limit, but even so, he still cannot give up. With this in mind, he thinks about how he could save all the hostages. While pondering a way to save all the hostages, he suddenly hears a voice in the background saying they couldn't longer. Hearing these words, the protagonist looks behind him in astonishment, but sees no one other than his fallen companion on the ground. Then something strange happens to his power. As the rank of his protection is being temporarily adjusted, his power rank increases to A. Then his powers surpass their limits, and his body can no longer handle the predation power. This leaves the protagonist confused, wondering what was happening to him, since all his powers were temporarily increasing, and his predation had already reached rank S, though it was recently rank A. With so much energy being released by this power explosion, the entire scene becomes ominous, making Nero wonder what was going on. As the protagonist's power continues to grow, his player system notifies him that predation cannot be deactivated. While seemingly agonizing in pain, he wonders if the predation has spiraled out of control. Thinking about the voice he heard moments ago, he wonders if the king had given him these powers. As his body disintegrates, he thinks this is ridiculous and questions if he will really die this way, a meaningless death to him after everything he has done to get to where he is. For him, no matter the cost, he cannot die this way. Even wanting to fight as his body disintegrates, he falls to the ground, unable to move anymore. Observing this, Nero wonders if he forced himself to lose control of his own ability. However, a devastating energy begins emanating in the area, making him question what kind of ridiculous amount of energy this is. For Nero, the hardest thing to understand is that the protagonist couldn't handle the power of the ability and pass out, yet he wonders why the ability hasn't stopped even though the protagonist is unconscious. Nero then asks how a mere filthy unbeliever dares to do this, and says that if he intends to kill himself to oppose a god, that Nero will kill the protagonist with his own hands. He then advances with his dragon toward the young man, but a blast of power is launched against him, and his dragon loses one of its legs. Nero is confused and wonders what is happening. Soon after, the old man realizes that the protagonist is still standing, and that around the building are several enormous, furious monsters. Kim Tae-gyun laughs as he remembers the man calling himself a god. Frightened, Nero questions who that person is, as that is no longer the protagonist. The young man in turn says the old man shouldn't worry about it because he was already dead. Then he uses his new ability, striking Nero and his dragon directly. Momentarily, the protagonist finds himself in his subconscious. After that, he is bound by chains. He questions whether it was stone skin or paralysis. A demonic entity appears above the boy. While in agony, Kim Tae-gyun says those were his abilities. The demon laughs upon hearing that, mocking the fact that the power never belonged to the protagonist and that he must pay the price for what he consumes. The creature then advances toward the boy. However, the protagonist falls out of his bed and wonders if it was all just a dream. He then notices he has no injuries and that his right arm, which had collapsed due to consumption, is also fine. Shortly after, Seong-jin enters the room. While they eat lunch, the man says that the house was prepared for the boy by the association and by the alchemists as a response to the terrorist incident. He then mentions that Ryo-hai had been arrested and that, considering the scale of the terror, many people had survived and that the boy's relatives had visited him. Seong-jin then comments that the medical results showed no health issues for the young man and that he stayed because he was concerned about the miners. The protagonist remains silent and says he clearly lost consciousness while fighting the Golden Alpid. He then asks the man when it happened. After defeating Nero, one of the civilians asks what that entity had done to the protagonist. Kim Tae-gyun uses his ability and the man begins coughing up blood. blood. Shortly after, the demon smiles and says it will retreat for now, and then the boy faints. After some time, Seong-jin and his men arrive at the scene, confirming that there were survivors. A woman mentions that everyone seemed to have lost consciousness without any life-threatening issues. However, the miners and the golden alpid were missing. While holding the protagonist, the man wonders what happened there. Afterward, Seong-jin says the survivors only remembered the boy trying to stop the golden alpid, but couldn't recall the details, as if something was interfering with their minds. The man stands up and says he believes it to be the work of those miners. As he leaves the room, Seong-jin tells the protagonist to take care of himself, and that if more information came in, he would contact him. Kim Tae-gyun then thinks about how his arm had regenerated even after collapsing due to excessive consumption, and that perhaps the golden alpid was also affected by the consumption. After that, Seong-jin reappears, saying the boy had another visitor. And then Lim A-young enters the room holding a basket of fruit, placing it on top of the boy's food. She then asks if the protagonist is okay because she heard he was injured, and that he had saved many people during this recent terrorist attack. Facing two of his rank opponents, the girl gets irritated and crushes an apple, saying the protagonist should be arrogant. Kim Tae-gyun asks what the young woman is doing there. Lim A-young gets nervous and replies that she was there to visit a sick person. Then she wonders what that incredible aura around the boy was, and then someone knocks on the door. The protagonist wonders who that person might be. Afterward, Seong-jin appears. Lim A-young asks what she was doing in the protagonist's house and how she knew his house's password. The woman responds that the password was provided by the association. Shortly after, Sis grabs the protagonist. Lim A-young questions what the woman is doing and says it's a crime because the boy is still a minor. Kim Tae-gyun frees himself from the woman and asks what she is doing there. Sis replies that she is just visiting a sick person and says she brought a gift. The woman then asks if he was aiming for the Asia-friendly games, and that despite his achievements in the Eastern Point, he was still in 30th place in public merit, needing a significant score to qualify for the top 5. Sis then says she will give him the dungeon. In a mysterious location, a man asks about the whereabouts of the golden opid, but his subordinate responds that they still had no confirmation and questions whether they should report it to the boss. However, the man says there is no need because they had already achieved their purpose and he was merely a hired gun. A massive ship corners a small boat. The captain says they must lay down their weapons and surrender immediately. However, the ship is quickly sunk by the mysterious man, who in turn says the protagonist is very intriguing. At the headquarters of the Gideon Nightwalker, people become excited to see that Kim Tae-gyun is participating in the raid. Sis comments that even if they grant the boy raid rights, the item distribution and team composition will still be decided by them. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the gift he received was the unlocking of the Fire Temple. This temple was the entrance to the Scorching Flame, the country's second double dungeon discovered. Before the regression, the Nightwalker Guild succeeded in their raid, but suffered near total devastation. Considering the risk, a significant increase in growth and public merit is guaranteed, but the protagonist thinks that with all that support, a double dungeon raid like that shouldn't have any failures. Approximately 300 members were assigned to the mission. However, only the boy and Sis would go on the mission. Kim Tae-gyun asks why only they are going, and the woman replies that this is a date. Upon entering the portal, the girl is amazed because in front of them is a massive crater. She comments that the vibe in this place feels different from a regular dungeon. She then asks the protagonist if double dungeons are always like this. Kim Tae-gyun responds that at least the apocalyptic dungeon he was in was like this. He warns her to be cautious as there are likely traps or monsters. Right after, a tentacle emerges from the crater and drags Yoo A-young inside. The boy rushes to help her because he knew such things could happen in this world. However, upon entering the pit, the woman has already defeated the creature that pulled her in. Yet, at the bottom of the crater, there are still other monsters. But Yoo A-young is unfazed and charges at them. She easily kills the creatures using her powers. Seeing all that power, the protagonist is impressed as she defeats those rank of monsters with just one blow. He thinks to himself that he hadn't expected her to be so skilled. He then decides to put in more effort as well. After defeating all the creatures, the girl breathes a sigh of relief that they succeeded. Kim Tae-gyun reflects on how high the monsters' levels were, but they weren't enough to pose a problem for Yoo A-young. Right after, the woman hands the warrior's ring to the protagonist, saying that by doing so, her guild also benefits. She adds that she could give him many more items if he joined her guild. The boy questions why she didn't give him the item before they face the monsters. He then says that from this point onward, they'll need to be careful because they've reached the domain of this place. Before them stands a giant egg. Kim Tae-gyun says he's certain that inside that egg is the dungeon boss. He then suggests to the girl that they should gather information, but without hesitation, the woman rushes forward and breaks the egg. After the protagonist asks if she's okay, Yoo A-young turns with a sinister look, but then she smiles and says she's fine. She remarks that judging by its strength, the The monster appeared to be lower rank S, though she hadn't expected to break it with just one blow. Right after, a glow emerges from the egg. The monster inside speaks, saying it has interesting guests. Then a phoenix appears, a monster with regenerative abilities and such immense resilience that it could be mistaken for an immortal being. Kim Tae-gyun is startled to realize the dungeon boss is a phoenix. He then asks Yoo A-young to be careful because the creature has mind control capabilities. However, the woman charges at the boy as she's already under the phoenix's control. The boy dodges her attacks and uses his demonic powers to counter her, urging her to come to her senses. After this, the woman throws an energy sphere at the protagonist. The phoenix observes the situation from afar, laughing as it remarks how humans are always such fools. Magical chains suddenly appear, binding the woman. The protagonist declares that he now knows who is responsible for the annihilation of the Nightwalker Guild's squad. He then uses a physical attack on the woman, causing Yoo A-young to faint. Kim Tae-gyun says she needs to recover her senses by the time she wakes up, but perhaps that won't matter as long as he eliminates the phoenix. The creature laughs and asks if the human enjoyed its game. The protagonist becomes enraged and says he will make it meet their creator. He then ties Yoo A-young to his back and tries to escape the phoenix. However, the phoenix attempts to stop them and asks what the boy is trying to do. The protagonist tries to throw his dagger at the creature, but the weapon passes through the phoenix. The creature explains that this happened because it is fire itself. It then says that, in the end, a mere human like him could never defeat it, and the phoenix begins destroying the cavern. Kim Tae-gyun says that even as a phoenix, that level of regenerative capability was different. He adds that it also had gigantification, so there was no way that creature could be normal. He begins to suspect it might be a great phoenix, mutant organisms that possess powers beyond the class of regular monsters, and to distinguish them, they earn the title Great. Kim Tae-gyun thinks that if he's correct, it means he wouldn't stand a chance against the monster unless he used his ability Predation. However, there was a chance something like the last time could happen, so he couldn't use it unless it was the decisive blow. But the boy knows he wouldn't stand a chance of winning without Predation. Shortly after, Yoo A-young wakes up from her fainting and asks what is happening. The protagonist tells her to stop moving. Then they begin to argue and the girl says she won't fall into the phoenix's control again. Shortly after, the creature tries to attack them and asks how they dared to be distracted in its presence. After that, the protagonist unties the woman from the chain so they can fight together. He warns her not to fall into the phoenix's control this time, and Yoo A-young thanks him for his concern. The creature becomes irritated, saying they didn't understand that they stood no chance against it. Kim Tae-gyun takes the lead, and the party members' stats increase. Yoo A-young says it's time and decides to use her ability, causing damage to the phoenix. The protagonist is completely surprised to see that. The girl then uses her Amazon spirit transformation. There's a concept of going berserk, triggering the reverse flow of mana for all abilities. Most people avoid using it because it can cause permanent damage to the body, but she can control this power even for a short period of time. She then throws her spear at the phoenix, managing to wound the creature. Before it can regenerate, Yoo A-young charges at it, landing a punch followed by a kick. After this sequence of attacks, the phoenix falls to the shortly after, the girl collapses from exhaustion. Seeing the situation, the phoenix says it will take advantage of the girl's vulnerability to kill her. However, the magical chains reappear, restraining the creature. Kim Tae-gyun says he can't believe the girl used a destructive power far beyond to crush its regenerative abilities. While carrying Yoo A-young in his arms, he says he'll hurt her pride by landing the final blow on the monster. Outside the portal, people are worried because the pair is taking too long to return. They are also concerned because every time their guildmaster enters a battle, she always does reckless things. Shortly after, the protagonist emerges from the portal, carrying the girl in his arms and announcing they have cleared the Temple of Fire. On the internet, rumors start spreading that Yoo A-young is gating the protagonist. The girl becomes embarrassed and wonders what that meant. She questions how the news had leaked since it was a private raid. One of the men gets nervous and says it was hard to keep it secret. Another guy adds that he only told a few close friends. Hearing that, the girl smiles in a frightening way and says they were all going to die together. A while later, her boss enters the room, saying he heard rumors that she used her berserk ability. However, the girl had already destroyed the entire room along with the guys. Shortly after, while walking, Yoo A-young says she had trained to control her berserk state, so using it for just 1 minute was easy. The man asks if she had already figured out Kim Tae-hyun's capabilities. The girl replies that after she fainted, the protagonist fought against the Great Phoenix, and that says it all. She adds that apparently he's already heading toward the abyssal depths. Hearing that, the man is surprised by his rapid growth. Yoo A-young comments that she doesn't understand, because everyone has the desire to advance, but after going a certain way, it's easy to feel satisfied. However, Kim Tae-hyun shows no signs of stopping, using all methods available to go further. Then the girl questions what might be driving him to desperately try to become stronger. The man in turn says he believes it's because the protagonist protagonist loves his country. Since monsters are everywhere, he desires his country to advance with prosperity, but Yue Young says that's impossible. Somewhere in the abyssal depths, two people are sitting on thrones surrounded by corpses. The man seated says to the other that they are now connected. That man is the Archduke of the Abyss. The kneeling person thanks their lord and says that now they will be the strongest of all. The protagonist enters the abyssal portal, saying it is his first time returning to the abyss after regressing. A person appears, welcoming the boy and introducing himself as a member of the World Association of Players and the manager of the Abyssal Depths District, Paula Becker. He then says that, according to the records, this is the boy's first time in the abyss, and the protagonist confirms. The man explains that the boy needs to hire some players to act as guides or mercenaries. The World Association of Players has created player zones, which serve as camps and safe areas to aid in exploring each district of the abyss. However, the depths are dangerous as they could be ambushed by monsters. Thus, the protagonist needs to hire some players to accompany him, but he says is unnecessary. Soon after, a worm emerges from the ground behind the boy, but Kim Tae-hyun quickly eliminates it and reassures Paolo that there is no need to worry since he is just taking a small stroll. He then breathes a sigh of relief, seeing no one else around. After defeating the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, the protagonist fulfilled the requirement of 200 magical powers needed to activate the demonic contract. However, this ability has changed. Instead of controlling monsters, it can now create portals. The boy wonders if this is also an effect of predation. He thinks it would be better to have a powerful creature than to carry around dozens of monsters, so he decides to use the amplifying stone, temporarily enhancing his powers. The demonic contract is activated, initiating the creation of the gate. Kim Tae-hyun crosses the gate and finds a massive castle on the other side. Seeing this, he reflects that he has never heard of this place in the abyss and wonders exactly where he is. 3 demons then appear behind him, attacking and causing a massive explosion, yet the boy remains standing. Upon seeing the protagonist's dagger, the demons remark that it is a dangerous weapon. Kim Tae-hyun realizes these creatures are succubi. Succubi are monsters that drain men's energy through mental attacks like illusions or brainwashing. Kim Tae-hyun charges at the demons, intending to defeat them if they are targets of the contract. However, the succubi easily dodge his attacks. They remark that taming him will be difficult, deciding to use one of their abilities on the protagonist. The boy remains still, and one of the succubi says no man can resist her ability. But Kim Tae-hyun grabs the creature and slams her head into the ground. The other demons look at this in shock. The protagonist then points at them and commands them to bow their heads. The succubi are forced to lower their heads to the boy. One of the demons asks how a human could resist her mind control. Kim Tae-hyun responds that being interested in monsters is abnormal. He then says they should make a contract. To form a monster summoning contract, one of 2 conditions must be met: giving the monster what it desires or forcibly seducing the creature. The protagonist thinks this will allow him to command some monsters. However, he discovers this is not the goal of his contract. Upon learning this, the boy is surprised. Suddenly, several succubi appear behind him, saying he will make a great gift for the queen. Inside the castle, several bodies are hanging from thorny vines. One of the queen's maids notifies her that a human has invaded the castle. The queen laughs and says she'll have some entertainment. Inside the castle, an explosion occurs. Several succubi are chasing the protagonist. They intercept him, seemingly trying to seduce the boy. But at that moment, he invokes his ability, successfully countering his spell and defeating them all. Observing the situation, he concludes that if the succubi are not the contract target, there is only one possibility. A monster capable of controlling all those creatures must exist, likely the queen. The boy then encounters a maid, who asks if he is an intruder and says he should proceed, because the queen is expecting him. A while later, Kim is already in that room. The queen welcomes the protagonist to her palace and introduces herself as the mother of all succubi, named Rosaria. The spirit reveals that she is the target of the demonic contract and that he can now form the summoning pact. Once again, the woman states her name is Rosaria. At that moment, the protagonist is surprised by what he heard, because that was a monster speaking the human language. Rosaria says there is no reason to be so shocked. She states that she was once human, and for that reason, understands his language. Observing the woman's manner of speaking, the protagonist is astonished as she spoke differently from a monster. Shortly after, Rosaria asks the reason for his visit to her castle, and if, by any chance, he had come there to satisfy his lust. However, Kim replies that it was none of those reasons. Instead, he wanted to form a summoning pact. Hearing what the boy said, she bursts out laughing. She claims he would never be able to achieve such a thing, but that he should keep his delusions within limits. Shortly after, the succubus seems to start attacking the protagonist, who then says it was just as he had thought. In the same instant, he invokes his ability, managing to defend against the attack, saying he would have to handle it with his own power. Once again, the succubus tries to attack the boy, who then manages to dodge all her attacks and even counterattacks her. At that moment, he leaps forward, attacking the queen once again, but suddenly his chains are broken, leaving him very surprised by what he saw. The woman begins to laugh, saying it was very amusing. Shortly after, she snaps her fingers, and something extremely strange starts happening. The protagonist feels like he is falling into a bottomless abyss. At the same time, a view of some buildings appears above him. Surprised, Kim wonders what it is, as he can't apply his abilities to his equipment. And moreover, the central space seems to have shifted. Observing the situation, Kim thinks it must be an illusion. However, he wants to know when exactly he fell into it. Meanwhile, the queen is observing everything coldly. She says he has been hypnotized from the beginning, and for that reason has always been in her grasp. Meanwhile, Kim is still hallucinating in the middle of that water, thinking he really needs to escape from it. At that moment, he notices something as the scene changes suddenly. Looking around, the protagonist wonders what it is. Looking ahead, he finds himself face to face with his younger self, who appears to be excited about something, saying he also wants to awaken. His parents, watching this, are very happy. However, his mother says the most important thing is that he has a happy and healthy life. As he observes these memories, the protagonist thinks it was just like that. After all, his father and mother were always like that. Instead of wanting him to achieve a high rank, or some may support their poor family, they always wish for his happiness. As he watches this, the protagonist seems happy. But in the next instant, things change, because the car suddenly appears in flames and his family is destroyed. The boy, meanwhile, can only watch everything in silence. Several scenes from his horrifying past flash through his mind. These memories have always haunted the boy. He thinks he wasn't awakened because he wasn't strong enough, and he couldn't bear to stand against the misfortunes that occurred daily on his path. However, there was something much harder to endure than that, the fact that he didn't help others. Instead, he dragged those who helped him into his misfortunes. His parents truly wished for his happiness, but to be happy, he needed more strength. The scene then shifts back to the present, and the system alerts him that an ability has been detected. As a result, the queen's hypnosis is confirmed, and he attempts to resist using that mysterious power. However, the attempt fails, and as a consequence, his stats are reduced. Thus, he is unable to use his chain ability, and the rest of his abilities are blocked as well. However, there is one ability he can use: predation. At that moment, Kim uses it, and all those horrible memories start to disappear. Observing the situation, the queen says it's very surprising, because he still intends to survive even after facing all that. However, there are some things that don't seem right. In some memories, he appears older than he is now. Additionally, there are memories with outcomes that are opposite to the current timeline. For that reason, the boy probably has many secrets, and so she wants to know what he has to say. As she observes, the wounded begins to laugh, but suddenly she becomes surprised, and a light begins to envelop the area with an unknown person appearing. Seeing them, the queen assumes that must be the king. However, everything is shattered in a matter of seconds. The protagonist, standing behind the woman, says she was spying on someone else's memories, and for that reason, she had a very stressful hobby. He states once again that she should accept his summoning pact with him. Observing the situation, the queen is very surprised because he managed to escape her illusion. Yet she thinks he's still as foolish as ever. Then, the queen asks if he thinks he can kill her with just that toy. Kim responds that he'll have to try to find out if he can. The queen says he's probably bluffing, and in the same instant, grabs the protagonist, declaring she will accept the pact. She then bites the protagonist's neck. With this, the system notifies him that he has fulfilled the conditions of the pact, and thus, it has been established. Additionally, the rank of his skill has been adjusted, and a new hypnosis ability has been registered. Shortly after, Kim falls unconscious, and the queen wishes him a good night's sleep, saying she has chosen him. Time passes, and Kim wakes up to someone calling him. The other man asks if he's okay, and expresses relief that the boy is safe. Kim asks where he is, and Paula replies that it's the player zone, and that he found him unconscious during his patrol. Observing the situation, Kim assumes Rosaria brought him to this place. Looking at his status, he notices the hypnosis ability, and begins analyzing all his statistics. He confirms it was as he suspected. It wasn't a dream. Additionally, he has a new ability, hypnosis, and with the succubus's summoning, he could even face opponents at the level of an entire nation's strength. However, he still wishes to know what suddenly changed her mind. Furthermore, she told him to sleep well in her last moment together, revealing that she also knows about the king. Shortly after, Paula calls for the protagonist, asking what he plans to do now, suggesting he might hire a player to act as his guide. Kim thanks him for his concern, but says everything is fine, as he has finished his business for now. For this reason, he will rest and return home, and the scene shifts to a hospital. A girl seems to be leaving the hospital. Soon after, someone congratulates her on leaving the hospital, asking if she's feeling better. The girl says not only is she fine, but she has also beaten up a few people. The man responds that something more important has come up, saying he has news that might interest her, because the protagonist has returned from the abyssal depths. The woman is surprised, noting that he returned very quickly. The man explains that the place is called the Tomb of Rank S for a reason, but his return isn't the primary concern about that place. The issue is that he encountered that person from before, the leader of one of the 4 great guilds whose name is Khan. The scene then cuts to the protagonist meeting that man. The man asks if his name is Kim, and if so, says he should duel him. Looking at the man, the protagonist recognizes him, confirming he is the leader of one of the 4 great guilds and is known as the best tank in New Korea. He is also an extremely strong and prestigious individual. Shortly after, the man charges at the protagonist. Then a woman runs toward the situation, asking what the man thinks he's doing, because if he continues, he could be banned from this place. She says he'll need to find a way to apologize for what happened. Afterward, the girl introduces herself, saying she is the secretary of that man. She acknowledges the guildmasters citing his forced non-humanitarian recruitment methods, but they're there to officially recruit the protagonist, so if he expresses an intent to join them, there's no need for a duel. Kim asks if they're trying to force him into it. The secretary admits it's true, but says it's not a bad offer for him, because as far as she knows, he will be participating in the Asian Exhibition Games, and among the 4 great guilds, hers specializes in abyssal exploration. For this reason, they can provide support for him. This way, he could earn enough merit points to compensate for any that were lacking. Hearing that offer, Kim remains silent. Shortly after, Kang says that it's already enough, because if he were influenced by words alone, he would have accepted the offer a long time ago. However, Kim replies that it's not true because he had indeed changed his mind. Kang then asks if, by any chance, he's planning to join his group, but the protagonist questions what kind of nonsense he's talking about. He says they would truly do things his way, and for that reason, Kang would have to defeat him if he really wanted him to join the group. Hearing what the boy said, Kang becomes very excited. The scene then cuts to an arena where several people are trying to interview the protagonist. They ask why he accepted the duel with Kang. Hearing all those questions, Kim stays silent, thinking how irritating it all is. Shortly after, an unfamiliar girl appears. She says she needs to talk to the boy. Kim then takes the woman by the hand. He says it's been a long time since he last saw her, assuming they must have met during the players' tests. The woman says that's true, and for that reason it's been a while since they've... Observing the situation, the girl is very surprised because the protagonist actually remembers her. Letting go of her hand, Kim says any questions she has will be answered later, because as she knows due to his plans with Kang, he doesn't have time to answer anything now. For that reason, he says goodbye, and meanwhile begins climbing some stairs. Looking ahead, he comes face to face with his opponent. It's revealed that Kang is already in front of him. Kim is pleased because his battle is about to begin. The announcer starts talking about the match. He states that the victory condition is to make your opponent kneel. As he prepares, Kang says he will test the boy's abilities, and the order is given for the battle to begin. At that moment, Kim activates his ability. He thinks that now, with all the power of the Spirit of the Night came, he could take down even an S-class monster with a single strike, and even someone like Kang wouldn't be able to move so quickly. Observing the attack, Kang says it's not bad, but still not enough to defeat him. Shortly after, he appears behind the protagonist and lands a blow on him. However, Kim manages to dodge, but without giving him a moment to breathe, Kang advances again, landing another punch. Again, the protagonist manages to defend the attack, but it's still not enough because Kang doesn't give him a moment to catch his breath. He advances again, delivering another kick to the boy's face. Watching this, Kang is very pleased, stating that Kim is very good at running, so he will improve that skill. He asks how Kim plans to win that way. Kim replies that unless Kang has a hidden beast, it won't be easy to make him kneel. Kang says that for someone cornered, Kim sure knows how to talk a lot. For that reason, he's truly testing his patience. Observing the scene, the crowd goes wild because Kang is about to unleash his final move. That attack is extremely powerful, and almost no one has ever resisted it. Meanwhile, the girl is watching everything from above. She says she's happy to have witnessed the fight. The man next to her says that if the protagonist loses, he'll have to join Kang's group. The girl agrees, saying he's right. However, she adds that she should have stopped the duel from happening, because Kang's ability is the blessing of animals. The man explains that it mimics the strength of various animals, and it showcases an incredible amount of power in combat. Even for the protagonist, winning a fight against him seemed highly unlikely. However, the girl says it's not like that, because from what she's seen of the protagonist, he has power comparable to Kang's. Meanwhile, Kang's attack is still heading toward the boy. The entire crowd is anticipating the collision of their attacks, but within seconds, something unexpected happens. Kang is simply defeated. The crowd watching is stunned because the man who had never knelt is finally beaten. However, the audience demands another fight, claiming that the result doesn't count. For that reason, they argue the fight is probably invalid. Meanwhile, Kang is deep in thought about his defeat. The protagonist thinks he's happy with the ability he used because it worked perfectly. Observing the situation, Kang is extremely frustrated because he truly lost. Additionally, the protagonist using mind control ability, and for that reason, he never saw it coming. Right after, Kang demands everyone to shut up, stating that he didn't know what ability that was, but losing was his failure, and thus the result was what it was. For that reason, they should calmly accept the outcome of that fight, and if anyone is dissatisfied, they should face him. Observing the situation, another girl comments that losing to the protagonist really irritated her, and that for Kang to kneel like that, the protagonist must have incredible ability. For that reason, the boy never ceases to amaze her. Shortly after, the man appears in front of the protagonist. Kim extends his hand and says it was a good match. The man then says he wants to ask something, questioning if Kim had planned to win that way from the beginning. Kim responds that under certain circumstances, yes. Hearing this, the man becomes very irritated, but still shakes the protagonist's hand, saying that promise is a promise, asking if he wants money or even a unique item. Kim says that wouldn't be bad, but it's not what he desires. The man asks again what he wants. The protagonist replies that he wants the Minotaur's labyrinth, leaving the man very surprised by his request. Sometime later, the scene shifts to another location. A man asks that they are talking about the Minotaur's labyrinth, and another confirms, saying it's the entrance to an abyssal dungeon. It's filled with traps and complex spaces, so they'll need someone with detection abilities. Even though it's at the abyssal entrance, many rank as guilds and players have taken on the challenge and failed. The guild currently holds the raid rights and is about to attempt it again in secret. The man, surprised, asks how Kim could know about that place and if he's okay. The other responds that he couldn't say he isn't stressed, but you can never predict what will happen in the abyss. All they can do is trust those who take on the challenge. To be honest, if he were younger, he would also participate. He reflects that his current concern isn't the difficulty of the dungeon, but rather the people involved, and he hopes his worries won't come true. At the same time, a group begins contacting the president. Apologizing for bothering him, they state it's an urgent matter. They mention that the Japanese Hunter Association has reached out to them. Another boy, surprised, asks what they are talking about, as the issue should already be resolved. Shortly after, a girl mentions that the saint has sent an invitation to a player named Kim. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the control room of the Great Association Gate. A countdown begins. Amid it all, the protagonist observes everything in silence. Shortly after, the order is given, and the entire group heads toward the portal. The scene then cuts to inside the portal, where a battle is underway. Kim is defeating the monsters. Soon after, a man appears saying Kim's abilities are impressive and asking if he likes the weapon he was given. Kim replies that it's not bad, but mentions he had to send his weapon for repairs anyway. The man explains that he planned to tell him that if he joined the guild because having the protagonist on the raid team benefits them, and it didn't seem fair to use it as a reward for that bet. Kim thanks him, then asks if he's sure about the Minotaur's labyrinth raid. Everyone has failed to defeat the Minotaur in the last 30 years, and without special measures, it won't be easy. Shortly after, a girl appears asking him not to worry, because everyone participating in the raid is at least a rank B player. They've already been defeating monsters steadily without rushing. Additionally, the guild's vice leader has been detecting and removing all the traps in the labyrinth. Furthermore, they found some clues about the labyrinth raid a few months ago. Hearing this explanation, Kim states that this only means one thing. The man explains they discovered the corpse of a monster apparently from the labyrinth in the abyssal depths, a giant minotaur's corpse with the same tattoos and patterns found throughout the labyrinth. Additionally, when they touched the corpse, all of it except for the horn turned to dust. Because of this, if the monster truly comes from the labyrinth, they could use tracking skills to follow its trail. Sometime later, the scene shifts again. The protagonist group seems to be heading toward a specific location. Shortly after, they arrive at their destination, the end of the labyrinth. Before them, the statue of a giant minotaur was observing them. The other man, confused, asks where the boss is, and the man replies that it seems they need to complete the horn of that statue. Shortly after, the secretary appears with the horn from earlier. Meanwhile, Kim is silently observing everything, thinking that so far, everything was unfolding exactly as it had in his previous regression. For that reason, he needed to see what would happen next. Then that man takes the horn and places it on the statue. The group is thrilled because they were finally able to complete the labyrinth after 30 years. At that moment, the man seems to notice something, because something unusual is happening with the statue. In a matter of seconds, it transforms into a skeleton. The group looking around is very confused because they are now in a completely different place from before. The scene then cuts to another location, and the protagonist thinks this is exactly as expected. The group, surprised, wonders what had happened. Shortly after, the scene cuts to a man reading a book. He says he has noticed something. He assumes the protagonist has joined the labyrinth team. The man then states they could stop the operation immediately. However, the young man asks not to stop, because this was actually a perfect opportunity. Ranked villains had infiltrated Hyde's team, including 20 rank of villains in total. No matter how skilled the protagonist was, everything had its limits. So he wondered how they would deal with the hidden villains while working in the labyrinth, and for that reason, it was all very amusing. The scene then cuts to the inside of the labyrinth. A person suggests they should introduce themselves first, and a girl introduces herself. She says her name is Miranda, and she is a rank B player. Immediately after, Kim acts quickly for some reason. In that instant, he kicks the girl, saying she is a villain. Kim is the youngest rank as individual in existence. People were always curious to know what kind of person he was. Supposedly, he was a hero like a guild master, always acting as a reliable shield on the front lines. Or maybe even a saint, as the rumors suggested. He sacrificed himself to save the citizens of the Eastern Point, which was very unlikely like someone like him. There was no doubt that the protagonist was an incredible person. The boy observing the scene is surprised because he is witnessing the protagonist assaulting the woman. The young man, confused, asks what Kim had done. Kim responds that the girl is a villain, so he shouldn't worry about it. Drawing his weapon, the man says that's a lie. He then fires the weapon at the protagonist. Dodging the bullets, Kim says it's the truth. However, the man refuses to listen, thinking Miranda was a precious comrade who had been hunting monsters and exploring with them for a long time. For that reason, there was no possibility she was a villain. It was completely impossible. Approaching the girl, the man asks her to wake up. At that moment, the girl punches the man, telling him not to touch her. Immediately after, a group of adventurers appears behind the protagonist. However, that wasn't enough. Kim easily dodges the attack. He wonders who would think there would be 3 villains in total, and for that reason, he decides to take them all out at once. Then the girl seems to prepare for battle, saying it's very strange. Because even among the individual's comrades who had been with them for years, no one had been noticed. Asking how Kim knew all this, the boy tells her not to worry, because it wasn't a matter of her actions. The truth is that Kim had come from the future. Hearing the explanation, the girl says she doesn't care and immediately charges at Kim. She manages to deliver an attack which Kim narrowly avoids. Shortly after, another comrade interferes in the battle. Another also charges at the protagonist. However, Kim narrowly evades the attacks. At that moment, a chain is invoked, successfully binding 2 members of the group. However, the girl is still in the battle. Kim notices this and successfully anticipates her attack. Surprised, the girl wonders what happened. She states she didn't know Kim was that strong. Her ability causes vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations when her nails make contact. Even an S-class player couldn't escape her magic, and she had definitely scratched the protagonist's face at the start. Even so, he hadn't suffered any effects so far. At that moment, Kim ended up apologizing for something. Then he invoked his ability, stating that this type of poison did affect him. The girl, in turn, became very frightened by the power before her. At the same instant, the attack hit her. Time passed. The scene then cut to that crazy guy again. Surprised, he was observing something ahead. He realized that the protagonist was standing before the girl, who apparently was defeated. Irritated, she began to insult the protagonist. At that moment, Kim grabbed the girl by the head. Apologizing, he said he didn't have time to play with her, and for that reason, they were going to do something fun. At the same instant, Kim activated his hypnosis ability. He began asking several questions about her group. The girl then started to fall under hypnosis, revealing that there were 20 infiltrators, including rank S members, and their objective was to sabotage the labyrinth raid. The scene then shifted to another location, where several flowers were stained with someone's ketchup. A secretary, observing what was in front of her, looked very surprised. They were apparently trying to kill that man from earlier. The scene shifted back to the protagonist, who was with the woman who seemed unconscious. Sieg thought there were 5 rank S villains and was sure there had only been 3 before he returned to his world. There had also been an incident involving a gate breach. The future was changing little by little. He supposed this might have happened because of his return. Kim said that in any case, they now knew their goal, and for that reason, they should join the other group. So the two began walking toward that group. Meanwhile, the other guy was still in disbelief that Miranda was really a villain. He wondered if the protagonist had known all of this from the beginning. Kim then said that the way out of there was simpler than he had imagined. That place seemed completely different from before, but it was still part of the labyrinth. Therefore, there should be a passage connecting to another space somewhere else, and since it connected to various spaces, it might not reach it all at once. However, they kept passing through doors, and would eventually find that group. At that moment, the boy began to speak, saying he had a question. He questioned why Kim hadn't told the others about this, because if he had told Master Tagilda about the villain's infiltration from the beginning, none of this would have happened. After that, the two started staring at each other. The protagonist then responded that it was foolish to think that way because it didn't depend on him. Moreover, that other man already knew all about it. The scene then cut to another location, where that guy seemed to be fighting a group of people. He asked what they were doing, as this joke was going too far. Then the secretary had to intervene in the situation, but within seconds, another adventurer appeared to intercept the girl. The man noticed this, and immediately protected her from the attack. He then remarked that this was like being in hell. The secretary, worried, asked if he was okay. However, the man asked her to just stay back because he would handle everything. At that moment, he activated his ability and a battle began to unfold. The secretary said there was no need to protect her because she could fly as well. However, the leader said she shouldn't do that because she couldn't handle those people. Shortly after, the other man said the girl was right, because he didn't have the luxury of protecting others in that situation. Since all this time, they hadn't been hiding their powers. Shortly after, that guy's lantern broke. From within it, an unknown creature emerged. The man then remarked everyone there was at least rank A, with 4 of them being rank S, and they had all done this to kill a man. The man, surprised that they had made many preparations and thought he had a good eye for people. The other man then told him not to worry too much about it, because the evil guild had been working on this plan for years. Therefore, there was no way someone as foolish as him could have uncovered it. The man, irritated, supposed the protagonist was really right about this, because he had said earlier that a group of villains was planning to assassinate him. At first he thought it was all a lie, but then he realized realized it was true. The man, surprised, wondered who knew all about this plan. However, there was something more important. He asked why he hadn't done anything about it. Thus, the man says that a true man never doubts his companions, and as the master of all, he should not doubt them. The group then starts laughing at the man, saying they knew he was stupid from the very beginning, wondering how many years they had worked with that kind of idiot. The secretary then gets very irritated because he hadn't even verified the information about those people. At the same moment, that skull from before ends up being delivering an attack toward the man who barely manages to dodge. The other man then says he had done a good job, thanking him for making the stupidity of keeping them in his team, and that for this reason, he could now die. The man replies that he had said he didn't want to doubt them. At the same moment, he ends up invoking his skill, striking the other man from before, who was easily defeated, affirming that it was actually him who was the idiot. The scene then cuts to another location, with that other boy asking if he was saying how Dagda already knew about all of that. He replies that if he knew that, he shouldn't ask stupid questions. The scene cuts again to another location, where the protagonist is now in front of Kang, asking if he will still leave him lying in the same state as before. Kang then gets up, asking if he didn't think he had seen all his power, affirming that he shouldn't worry because he already believed in the protagonist. However, he never said he would leave it that way. Now it's just the way he wanted. It is revealed that the group had already been brutally defeated. The other boy observing this is surprised. Kim then ends up entering that portal. Thus, he comes across that other man from before. The man asks if Kim hadn't seen the other group, and the boy replies that he hadn't. Given the situation, he only noticed the path ahead, ignoring the rest of the group. Asking what the man was planning to do at that moment, the man remains silent, saying it was frustrating, but he would have to retreat for the moment, because there could still be more villains, and even if they reached the end of the labyrinth, the boss had not yet appeared. And as frustrating as it was, the only option left was to find an escape before suffering more damage. For this reason, he wanted to apologize to the protagonist because that wouldn't have happened if he weren't so stubborn. Shortly after, Kim says that as long as he knows it's enough. The man, irritated, says he went out of his way to apologize, and yet the protagonist was treating him like that. Observing the situation, Kim thinks he had wasted time and hadn't gained any merit points, but that was the right choice at that moment, because he even shared other information about the villains to help with the labyrinth raid. Then the secretary appears, saying they should gather to leave the labyrinth. Kim thinks he only had information about the labyrinth raid and that if the future changed further, he might not have control over everything. For this reason, this time the man was giving up. The secretary then asks if there were any monsters or traps in the other spaces. Hearing this, Kim is very surprised. The other man says they passed through many spaces but fortunately didn't see any traps, so they believed they could leave safely. Observing the situation, Kim wonders why there were no traps or monsters, because the space they were transferred to was filled with those traps along with monsters. However, the places they passed through were just different areas and didn't particularly threaten the players. For this reason, he needed to know why, because if there were no monsters and traps, there was no way the group could have reached the Labyrinth Master before his regression. At the same moment, Kim seems to realize something, that the whole group starts looking to the side, apparently surprised by something. The other man asks what was in front of them because a fearsome creature was staring at them. It is then revealed that the labyrinth boss was in that place, who immediately begins swinging his axe, hitting the group squarely, and with the impact, they are all thrown into the air. Additionally, the regression door was destroyed. Shortly after, the other man tries to grab the to help him. Kim in turn says he is aware of the situation and starts running away. At the same moment, that other man begins activating his skill, and consequently, our boy does the same, starting to engage in close combat toward the Minotaur, and shortly after, the three attacks end up colliding. At that moment, the Minotaur attempted to attack again. However, they managed to dodge. Within seconds, his forehead began to glow, and out of nowhere, a skeletal monster appeared. The other man said that it was a rank S monster. Looking back, Kim saw even more monsters. The secretary wondered what was happening as monsters were suddenly appearing. Soon after, a voice began speaking about those wandering through the labyrinth and those disturbing its rest, stating that for that reason, they shouldn't worry and should proceed forward. It said everything would be resolved all at once. Then the group of monsters started advancing on the other two, who, desperate, were merely awaiting their death. However, their leader appeared managing to defeat some of the Minotaurs, while the protagonist also assisted him. Together, they managed to restrain some of them. Next, the protagonist gave a signal. The man began casting some sort of magic, firing it toward the monsters, which were then defeated. The man remarked that it was impressive, but in the same moment, he was surprised by what he saw. Even though the monsters were severely damaged, they were still alive. With threatening gazes, they began observing the group. At that moment, they seemed to be preparing some sort of attack, firing it toward the other man, who barely dodged and counterattacked with a punch. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. Observing the situation, the man realized that the Minotaurs had regenerative abilities. At that moment, more monsters appeared. The man concluded that he would need to defeat the boss to eliminate all of them at once, but he still didn't know how to achieve that. He could potentially land a blow, but the opponent was not someone he could fight while protecting both the secretary and the protagonist. However, if they could strike simultaneously, there might be a chance. Even so, he kept wondering what to do, because the choice he made would define his path. Then a flashback showed a man asking him to make a choice. The man said that no matter how strong someone was, if they pushed themselves into a duel, the association would have to act. And if he were to accept someone as a comrade, he needed to consider not only their skills, but also what kind of person they were before making a decision. Afterward, the man stated that unlike a reasonable person, he wasn't the type to live doubting everything. The elder said that might suit him better, but sometimes he needed to doubt people more, because he had seen many things during his time as a player, and a small mistake could cost everything. Sometimes he would have to give up something precious to protect something more important. For that reason, strength didn't solve everything. He mentioned that recognizing one's limits and choosing what was most important to achieve goals was the priority. Additionally, those were the true qualities of an excellent player. Listening to the explanation, the man fell silent. He asked if the elder was only saying that because he was weak. At that moment, the scene returned to the present. The man said it was his fault for not taking the elder's words seriously. He declared that if he killed his enemies, his comrades would die as a consequence. But even if he defeated the enemies another way, they would die regardless. For that reason, it didn't matter what choice he made. The outcome would always be the same. However, he could not accept those circumstances. In that moment, he charged at the Minotaur, easily defeating it. Afterward, the man called out to the protagonist. He said he would find a way to protect his comrades and crush those monsters so they would regret it. For that reason, he would make his own choice. Kim, in turn, said he didn't know what the man was talking about. There was still a way to defeat those Minotaurs. Shortly after, an explosion occurred. The Minotaur declared it had made its decision. For that reason, it was a pity. It said this was the worst choice he could have made. But even so, it wouldn't make a difference because the outcome would be the same in the end. Immediately after, the herd of monsters began advancing toward the two. Kang started preparing an attack. He aimed at the group. The Minotaur said it didn't matter how many times he did that, it would make a difference. At that moment, the protagonist appeared amidst the flames. Kim then began using his mysterious ability. Kang remarked that it was now the protagonist's turn. Kim, in a matter of seconds, ends up using his skill against the Minotaur. Thus, a barrier seemingly had been broken, and the monster appeared to have been successfully hit. Moments before that, Kang asks what the way to defeat that monster was. Kim responds that he was just assuming, but just like the spaces there also connected through portals, and the gap where the Minotaur was likely connected to a completely different space, and the monsters were only being revived or even regenerated by the queen after reaching that space again. Therefore, if she didn't have another space, those monsters would immediately disappear. Kang then starts laughing, saying that if he were wrong, everyone would die. However, Kim responds that the situation wouldn't be different if he did the opposite. Meanwhile, the secretary, along with that other crazy guy, was observing everything in silence because they were witnessing a gigantic battle right in front of them. Again, the scene cuts to the present, with Kim managing to hit the Minotaur, where it apparently caused some damage, and at the same moment, the protagonist is surprised. Then Kang charges toward the Minotaur, where he also delivers an attack. Even so, the monster still remains standing. Within seconds, the creature ends up disappearing. Meanwhile, Kim is crying on the ground. Looking down, he is surprised to see Kang completely injured, missing an arm. It hadn't used its power over the previous laws, and for this reason, it was much stronger than before. At the same moment, the protagonist tries to charge at the creature again, but within seconds, he ends up being struck once more. Those observing are very surprised, thinking they couldn't believe the power gap between them was so vast. Therefore, if he didn't use that skill, he would probably be killed. But even with all that, he still wasn't sure if he could defeat that creature. And if he didn't destroy it in one blow, the predation would definitely enter berserk mode. Thus, many unexpected things could end up happening. Even so, under those circumstances, that was the only choice he had left. Shortly after, a flashback of a child appears saying that the way to do it was through application, saying he didn't know why he was suddenly asking about how to use skills, because their descriptions were in the stats window, and the way to manipulate one in reality could change its form in various ways, contrary to what was written in the stats window. For example, the boy used spirit magic, which could be applied to strengthen his body, where he was even capable of creating powerful bullets. And in the current battle, he sometimes mixed skills, and usually only applied force to his ring. Therefore, if there was a skill he wasn't good at controlling, he should try coding it with his own skill, because he was definitely capable of doing that. Then the scene cuts back to the present, with the protagonist striking the Minotaur again. As a result of that attack, the Minotaur's axe ended up being damaged. Even so, the monster tries to attack Kim again. With a threatening gaze, Kim was observing his prey. Then he appears to be charging up a skill, unleashing it against the monster. Thus, their weapons end up being broken. Shortly after, Kim ends up summoning his chain, managing to bind it to the monster. Then he uses his skill again, affirming that it was just as he thought before, because he really was able to do it. He had vaguely felt it before because his skill changed form according to his will, which meant he could probably apply it to his other skills. But even so, he didn't know much about that that mysterious power. However, it didn't matter what the true nature of his skill was. Shortly after, the boy seemingly managed to defeat the Minotaur, saying he intended to make full use that skill. After using his skill, the Minotaur starts to completely disintegrate and is utterly defeated. Subsequently, while all the players are inside the room wondering what happened, the protagonist appears before them with Kwon Kang-hyuk on his back, completely injured. Seeing the two of them, everyone feels relieved and rushes to embrace the protagonist. After the Queen of the Great Minotaur was defeated, the raid team discovered numerous gold and silver treasures hidden in the labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable was an elixir capable of significantly increasing a player's stats just by drinking it. This was a unique great elixir called the Fountain of the Tata. However, there wasn't enough elixir for everyone, so it was given to the protagonist and also to Kwon, who contributed the most to the raid. However, in Kwon's case, he would lose more stats due to the loss of his right arm than he would gain from the elixir. The villains who infiltrated the raid were identified and arrested. Then the players who participated in the raid focused on recovering and resting, and so the chaotic Minotaur Labyrinth raid came to an end. During an interview, a reporter asked Kwon if the rumors about the raid were true. He also asked if it was true that Kwon was planning to retire as a player. However, Kwon Kang-hyuk responded that he wasn't retiring. Instead, he said he was just taking a short break, and a bit annoyed he called everyone idiots. With a furious look, he asked if they didn't understand the meaning of rest. In the background, a girl from his guild told Kwon to be more careful with his words. Then another reporter asked if it was because of his right arm, while another mentioned the Asian exhibition games. When another reporter attempted to ask Kwon a question, Kwon interrupted him. Kwon then replied that the reason was indeed his right arm, but he said they should only focus on the Asian exhibition games. He added that someone capable of replacing him had appeared and told the protagonist to speak for himself at that very moment. The reporters then asked if that wasn't Kim Tae-hyun, the rookie player. Another reporter mentioned that following the Labyrinth raid, the protagonist ranked 5th in contribution, making him perfectly qualified for the team. At this moment, they noted that, in addition, there was a rumor that with the Fountain of the Tata he had obtained, he had likely reached an international level position. Hearing this, a woman responded that it was ridiculous and asked if the boy truly understood what the national strength rank meant. She explained that national strength rank was for monsters on a completely different level, even among rank players. The rank was established because they couldn't be classified under other ranks, but before she could say more, the protagonist stepped onto the stage. He introduced himself and said that he would be one of the representatives in the exhibition games. He mentioned that many of them might be concerned about the replacement player, Kwon Kang-hyuk. He understood that, and no matter how much he had achieved, he was still just a rookie compared to the other players. He also admitted he couldn't guarantee he would perform exceptionally. At that moment, a mysterious man appeared, watching the protagonist. Laughing, he wondered if this would be the new rankers of New Korea. Meanwhile, a woman also observing the protagonist said there was currently no way to confirm the rumors about his national strength rank. In a restaurant, a young man asked his companion whether the protagonist was confident or not. The live audience was already commenting, Tae-hyun didn't seem confident in his victory at all. But that's when Tae-hyun spoke up, and the crowd went silent to listen. He made it clear he wouldn't confirm any rumors, but the games, yes, can reveal a lot, including the rumor that maybe, just maybe, he now has the power of a national-level player. Meanwhile, facing Shadow, Melina begged her master for mercy. She apologized, said she did her best, and that getting out alive was already a miracle. She confessed she had no idea Tae-hyun was so powerful, but Shadow told her to get up, saying that if her opponent was really that strong, she had no reason to blame herself. She gave it her all. At first, he thought about being benevolent, but Shadow made it clear that he feels nothing for the weak, and without hesitation, he killed her right there. Power is the law, he declared, and then, with a deep hatred, called her a coward for running away. He ordered the others to get rid of her body. Shadow was pensive. All of this was very strange. He had invested much more in this mission than in the East Point one, precisely to make sure it wouldn't go wrong. And even with Gwan's assassination failing, it was impossible not to succeed in a simple dungeon like that. Kim Tae-hyun's name echoed in his mind, and he concluded that this year's Asian Games would be very interesting. At that exact moment, Tae-hyun was approaching a new location. He had barely arrived when a guy greeted him, saying that everyone was waiting for him, especially the most powerful players in Korea. Then, the country's newest representative, Kim Tae-hyun, entered the room and felt the super heavy atmosphere. The first to speak was Jin Soo-jung, 7th in the public service ranking, who didn't expect Tae-hyun to be so young. Then came Han Ji-seo, 8th in the ranking, who questioned whether this didn't violate the boy's human rights. But top 4 Shi Wang-guok intervened, telling everyone to calm down. Age has nothing nothing to do with skill, she said. The third in the ranking, Seojin Park, who was also there, said he knew Taehyun would arrive one day, but never imagined it would be so soon. Finally, the president took the floor, admitting that it was chaos to get there. But now that they were gathered, it was time to begin the strategy meeting for the Asian Games. Everyone sat down, ready to pay attention. Then the explanation about the Asian Exhibition Games began. They said that in the past, when the Abyss first appeared, people started to awaken their abilities. It was total chaos, with monsters and malevolent beings everywhere. That's why groups of vigilantes from all over Asia joined to fight these creatures, giving rise to the games. Today, representatives from each Asian country have 7 days to eradicate monsters and malevolent beings. Each one's numbers and classifications are converted into points. And even though people are afraid of these creatures, the games have become a festival for the public. But the truth is that behind all the festivities, a small-scale war is hidden. The Asian Exhibition Games are not just for comparing countries' strength, but also for gaining popularity and visibility. The winning country takes home a lot of money, unique items, and even the right to explore untouched dungeons. Taehyun thought to himself, I knew it. Participating in these games was the right decision. He had a bigger goal. The succubus queen, Rosaria, surely knew about the king, but it was difficult to understand the extent of his power, and he knew she wouldn't just hand over all the information. To talk to her, he needed even more power, and the Asian Games were perfect for that. He could fight stronger players and still earn rewards. It was then that Go Tae-wook brought up a problem. The number 1 spot on the new Korea team was still open. Gon, who was second in the ranking, couldn't participate, just like other strong players like Yongyu. It seemed that Korea's power was not as strong as before, but Seongjin intervened, surprised. I thought this problem was already solved, he said. I heard that this little brat, Taehyun, reached the national level, didn't he? Everyone in the room looked at Taehyun, and the question exploded. National level? They didn't believe it. After all, he was too young for that. Taehyun just smiled and defended himself. It's just a rumor, guys. Calm down. He explained that the plan couldn't be based on this, since his abilities hadn't even been proven. The disappointment was widespread. Someone asked if they needed reinforcements, and the answer was yes, but the question was, who to recruit? The president, however, guaranteed that everything was fine. Although they didn't have as many national-level players as Japan and China, the Asian Games were not just about fighting. The most important thing was hunting monsters to get points. As long as we stay calm, we have a good chance of winning, he stated. Then, the president divided the team. Seongjin, Siang, and Hangyu, with more experience in the Abyss, would be responsible for hunting monsters. Meanwhile, Jinsu, who had more experience in combat against other players, and Taehyun would hunt the malevolent beings. The president was anxious to see them in action since the games would begin the following week, and the day came. On the first day of the Asian Games, a narrator announced the opening ceremony for the Asian Exhibition Games. Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, Japan, China, Korea. The teams from each country gathered for the competition. Japan and China seemed to be the strongest, with national-level players, but China was the favorite, with 3 of them: Feng Liu, Mingming Tsai, and the most powerful, Li Xingsui. Meanwhile, Taehyun's relatives were watching the broadcast. His uncle commented that it would be difficult for Korea to win, and his aunt just wished for Taehyun to be safe. But Jiyoung couldn't take it. What are you talking about? He questioned. He, Taehyun's number 1 fan, would never let them talk him down. Had they forgotten everything Taehyun had done? He was the one who bought the apartment, and even gives them an allowance for each dungeon he completes. In other words, if Taehyun does well, I do well too, he declared. Taehyun's uncle called him a materialist, and his mother, in disbelief, said he was getting worse every day. Do we need an exorcist? She wondered. But Jiyoung insisted that he believed in Taehyun. Go study, my son, go, they said. Back at the games, during the entrance ceremony, someone approached Taehyun. There he is, Korea's newest S-rank, the person said. I owe you one. It was an elegant woman, the saint, Tsurara Yoshikawa. She explained that she was going to deal with the East Point situation, but when she arrived, everything was already resolved. Taehyun realized she was the one who solved the incident in his past life. The power she had made sense for covering everything up. She then asked why he had refused the invitation she sent to personally thank him. In a flashback, after the new Korea meeting, the room emptied, and Taehyun was the last to leave. The president called him and handed him a special invitation from the saint. The president didn't know the reason, but explained that she was one of the rarest players, a superhuman with regenerative abilities who could even heal Gon's arm. He suggested that Taehyun meet her before the games, but Taehyun replied that he would refuse. Go Tae-wook, shocked, asked why he would do that, since Gon got hurt protecting him. The president, however, asked Taehyun to explain. Taehyun said he couldn't give details, but the reason was simple. Back in the present, he addressed the saint. I know very well the horrible truth hidden behind your title as a saint. He said that was all, and the saint didn't seem to like it at all. Taehyun simply turned and left. Shinji asked the saint what she thought. He really had a significant reason to refuse, she said, said. Taehyun knows a lot about me. Shinji suggested they should stop him immediately, but the saint smiled. That's not what I meant, she replied. She explained that although everyone was impressed with his power, the most incredible thing was how much he knew. He achieved things that would be impossible without knowledge and foresight. She couldn't imagine where he would have heard about the truth behind her title, and she decided that she wanted this boy to become hers as soon as possible. The narrator announced the moment everyone was waiting for, the start of the Asian Exhibition Games. The countdown began. The host, Alex Go, an A-rank player from Singapore, hyped up the crowd. As the count reached 5, 4, Shinji asked if everyone remembered their roles. He looked to the side and noticed something. Where was Taehyun? Panic set in. The second the host shouted for the festival to begin, a blade cut his throat. Taehyun decapitated him with a smile. Terror took over everyone. Seongjin was paralyzed, but the Chinese team went on the attack, and the Koreans immediately moved to protect Taehyun. Lee Shin-chul and Shinji Nakata advanced, and everyone on the team united to defend the boy. A great explosion shook the arena, and the crowd wondered why the host's head flew off. After the smoke cleared, they were still protecting Taehyun. Poor Xiang was shocked. What happened? He lost his head, she said, but Lee Shin-chul laughed and confirmed, he killed the host. And you still protect him? He's going to kill all of us. The ghost sword Shinji approached. The saint, Tsurara, said he could kill anyone he wanted, as long as he left Taehyun alive. The association presidents, including those from New Korea and Singapore, came over to intervene. The president of Korea tried to calm the situation. It must be a misunderstanding. Our representative would never do that. The president of Singapore replied, he beheaded the host. That's when Taehyun spoke. He was the malevolent being Chai Wan, he revealed. Chai Wan, an S-rank malevolent being, tortured and killed 30 passengers on a luxury cruise. Associations from several countries offered billions for his head, but the bastard disappeared after selling information and profiting from the passengers' torture. He simply changed his appearance. The president of Singapore was stunned. You're not saying that? Taehyun interrupted her. The reason he was never caught is because he can change his appearance, just like he did now. Taehyun stepped on Chaewon's head, and his face changed. The audience was impressed. Taehyun gave all the credit for the information to Snipe Walker. Another player commented that Taehyun was very interesting. On the scoreboard, New Korea was already in first place with 1,000 points. The narrator explained that the games were suspended for a few hours, as the murdered host was revealed to be a malevolent being, but now the games have resumed. The players from each country left the arena to hunt monsters. Kim Tae-hyun had already scored the first points of the games, and after giving all the credit to Snipe Walker, he went out to hunt malevolent beings. At the guild, Snipe Walker's vice president said he had no idea they were hiding this information. Young-yu said she didn't know either. The vice president asked why Taehyun lied. She replied that she had no idea, but it was kind of him to announce the guild's name. We've received so many calls we can't even work properly anymore, she complained. Young-yu then thought, my darling must have done everything himself. The vice president asked if Taehyun was her darling, and she replied, don't tell me my darling knew. Later, at night in the city, a house had a hole in the ceiling. Inside, a defeated malevolent being. It was Gant, an A-rank. He asked how Taehyun found him. Taehyun replied that it was very easy, even obvious. That's when he got a call. It was Jung-yu calling him sweetie, honey, beloved. Taehyun joked that she took a long time to call, and she complained about the flood of calls she received because of him. Taehyun asked if the line was secure, and Jung-yu already knew he was expecting that. That's why she called him first. Taehyun explained that he couldn't get on a secure line with a normal cell phone. He asked her for 2 favors, to research something for him, and to give him some other information about the malevolent beings. Jung-yu said she had already given the information to the association, but Taehyun knew they wouldn't win by hunting small fish like this. The target had to be big, like the official malevolent guild. At that moment, a person appeared in front of Taehyun. I introduced myself as Haim Kimura, she said. Taehyun asked, what was that? It's too noisy. Wait, Jung-yu, I'll talk to you later. Kimura said he would be punished for tarnishing the saint's name. Taehyun was confused. What do you mean, tarnishing her name? What did I do? The narrator explained, Kimura Haim was one of the S-rank participants in the Japanese exhibition games, and he was completely in love with the saint. If Nakata Shinji was a graceful and precise swordsman, Haim Kimura was a reckless and powerful warrior who destroyed his enemies without mercy. But it didn't matter how powerful he was. It was useless if he couldn't hit the enemy. Taehyun was on the phone and dodged all the blows. Kimura didn't understand why none of the attacks hit him. How can someone like him dodge all this? He wondered. Meanwhile, Jung-yu explained to Taehyun that the association couldn't just attack the malevolent guild. You want a direct target from them? They would hide immediately. Even with information, we won't go after them until we're sure we can get them. You shouldn't poke a hornet's nest unnecessarily, she said, or everything could get out of control. Taehyun agreed. He dodged dodged one of Kimura's blows, who felt death approaching. Tae-hyun then slapped him. "It's possible if I can, isn't it?" he said. "I can know exactly where the person is if you give me the information. I can't explain why, but trust me. Haven't I proven it with results so far?" Young-yu complained. "Oh, honestly," but she agreed. Okay. We don't know much about the guild, but we'll give you information about the 3 warlords. They are people who control the underworld and even parts of society. They are 3 great leaders of the demonic humans in Asia. We managed to get in contact with one of Miyazaki Kenji's executives. If you capture him, he'll spill all the information. But if it goes wrong, you could make enemies in the games. What are you going to do? She asked. Tae-hyun thought about the lords. They're not as important as the guild, but it's not a bad choice. He said, "Okay, you can start with them." Young-yu agreed and said she would arrange everything. Tae-hyun thanked her, but Young-yu asked if he wouldn't ask her out for dinner. "Yes, after the games are over," he replied. Suddenly, Kimura got up, cursing Tae-hyun a lot. "How long are you going to underestimate me?" he yelled. "If you don't fight properly, I'll destroy everything." Tae-hyun said he wasn't underestimating him. "First, I'm going to corrupt all your senses," Kimura warned, activating his domination of the 5 senses. Tae-hyun thought he was doing Kimura a favor. Doesn't he know that fighting between participants is forbidden? If he doesn't listen to me, I have no choice but to get a little serious. He invoked the Death Knight King's zeal, and poor Kimura was caught by surprise. Meanwhile, Nakata was with the Saint. He said Kimura was defeated and that he had already arranged the media, blaming it on demonic humans. But after the defeat, Kimura kept repeating the last phrase he heard. "Now I'm going to get serious with you." It seemed that Kimura was under a mind control ability, and that it would take him a month to recover, so he wouldn't be able to participate in the games anymore. The Saint concluded that Tae-hyun had an ability the media didn't know about. Nakata suggested they might have to intervene, but the Saint smiled. "He has a lot of little jokes, doesn't he?" she said. "We won't get points without him, silly." She wasn't worried. She already expected Kimura to lose. "I already have another plan," she guaranteed. Then, in a dirty, dark room, the door opened. Nakata and the Saint found a prisoner. It was Ryoma Izaka, the one Tae-hyun had beaten the crap out of. The Saint said it was time for him to go to work. Meanwhile, in an unknown place in the abyss, a woman was moving quickly. She suddenly stopped. It was Rikaya, an S rank from the Philippines. She asked why the person was trying to kill them. "Why do you want first place by doing something so cowardly?" she questioned. The person was Shushin, who replied that he wasn't kidding. "I like this. I'm here because it was a request from the Chinese Association," he said. The Filipino participants were shocked. "What do you mean? The president of the Chinese Association asked for this? It's ridiculous. Does he want to start a war?" they wondered. Rikaya protected the other participant and told her to run, while she would try to hold off that monster. But after a while, Rikaya was already dead. Shushin thought, for my president to order this, there must be something very interesting. He wondered what the next country would be. It's Korea, he remembered, and his next target would be Kim Tae-hyun. The news spread. The Asian Exhibition Games scoreboard for the first day showed New Korea in first place, with a 1550-point lead. In second came China with 700, and Japan in third with 500. The broadcast showed the representatives hunting demonic humans. The audience was shocked. New Korea is leading? Japan and China have national players. What are they doing? They said that Kimura Rei from Japan surrendered because of an injury caused by demonic humans. But then the bombshell news. Players from Singapore were found dead, and those from the Philippines missing. The public realized that something was very wrong. In the luxury hotel, Tae-hyun was looking at the news. The Games Committee had formed an investigation group to find out what happened and asked for the cooperation of all countries. Tae-hyun remembered that in his past life, this only started on the third day. Is it happening on the first day now? If the events were the same, he knew the culprits were the national-level players from China. They were doing this to show their strength and get rid of competitors. But the biggest reason he knew was the ambition of the Chinese Association president. Tae-hyun grumbled, "Both the Saint and those idiots just won't let me rest in peace." Since the situation had come to this point, he had no choice but to speed things up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He was startled and asked who it was. "Open up, Tae-hyun. It's me, Jang Jin-soo," the voice replied. He had found out from the hotel that Tae-hyun was there. "I want to have a little chat with you," he said. Tae-hyun was surprised. "Jang Jin-soo is here?" On the terrace, Jang asked what Tae-hyun was doing. "At the beginning of the ceremony, you decapitate a person, ignore all our plans, and do everything yourself? Don't you realize you're part of a team?" Tae-hyun found the speech familiar. Jang continued, "No matter the reason, I'm disappointed. You could have at least shared the information you had." But Tae-hyun interrupted him, saying that he had just been attacked by Kimura Ren. Jang was shocked. It wasn't the demonic humans? Tae-hyun confirmed that he managed to stop the attack, but the fact that Kimura had found him meant that there was an infiltrator in the association. Jang was offended. "Are you accusing me? Am I the most suspicious?" But Tae-hyun explained that it wasn't that simple. Anyone with access to the information was a suspect, including him. He had to act cautiously. He was the one who discovered that the host was a malevolent being. "If the S-rank players aren't killed, the national ones won't be either," he explained. "The national level ones are attacking the others to decrease the number of competitors. Yes, I plan to do things alone. I don't like their methods." Tae-hyun then said he was leaving. Jang yelled for him to come back, but Tae-hyun simply slammed the door in his face. this. Jang was furious. Insolent brat! How can a rookie do this? He's going to pay, he swore. Taehyun on the outside heard and saw everything with his stealth ability. He wondered if Jang Jinsu was the spy. In his past life, he never found out. But after Kimura found him, he was sure there was one. I can't trust anyone now, he thought. Until he found out who it was, he would take care of something else. He received a message. It was from his beloved darling, a perfect guide from Ah Hyung-yu to find the 3 warlords. Taehyun thought, what the hell is this? Later, in some McDoria, Taehyun ordered a cheeseburger and a soda. He was disguised in a coat, and it seemed to be working. No one recognized him, but he was observing other people. These are Miyazaki Kenji's subordinates, he realized. They act like high school students. That bag must be full of illegal items. All he needed was to follow them to Miyazaki. That's when the person sitting next to him spoke. It's been a while, hasn't it? Taehyun turned and saw who it was. Ryoma Isaka. Taehyun was shocked. He was in a life sentence because of the East Point incident. How is he here? Ryoma said he didn't want to fight there. Taehyun told him to cut the crap and get out of there. Ryoma laughed. Get out of here? Are you in a position to tell me that? You're also trying to be stealthy, aren't you? Ryoma broke the glass, drawing everyone's attention. Miyazaki's employees realized who Taehyun was and wondered if he was there to catch them. They grabbed the bag and ran. Damn it, Taehyun thought. Now I have to capture them. Ryoma warned that he didn't want to fight there and used his aura to knock everyone in the store down. Taehyun was impressed. He did that with just his aura? He got stronger than he was at East Point. Ryoma asked if he was after Miyazaki Kenji. Give me a minute to talk, he asked. I promise it won't be a waste of time. Taehyun tied him up with chains and said he had 1 minute. But if you talk nonsense, you'll regret ruining my plan. Ryoma said that brought back good memories, but that he wasn't the same as before. When he tried to move, Taehyun used gluttony on the chains, and Ryoma could barely move. What is this pressure? How much stronger did Taehyun get in the meantime? He wondered. Taehyun said he had 50 seconds. Ryoma got nervous. I'll get straight to the point, he said. Taehyun alone can't take down the 3 warlords. You'll end up falling into a trap and dying. Taehyun said he had 30 seconds. Ryoma said it was different for him, that he had connections and could lead him to Miyazaki. It's a good offer, isn't it? Taehyun said he had 10 seconds. What else do you want, you bastard? Ryoma asked. Time was up. Ryoma complained that Taehyun hadn't counted a full minute. That's when he felt even more pain because of gluttony and begged for mercy. Your offer was nice, but it's a little suspicious, Taehyun said. A guy like you suddenly wants to help me. What's your real plan? He used Rosaria's hypnosis to ask who was behind him. Later, in an abandoned warehouse, people were running desperately, but they were knocked down with a single attack. The one who did it was Nakata. The saint appeared, applauding. That was quite a performance. Nakata asked if she was really okay with Ryoma's situation. He already lost to Taehyun once, and with the rumors that Taehyun is now at a national level, even with the holy power you gave Ryoma, it's still not enough for him to win, Nakata said. He risks being punished by the Oath of the Awakened, which requires him to bring him to you. You should be worried about that. The saint said there was no need. It didn't matter if Ryoma won or lost. According to the information I have, Taehyun is going after the 3 warlords, and Ryoma has already had contact with the demonic humans and has ties with Miyazaki Kenji, one of the members of the 3 great warlords. Since Ryoma can't defeat Taehyun alone, they must act together to get Miyazaki, she said. Of course it won't be easy, but there's a mystery about this child, and that's why I need information. I want to know how he fights, his values, abilities, personality, and the power he's hiding. No matter what end Ryoma has, we just need to get the information from his body afterward, the saint concluded. Taehyun left me no other choice. Later that night, in another abandoned place, Miyazaki was with his group. He asked why Ryoma was late. Where's the kid from Korea? Why didn't you bring him along? But Ryoma said that in that world, the strong hunt the weak. The weak are at the mercy of the strong. It's an unfair world. I have a suggestion for you, Miyazaki, he said, crying and all bruised. Do everything I say if you want to live. At that moment, Taehyun broke the ceiling. No one expected it. He came in, and the Death Knight King already had everyone on the ground. Taehyun said that to survive, they had to listen to the strongest. He asked who Miyazaki Kenji was, and he realized, the only person who managed to get up. Miyazaki said that Taehyun had planned everything. I'm going to kill you, he yelled. The battle began. Ryoma, seeing that, remembered the plan. Taehyun ate a little chip and said that Ryoma's plan was interesting. You have a deal with the saint, don't you? That's why you appeared in front of me. Is it mind control? He asked. Taehyun said it was fine. He would follow Ryoma's plan. Your plan was to lead me to Miyazaki, right? Then take me there. But of course I'll use my methods. Ryoma told him to stop. Since you captured me, I'll never help you. And even if I do, the ghost sword and the saint will kill us. Taehyun said that if Ryoma didn't help him, he would kill him right there. I don't care if trash like you dies, but I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. The plan is simple. You help me as much as you can during the games and then spend your life regretting it with the victims. If you do that, I'll save you from the saint and the 3 warlords, Taehyun promised. Ryoma was shocked. Do you know what you're saying? This is insane. They're national level. Do you really think you can defeat everyone? Taehyun gave a little smile and said, of course I can. Back in the present, Ryoma watched that scene and started laughing nervously. He thought Taehyun was a complete monster. Taehyun was pressing Miyazaki's face and told him to open the gate to the the three warlords. In a hideout of Tetsuo, one of the lords, in the abyss, several bodies lay on the ground. Sitting on the throne was Lee Xingqiu. He asked why that person had come to him. If your request is insignificant, I'll crush your head. The person kneeling was Tetsuo himself, who wanted to give a legendary item to Lee Xingqiu. He said he focused on security, but he had a legendary item for him. Before that, I need a favor. Get rid of a person who is after me, Tetsuo asked. They had set up a trap, but there was a chance it would fail. And if it failed, that person would soon find them. Lee Xingqiu became more interested in the person than in the item. Is there someone you even fear? He asked. Who is it? Before Tetsuo could answer, a fighting noise was heard from outside. Bodies were flying. Walls were breaking. The door was broken down, and who came in was Tai Hyun, tearing everyone up. He was with Ryoma. Tetsuo asked why Ryoma was doing that. Ryoma replied that now Tai Hyun had to win. Lee Xingqiu was impressed. Our plan is just to move forward, partner, Tai Hyun said. The fight got ugly when Lee Xingqiu entered. Tai Hyun thought the situation had exceeded his expectations. There was a national hunter from China there too. So you're the guy who scared Tetsuo? Lee Xingqiu asked. The president of the Chinese Association also asked me to take care of you. It's great. 2 birds with 1 stone. Ryoma warned that this was Xu Shen and asked if Tai Hyun intended to fight him. Tai Hyun said it was obvious that Shui was cooperating with the 3 lords. It was you who assassinated the other participants, wasn't it? And you know that just by mentioning the association? You catch on quickly, huh? Shui said. It's Korea's turn, Tai Hyun retorted. Looks like I was lucky to find you here. You die here and now. Shui called him a little brat. The fight began, and Tetsuo was terrified. The subordinates told him to run. Is Shui going to lose? Ryoma provoked. My partner Tai Hyun is going to take out everyone. But Tai Hyun stopped everyone with the Death Knight King's zeal, including Ryoma. Why me too? Ryoma asked. Shui laughed. Do you really think you can get distracted during a fight? He said. Tai Hyun thought about Shushen, the mystic deity, the god of strength. He was by far the strongest national-level hunter in the Asian Games, a monster who defeated hundreds of creatures and players. But his true strength wasn't just in physical strength, but in his ghost ability, which had a destructive force that exceeded physical power. That's when Xu Shen used the Death Scythe. I am the Grim Reaper himself, he said. The Death Scythe was an ability that manifested a weapon to amplify the user's stats. The scythe's durability was even greater than that of unique weapons, but in exchange, all the user's other abilities were reduced. It was a terrible ability for Tai Hyun to get for himself. The palace wall split, and they fell. Zhui with his scythe, and Tai Hyun with his gluttony dagger. Even with Tai Hyun hitting the scythe hard, it remained intact, while his dagger broke. What's wrong? Shui asked. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Tai Hyun thought this was a pain. If he continued like this, both blades would break. He used his chains to trap Shui, who was a little impressed. Tai Hyun thought that if he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. In addition to the chains, he used the Death Knight King's zeal, but Zhu said that a weakling is always a weakling. Do you really think these tricks will work on me? That's why you're not national level yet, Zhu said. Tai Hyun didn't expect that. Zhui used the Death Scythe to kill the Death Knight King. Tetsuo, watching from above, thought the fight was over. Tai Hyun seemed powerful, but not enough to compete with a national level hunter. Tetsuo said to leave Ryoma alive and take him hostage for the Saint. He wondered if Ryoma had betrayed the lords and the Saint. What did he see in this Tai Hyun guy? Tai Hyun has already lost. Now we just have to wait for Shui to come back, he thought. But when he looked at the battlefield, Shui was bleeding, and Tai Hyun was standing, intact. Tetsuo was shocked. What happened? I just blinked. Shui was spitting blood, almost dead. Shui remembered that the moment he tried to cut Tai Hyun in half, mana surged from his dagger. I was leading the fight. His blades are almost broken. Why am I on the ground? He asked if Tai Hyun had been hiding his power all along and tried to attack him from behind. But Tai Hyun turned around instantly. These 2 daggers are rare class equipment, he thought. They worked against the Minotaur Queen, but I learned something in that fight. If I use the power of gluttony and not my mana, it won't be consumed. That means I can use gluttony to the maximum. The weapon that broke wasn't Tai Hyun's dagger. It was Zhu's Death Scythe. You can have the weapon, Tai Hyun told Shui, but in return, I'll take your life. Before Zhu could finish his sentence, he was killed right there. Tetsuo was desperate. Ryoma was unconscious. Gluttony was consuming Shui's body on the battlefield. At that moment, it was confirmed that Tai Hyun Qin had the power of a national-level hunter. Meanwhile, in a luxurious place, in the rain, a person said, So, Zhui Xin decided to act. The woman who was in bed replied, Tetsuo decided to ask Zhui Shen for help in exchange for a legendary item. The people there were Chai Ming, a national rank hunter from China, and Ping Gua, one of the 3 warlords. Ping said that Shui couldn't lose to a little brat from Korea. He's national level. That's when the phone rang. Ming answered, and the person on the other end of the line was Zhang Long, the president of the Chinese Association. Sui Shen is dead, Zhang Long said. You need to bring Tai Hyun Qin's head. Of course Tai Hyun wouldn't miss the opportunity to use gluttony on Zhu's body. His strength increased dramatically. As expected, gluttony doesn't work on the dead, only on living targets, he thought. But this doesn't seem to be the only condition to get an ability from a being. The concept of gluttony in a human is a little strange, but he didn't need to worry about criminals like Xu. He was curious about the voice that appeared appeared in his head when he lost control of gluttony. He needed to learn more about this power. After Sui Shen's death, everything became calm. Tetsuo submitted to Tai Hyun. Tai Hyun used Rosaria's hypnosis to erase the memories of Tetsuo and the other demonic humans and handed them over to the association. Ryoma had nothing else to do there, and Tai Hyun sent him back to the saint. Ryoma was desperate. "What do you mean, send me back? The saint will read my mind. I'm going to die." But Tai Hyun said he would be fine. "The saint isn't even that interested in you. You're trapped by the pact. If she reads your memories, she'll see that this is a good opportunity to get in touch with me again." Tai Hyun thought he didn't have high hopes for Ryoma. The problems now are the other two warlords, he thought. He had discovered a lot with hypnosis on Tetsuo, but he knew they must already know he was after them. He could think about that while taking a break. In the news on the third day of the games, national hunter Xu Shen was missing. The Chinese government asked for help. Meanwhile, the South Korean Tai Hyun captured Tetsuo, one of the three lords, and Korea rose to first place. Tai Hyun thought the president of the Chinese Association must already know that Xu Shen was dead. He was grateful to be able to do all that. That's when he received a call from Zhang Jinsu. Later, when they met, Jinsu said he thought he wouldn't come. He thanked Taehyun for responding. Taehyun asked if he was sure that Pinghua, one of the lords, was in that building. "Yes," Jinsu replied. "I can't reveal my sources, but the information is legitimate. She came in here last night to hide until the games are over." Taehyun realized that this was one of the hideouts he saw in Tetsuo's mind. "Why are you giving me this information?" Taehyun asked. "I thought you hated me." Jinsu said it was to prove he wasn't a spy. He had understood what Taehyun said last time. "I was attacked by another country, but I want to prove I'm not a spy. I prepared this information so you'll trust me." But Taehyun already knew he was the spy. Right after the conversation he had with Jinsu, Taehyun received a call from Yang Yu, who confirmed there was a spy on the team. Taehyun asked if it was Jinsu, and she asked how he knew. "I just suspected," he replied. "But who is he spying for? Japan?" "No," Yang Yu replied. "He's spying for China. He frequented Chinese casinos and probably made a deal to pay off his debts." "So how did Kimura know my location?" Taehyun asked. Yang Yu explained that, unfortunately, there was another spy on the team, working for Japan. Taehyun thought, two spies on the same team? How does this association work? Is it just traitors? But Yang Yu calmed him down. "Don't worry, I'll report this to the president." But Taehyun asked her not to. First, because if Jinsu was arrested, the Japanese spy would hide. Second, now that he knew who the spy was, he could use him to his advantage. Jinsu said the building was full of traps and demonic humans. Now we just have to go in and get them out of there. But he thought, perfect. This idiot is going to die here. I was ordered to bring him. What Jinsu didn't know was that Pinghua wasn't alone in there. Chai Ming, a national player, was also there. But Taehyun surprised him, using zeal and gluttony at the same time to blow up the entire building. He simply annihilated it. "I'm getting used to gluttony," Taehyun said. "It seems stronger than before." Poor Jinsu was paralyzed with despair. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Taehyun reminded him. "You yourself said it was full of traps and demonic humans. Why should I go in? Just tear down the building." Jinsu thought he was crazy and accused him of violating human rights. Taehyun pointed. "That person under the rubble is Pinghua, isn't it?" Pinghua screamed, asking why Jinsu betrayed them. "You damn gambling addict." Taehyun asked Jinsu about the betrayal. He yelled incomprehensible things. Pinghua said that Taehyun might be laughing, but he was going to die. Taehyun smiled. "Chai Ming, isn't it? I already knew." The two asked how he knew. Taehyun asked, "Which information do you want to know how I know? That you're a spy or that Ming is here?" Jinsu didn't believe that he had never trusted him and went on the attack, but he spat blood. It wasn't Taehyun. The system warned him that his body was almost dominated by the five senses, but gluttony resisted. Still, his vision, hearing, and touch were partially impaired. "This is Ming's ability," Taehyun thought. "None of my senses are working right. Not even gluttony could completely dominate this effect." Ming said he didn't expect him to tear down the building. "I wondered what kind of person defeated Xu Shen. Now I know he's a maniac." Taehyun stared at him. "I'm a maniac? Who's having an affair with a demonic human?" He said he didn't care about Ming, but about his ability. Meanwhile, at the Saint Sanctuary, she was reading Ryoma's memories. Taehyun not only became a national-level player, but also defeated Xu Shen. "You betrayed me, didn't you, Ryoma?" she said, smiling. "Don't worry, it's okay." As Taehyun himself said, "I'm not interested in your life. In the end, he'll meet me. You served your purpose." She then came back to herself. "However, some things didn't go according to my plan. You want to go after the three warlords, don't you, Ryoma?" The saint said she would meet him in person. In a flashback, the president of the Chinese Association passed the mission to them, with three goals: win the games, kill the weaker ones from the other associations, and prove China's superiority to create a monopoly on dungeons and magic stones. "You can do anything," he said. "Murder, Torture. Whatever it takes. I will cover up all the crimes. Xu Shen said he didn't care about the crimes. He just wanted to fight strong people. Lin Peng said it wasn't so bad, but Ming Ming thought everyone around him was insane. But that wasn't his problem. He also killed many people, but for love, to be with Pinghua. Now, their interests aligned. The president told him to bring Tai Hyun's head. Pinghua was also in danger because of this brat. Ming Ming thought that now he could kill without a guilty conscience, but when he felt Tai Hyun's power, he was terrified. Tai Hyun invoked the great power, and that devouring monster looked hungry. Ming Ming wondered if the domination of the five senses hadn't worked. He defeated Xu Shen. He must be at the national level, he thought, but this power is monstrous. He has surpassed human limits. Tai Hyun said that the domination disabled all senses, right? If I couldn't use my gluttony with this, it would be a big problem, but I can. So, it's fine. And I'll make good use of your ability, he said, and told gluttony to devour him. The vortex of gluttony swallowed him whole. The system acquired the new ability, domination of the five senses. I was needing a weapon, Tai Hyun said. Look at this luck, the weapon that the national level used. It must be good. The dagger was called Headache, and it was a unique rank. Tai Hyun thought that China had lost 2 national rank players. There's only one more to eliminate. Even if he's strong, he won't be able to carry China alone. And with the points for taking down Pinghua, the Asian games are already over. He was more worried about Japan, which was very quiet. That's when a helicopter appeared. Who jumped from there? The Saint. She fell, breaking everything, and said, "Finally, we meet again." Tai Hyun wondered why she was there. The narrator explained, Yoshikara Tsurara had a hyper-regeneration ability, which could even regenerate lost limbs. She used it to perform miracles. And along with the sacred orders, an ability that calmed mental suffering and granted a buff that increased physical power. That's why she earned the title of Saint. True divine power can change memories and even perform brainwashing, the narrator explained. She used this ability to create a legion. Tai Hyun thought, now it's my turn. He asked how the Saint found him, since he had never told Ryoma his location. She replied that he should know she wasn't after the lords. Tai Hyun asked if she did all that just to see him. That's kind of weird, he said. She asked how he could be so calm. I know my duties as a saint. I must give strength to others to continue living in this cruel world. How do I do that? I make them worship me as a goddess. Knowing someone as elegant, beautiful, sexy, sacred, and perfect as me makes everyone happy. Adoring me is the motivation to keep living, she said. Why are you so calm? Tai Hyun realized she was completely insane, but the saint said it was fine. Her duty was to lead people like Tai Hyun to salvation. An entire fleet of cars approached. Tai Hyun wondered why there were so many civilians. That's when he realized they were all brainwashed. The saint said he should already know she had searched Ryoma's memories, but there's one thing I didn't understand. The source of your information. Prepare yourself, she said. No matter how many secrets and power you have, I just need to make it so you can't use them. She said that killing civilians wasn't his code of conduct. He needed to kill the civilians or get out of there alive. Tai Hyun thought, this damn subhuman is using civilians as a shield. Later in Korea, 2 members of Nightwalker found the hideout of the last of the 3 Lords of War, Shadow. To think they managed to hide an entire area, one of them said, but he turned and saw the other member with his head blown off. Shadow appeared. Nightwalker, he said, it seems my land is full of pests. The man was terrified and couldn't fight against death. Shadow thought that Tetsuo must have said everything. This Kim Tae-hyun guy is ruining everything. He even managed to kill Xu Shen. Shadow's subordinates prepared the portal. Shadow thought that Tae-hyun couldn't get too arrogant. Tae-hyun isn't the only genius in this world, he thought. I've already witnessed the pinnacle of all existing talent 10 years ago. He told his group that they would go to the abyss. Back at the scene with the civilians, they threw themselves at Tae-hyun. The Saint said that he had saved several lives at East Point and that, because of that, he wouldn't attack mere civilians. She just needed to wait until he surrendered. But Tae-hyun didn't care and dealt punches to everyone who approached. What are you doing? The Saint asked. They are innocent civilians. Tae-hyun replied. What do you mean? They attacked me first, and you're the one who controlled all of them. He pulled her with a chain and hit her in the face with a kick. The Saint wondered if her analysis was wrong. Is the hero of East Point this piece of crap? But she realized he had attacked weakly. No civilian had died. It was a trick, but she had her own tricks. She threw seeds on the ground and invoked a large sacred tree. Tae-hyun, of course, saved the people with his chains. She used regeneration on seeds, he wondered, and still hurt the people she controlled. The Saint already expected this. He acted with violence, so I would believe he wouldn't hurt the civilians. Now, it's too late for him to do anything, she thought. At that moment, the woman in Tae-hyun's lap started attacking him like a zombie. The Saint said that from then on, no matter if they fainted, broke bones, or had their flesh torn, no one would stop. Accept my salvation, she said. Branches, divine power, and controlled people attacked Tae-hyun at the same time. The crimes you have committed are unforgivable, he said. The Saint felt something strange. She was affected by the domination of the 5 senses. She cried blood, spat blood, and felt her mana flow corrupted. She wondered if it was Chai Ming's ability. He has the same ability? Is it a coincidence? He hasn't used it until today. Tae-hyun, preparing all his power, said she needed a beating. The poor thing was terrified. While he held the civilians with the chains, he slapped the Saint. After everything was destroyed, the civilians were trapped in the chains, and the Saint was crawling. Your recovery because of your ability is impressive, Taehyun said. You're still alive after all that. She asked how he had the domination of the 5 senses. I knew you would notice, Taehyun replied. What do you mean? Taehyun realized she would try to erase his memories. You can try, he said. He was already expecting this. The Holy Order was an ability that controlled the target's memories, which meant she could see his mind. He remembered the dream he had at East Point and how Rosaria's treatment changed after she saw his mind. He wanted to know the secret behind gluttony. And if the saint entered his mind, he could guess. The saint laughed loudly. Are you really underestimating me? She asked. If you want it so badly, I'll give it to you. She invoked the sacred power, the true angel. I don't know what you're planning, but it's impossible to resist divine power. But when she entered his mind, she saw the great throne of gluttony, a sea of blood. The throne was empty, but the king who was there spoke, saying that Taehyun used his head, and the saint was terrified. The king asked if he had used this little fly here to get to him. The saint realized, shocked, that it wasn't Taehyun. That thing there wasn't even human. And the king of gluttony, sitting on the throne of blood, looked at her. Well, it was a good plan, he said with a voice that made her soul freeze, but it's not even close to enough. He then simply swallowed the saint. She was completely devoured by the power of gluttony, and Taehyun woke up in a hospital room. Confused, he wondered what was happening. Where was the saint? At that moment, the door opened, and his sweetheart, Young-yu, came in. Finally awake, huh? She said, her voice full of relief. Do you know how worried I was? His family had waited until the night before. Taehyun had been unconscious for a full day. He asked about the saint. Young-yu explained that she was also unconscious. The same with Jinsu and Pingui. As for Xiaoming, he was missing. What happened? She asked. Taehyun thought he had failed. He knew the attempt wouldn't work, but still, a national-level player hadn't even come close to discovering the secret behind gluttony. What the hell is inside my head? He wondered. How strong do I have to become to discover this? Young-yu approached, stroking his hair. Without you, our points went down the drain, she lamented. Take your hands off, Taehyun said. That's when Taewook opened the door. For goodness sake, you're finally awake, he exclaimed, relieved. He told Young-yu that they needed Nightwalker's support. We have to find the group that went into the abyss. Park Sungjin and the rest of the Korean team are missing. Later, Taewook confronted him. You're going alone? Are you crazy? Taehyun explained that if they sent too many people, they would only cause more casualties. Sungjin and the other veterans had gotten lost in the depths of the abyss. If they've disappeared for good, it wasn't a monster attack, but from another player, he said. Certainly a national level one. He would go alone. Taewook agreed that it made sense, but he couldn't let him go. You're a patient who just woke up. Suddenly, Taehyun's cousin, Jae-yong, opened the door. Where do you think you're going? He asked. Your family was very, very worried. We thought you'd never wake up. Taehyun's mother scolded him. It's all Yong's fault for calling us. You have to see your family, right? Everyone begged him not to go. You're too stressed and hurt. You need to recover. Taehyun thought about his life before he awakened. Everyone wanted to tear him down, looked at him with hatred and contempt. But now everyone was worried. He smiled. Thanks for the concern, but I have to go. It's temporary. I have allies who are in trouble, and I'm the only one who can save them, he said with conviction. My family doesn't deserve someone who abandons his friends, right? Jae-yong was moved. Young-yu patted him on the back. My baby got so sentimental, she joked. Okay, but come back alive and with everyone, okay? Meanwhile, in the abyss, a serious fight was happening. Seo Young-jin was thrown far away, visibly injured. The one who dealt the blow was Liu Peng, the Blood Blade. You lasted a long time, Liu said, but our little game of hide-and-seek is over. If you become my servant, I'll let you live. Seo Young-jin asked if he was asking him to betray his friends and country. Of course I refuse, he declared. Liu Peng said he had chosen pride over life. Not bad, but it seems one of your allies doesn't agree, he pointed out. Han Ju was thinking that those two were idiots. It was time to join Liu Peng's side. There was no way to beat that monster. The only chance to survive was to join him. He remembered a conversation with the saint, who trapped him and ordered him to become her servant, giving reports on all the players, including Taehyun. If he refused, she had her methods, but he knew the proposal was beneficial for both of them. Han Ju had already betrayed everyone. One more time wouldn't make a difference, he thought. Seo Young-jin interrupted him. Don't worry, he said. I know you're scared, but you'll get out of here alive, even if it costs me my life. It's not too late to betray us after I die. Zhang commented that he was talking too much for someone who was almost dead. Han Ju, with nothing to do, cried and apologized. He decided he would fight too. Everyone is holding on to the same rope, aren't they? Liu Peng laughed. He told his subordinates that the situation would be difficult, but he would teach them the difference between powers. He invoked a barrage of blood blades. Seo Young-jin was terrified. You're breathing now because of my mercy, Liu said. When he directed the blades to kill them, Liu Peng's system was dominated by the 5 senses. The blades, about to kill them, were destroyed by something. Liu Peng wondered if that ability belonged to Ming Ming. No, he thought. Ming Ming is dead. It can only be one person, the person who killed him. At that moment, Taehyun arrived with the knight's zeal. Liu Peng smiled. I've been waiting for you so much, he said. Taehyun replied, I haven't. After a great explosion, Liu Peng was whole. You just used your ability and ran? He asked. Liu's servant suggested they should chase him, but Liu Peng said there was no need. He looked at the tracks they left behind. The place they were using to hide was the Great Dragon Tower, the only place in the abyss that no one had ever managed to clear. Inside, Xiangjin thanked Taihyun with all his might, but Taihyun told him to drink a potion. "Drink this first," he said, and gave him a Galabacho potion. Xiang asked what he was planning. The Dragon Tower is a place where many players have been defeated, a dungeon that cannot be completed, and we can't leave until we find an escape gate. Even to escape Liu Peng entering here is death, she said. "Don't worry," Taehyun replied. "It's just a dungeon. We'll clear it and get out of here." Xiang confronted him. "Did you hear? It's a dungeon that cannot be completed." Hanju agreed, saying he didn't have a plan. The Dragon Tower was a tower in the depths of the abyss, considered an invincible dungeon. It had two characteristics: the immense amount of traps on each floor, and the Draconians, numerous, intelligent, and resistant monsters. But Xiang realized that, even so, Taehyun was destroying everything in his path. How is this possible? She wondered. Taehyun thought that although the Dragon Tower was called impossible, it wasn't impossible to come back alive. There was an escape portal in the middle of the tower, long before the boss. If he had information about the traps and the power to defeat the monsters, returning to reality wouldn't be difficult. When they went up, they finally reached the escape portal. "There really is a portal here," they said. Xiang asked how Taehyun knew. "I didn't know. We just got lucky," he replied. Xiang thought he was a liar. Taehyun rushed them. "Let's go, before the monsters get close." One by one, they entered the portal. Seo-jin called Taehyun a brat and thanked him for coming. "I'll repay the favor one day," he said. "No problem," Taehyun replied. "To think I would receive a thank you from Seo-jin Park." Thanks to him, and the revelation of Hanju as a Japanese spy, the espionage problem was solved. The only remaining problems were Liu Peng and the ghost sword. This isn't bad at all, he thought. When he was about to enter the portal, he was blocked. The system warned him that he couldn't use the portal. "The Tower Master is watching you." "Master? What master?" Taehyun asked. The ceiling of the floor cracked. The one who broke everything was a gigantic dragon. "Who invaded my tower?" he asked. "To think it's an insignificant human." This was Kaizelin, the SS rank dragon, master of the Dragon Tower. Dragons were one of the most powerful species. They were classified into 4 levels: hatchlings, almost S, adult dragons, S+, master dragons, SS, and the mythical classification, ancient dragons. Taehyun knew that this one was, at least, a master dragon. The bone dragon that Wolf Doro made was made from the corpse of an adult dragon. How powerful is this one, he wondered, and why did it appear out of nowhere? Kaizelin told him to disappear. Then, he spat fire, burning everything. Taehyun resisted the flames. The fight is inevitable, isn't it? He charged forward with the Night King's fist. The dragon didn't understand anything. Taehyun used his chains and gluttony beams to tie up Kaizelin. He thought his abilities were all connected. It shouldn't be enough to kill him, but I should be able to get an ability. But the dragon easily broke free and almost crushed him. What is this ridiculous durability? Taehyun wondered. Using his stealth, he thought he had to buy time. That's when he saw the person behind him, who slammed his head into the ground. Polymorphy, he thought. Kaizelin had transformed into his human form and created a sphere of fire to finish Taehyun off. After hitting him and hanging him from a pillar, Taehyun thought he couldn't even react. He had no way to fight an SS rank. Kaizelin used the check ability. The gluttony system tried to resist, but it wasn't enough to overcome the draconic power. All of Taehyun's abilities were sealed. Kaizelin said he felt nothing wrong. "This power that invaded my tower, it burned even stronger after touching my own power. It's definitely not the power of a mere human," he said. He asked Taehyun who he got this power from. He needed to know who the owner was. Taehyun thought, "The identity of my power. Even he wants to know. I want to know more than anyone, you jerk." "Tentacles?" Kaizelin asked. He was hit and thrown far away. How can a mere human do that? He wondered. A voice replied, "I was needing a new puppy. This little red lizard might do." It was Rosaria herself whom Taehyun had invoked. Rosaria scolded him. "It took you so long to invoke me. You're very irresponsible, you know." Taehyun replied that he couldn't trust a monster. Meanwhile, the president of the Korean Association received the news that Taehyun was also missing. "How is the person who rescued them missing?" he asked. Hanju said he didn't know. "We crossed the portal together." The president asked about Seo-jin. Xiang said he was making a scene to go back to the abyss and save Taehyun. Tae-wook said it was better to stop him. The president agreed. "I don't know what the other presidents will do with this information," he said. "No one can know that they are alive and that Taehyun is missing." With them lost, the games entered the 6th day. Soon, the Asian Exhibition Games would end. The rankings they had achieved up to that point would not have been possible without Taehyun. If he dies, the games will mean nothing, the president thought. "Please, Taehyun, be alive." In the tower, a full-on fight was happening between Rosaria and Kaiserling. The fight looked more like a war. "I could really die here," Taehyun Taehyun thought. These two are complete monsters. The power is insane. It was certainly the right choice to call Rosaria, but was it the right choice to wait to call her until now? He had a reason for not invoking Rosaria before. The first was that the invocation required a lot of mana. Even after being invoked, the consumption continued. It would only be sustainable if he had mana potions, but the biggest problem was another one. Kaiserling used the power of the meteor, and a rain of meteors began to fall. Rosaria showed no fear and cut them all as if they were nothing. Taehyun thought that the problem was precisely how powerful Rosaria was. She tied up Kaiserling with her tentacles and threw him, breaking several walls. Rosaria being so powerful is very dangerous, he thought. Even if she decided to help me, I can't completely control her. Rosaria asked what he thought of her power. Taehyun thought that, despite everything, he could trust her for now. Kaiserling recognized her power. Truly impressive, Succubus Queen, but this only increases my confusion. Why is an Archduke of the Abyss helping a mere human? Aren't you ashamed? Rosaria called him a chatterbox for a little lizard. Archduke? Taehyun wondered. An Archduke serves the king. Rosaria might also know about the king. There might be some connection with him. What does she know? Rosaria told Taehyun that she was aware of his questions, but that he didn't have the right to know. And even if you did, you couldn't do anything, she said. But you must already know that. Regardless of the answer, you will continue on your path. The current situation is not easy either. Taehyun asked what she meant. That's when he noticed his hand. It was a reverse mana flow, because he was using too much mana at once. Kaiserling said that even if she was an Archduke, she was invoked by a mere human. A human could never withstand so much power, he said. If you insist on resisting, I will incinerate both of you. He prepared a power to finish them both off. Taehyun warned Rosaria of the explosion. But of course, Rosaria managed to defend herself. You are very persistent for a lizard, she said. She explained that her power was limited to Taehyun's body. If she stayed longer or used more power, he would die. I'll give you a gift before I disappear, she said. What gift? Taehyun asked. Rosaria hugged him and told him not to die. She kissed his forehead. The system warned him that he had received a kiss from the queen, and his hypnosis rank temporarily changed to S. He prepared the hypnosis to use on Kaiserling. What are you doing now? He asked. Inside Taehyun's mind, Kaiserling found himself in front of Gluttony. Gluttony said the damn succubus move was cool. She couldn't do the cleanup, so she left it to me. Kaiserling wondered if he was inside his mind. Is that one sitting on the throne the human from before? He thought that at first glance he looked the same, but the essence of that man, he was truly a living being. Gluttony said he had no business with him and told him to leave. Tell Gluttony to swallow him, he said. Poor Kaiserling didn't even resist. When he returned to reality, he was injured. Taehyun wondered what had happened. The rank changed, but this has never happened. Kaiserling is acting strange, but he decided he didn't have time to worry about it. He took another mana potion and went on the attack. This is my only chance. He used the power of Gluttony to run toward Kaiserling and made a large cut with the dagger. My attacks are finally working, he thought. He accumulated more power from Gluttony. Rosaria told me not to die. Who's going to die here? I need to learn more about the king and about my power. I need to get revenge on Asmodeus who killed me in my past life. I never had the chance to have a real life. Die here? No way. I'm going to defeat Kaiserling and come back. He used the maximum power of Gluttony. How does a mere human dare to do this? Kaiserling yelled. His head was torn off the next moment. The system warned that Taehyun's Gluttony rank had changed. Taehyun was lying down with everything around him destroyed. He thought he would die this time to the crazy dragon, but he got up. It's time to go back, isn't it? And that's how Kim Taehyun officially became a national rank player, going from B rank to A rank. On the 7th and last day of the games, everyone was there to see the final ranking. The analysts were checking each magic stone. Japan got 4,600 points, but it didn't surpass China, which had 4,800. Nakata thought he wanted to avenge the saint, but the damn Taehyun was still missing. They at least got 2nd place. Come back soon, for goodness sake, he said. But the ceremony hadn't ended yet. The president of the Korean Association thought that, without Taehyun, they would finish in 3rd place. They even got to be in 1st, but stagnated on the 5th day, and were overtaken. Unless they defeated many creatures or an SS rank monster, they wouldn't be able to win. The worst part is that I couldn't save Taehyun, he thought. The president of the Chinese Association, Zhang Long, laughed at him. He approached with Liu Peng. Zhang Long said it was a shame. I was excited thinking that Korea had a new talent, but in the end, he was caught in a tragic accident. He entered the Dragon Tower, he said. The Korean president was outraged. A tragic accident. These damn villains. I know very well what these bastards did. Zhang Long said that the weak just needed to accept the truth. Enjoy the first closing ceremony, he mocked. The president felt helpless. That's when a large portal appeared in the middle of the ceremony. Everyone was scared. Whose portal is that? They wondered. Taehyun came out of the portal and asked why his dear association leader was holding back. The president was moved to see him. The 2 Chinese guys didn't look happy at all. Taehyun arrived carrying a huge mana crystal. I'm back, he said. Meanwhile, at Taehyun's relative's apartment, his aunt asked Jianyong how the game worked. It's the last day, she said. Jianyong replied, no. Taehyun is missing. There's no reason to pay attention to the games anymore. His mother confronted him. Now that your cousin is missing, you're going to watch the games? To be tortured by that memory? But his aunt told him to look at the TV. Taehyun is on TV now. He didn't believe it. On the last day of the games, something unbelievable was broadcast. Taehyun had returned with a mana stone from an SS rank monster, Kaiserling. It was the first kill of an SS rank monster in history. Jin Young couldn't believe it. He's on TV and not in the abyss? Everyone was impressed when the mana stone was valued at 1,500 points, guaranteeing New Korea first place. Acclaimed as the official champion, Taehyun's name echoed everywhere. Jang Long didn't like it at all. He asked Liu Peng why he was alive. Didn't you finish the job? Liu Peng thought that he not only survived the Dragon Tower, but also killed an SS rank monster. He was furious. Taehyun thought things could have gone very wrong. Luckily, my gluttony didn't swallow the mana stone, he thought. Without it, the victory would not have been theirs. But China won't be content with defeat. At that moment, the president of the Korean Association hugged him. "I'm so happy to see you back," he said, relieved. Taehyun was moved by him. The narrator explained that the president cried for a long time, relieved that everyone had returned well, or perhaps out of gratitude to Taehyun. And so the exhibition games came to an end, an event full of twists and turns that made the media go crazy. When everyone from Korea returned, they gathered to tell their stories. But on stage, Gon was calling the president a crybaby, a loser, and a weakling. Laurie was crying, and Young asked who had called that idiot. A few days later, at the Singapore Players Association, Taehyun met with the association's president. She said the reason for the invitation was an alliance with him. The same thing happened in my past life, Taehyun thought. Singapore, which lost its main players, tried to form alliances with recognized players from other countries, but he knew that Liu Peng and Zhang Long wouldn't let that happen. Taehyun suggested they continue the meeting after getting rid of the intruders. The president didn't understand. That's when the door exploded. There were invaders ready to kill her. The one who approached was Liu Peng, who said he didn't know how Taehyun had gotten out of the tower, but that doesn't matter anymore, he said. He was with an army to kill them. Both of you die today. But Taehyun told President Haley that he had warned her. Weren't there some gate crashers? The window broke, but the people who came in were not to kill. Xiaojing asked if they were crazy. Attacking in broad daylight. Hanju said he would pay the debt he had to Taehyun from that day. Wang Yunsu was also there to help. Xiang asked why he was there. This guy is crazy, she thought. Taeyuk Go said it was hard to believe, but Yunsu was very trustworthy. You said you didn't care anymore, right? Taehyun said to Liu Peng. The same applies to me. You die here. Today, at the meeting with the president of the Korean Association, Taehyun had explained that Liu Peng would try to assassinate President Haile. Certainly, Zhang Long won't want to be left behind, he said. His goal is to eliminate the other associations and monopolize dungeons and mana stones. Not only the players, but even the presidents are at risk because of Liu Peng. The president didn't doubt it. But what's the plan? Isn't it obvious? Taehyun replied. Bad guys deserve a lesson, and everyone prepared for a beatdown. Poor Chinese guys. A big explosion happened. Xiang Jing told them to evacuate the association president. Yang Yu said to follow her Sweetie's plan. Xiang asked, Sweetie? The hero, An Yun-su, said he would protect the president. Haley was shocked. In the middle of the fight, Liu Peng was undecided but decided to kill everyone in front of him. But his hand was caught by a chain. Taehyun pulled him out. Where are you going, Liu Peng? He asked. Don't you want to play with me? Liu said he had run in the abyss, but now he wanted to fight. He invoked a rain of blood blades. You're acting very, very arrogant because you defeated Zhui Shen and Ming Ming. I've already seen your abilities, Liu Peng said. Please stop screaming, Taehyun asked. He simply crossed all the attacks, breaking them with gluttony. He ripped off Liu Peng's arm, and if Liu hadn't reacted, he would have already taken a hit from the Night King's zeal. Liu Peng thought it was impossible. How was my arm cut so easily? Taehyun had changed a lot in a few days. He tried to retaliate, but was finished off right there. With a lot of blood around, Liu Peng fell. Taehyun didn't have any dirt on his clothes. After evolving gluttony by consuming Kaiserling's body, I knew I could win, he thought. But Liu Peng was a very powerful participant. If he were a decent player, he could have helped a lot with the dungeons that have not been completed to this day. Liu Peng, even fallen, laughed. Now I know why the other Chinese nationals lost. You're a damn monster, he said. I didn't expect to have to use the Archduke's power against you. Do you really think you're the most powerful one here? He said he would show the true power. Liu Peng used his berserker form of blood power. Inside, all the Chinese assassins had already been defeated. Xiao Jing told Yang to see the place where Taehyun was fighting. There was a dome, a barrier, around it. Inside, Liu Peng, transformed, was hitting with his many arms to hit Taehyun. This is the power. This is the strength, he yelled. What are you talking about, you filthy blood sack? Taehyun asked. He cut Liu's arms, but they regenerated easily. Taehyun was almost hit. Is this really the Liu Peng I was facing? He thought. And what happened to the area around? It looks like we're in the abyss. Is it a teleportation ability? Liu Peng had said it was the Archduke's ability. Kaiserlin referred to Rosaria that way, he thought. So there are other Archdukes. Rosaria certainly has connections with the king. Does Liu Peng have them too? At that moment, Liu Peng overcame the Night King's ability and grabbed Taehyun. Shocked by my power? He asked. You're so slow now. This was inevitable. You may have surpassed your human form, but with the Archduke's power, no one can defeat me. Taehyun asked to ask one question before dying. What do you know about the king? You're asking that to an Archduke? Liu Peng replied. The king is a power you will never be able to get close to. Okay, Taehyun said. You don't know either. I figured. He had asked even though he knew the answer. Using the power of gluttony, he undid Liu Peng's hand. His body began to disintegrate. Okay, I need to know more about the archdukes, he said. Liu Peng replied that he had been hiding his power all along. My business with you is over, Taehyun said. He told him to disappear. Liu Peng was devoured by gluttony. After devouring Liu Peng, Taehyun thought that Liu Peng knew about the archdukes, but not about the king. Maybe only Rosaria knows, and according to him, there are more archdukes besides her. If they are all at her level, they are incredibly strong monsters, he thought. I don't know how much they know about the king, but this is the only path I have. That's when Liu Peng's body transformed into a mass of blood and flesh, gathering at a single point. A voice said, that idiot kid talked so much about being the strongest, and that's all he has to offer? Humans are very mysterious and idiotic beings. It was Igman. You killed my contractor, didn't you? He asked. Igman gathered the power of blood. Contractor? Taehyun wondered. This mana, this power, it's probably the Archduke of the Abyss he had talked about before. Igman said he wanted to see Taehyun's abilities and attacked him with blood blades. Even wounded, he managed to narrowly dodge. It's the same ability that Liu Peng used, but the size and power are much greater, he thought. He tried to defend himself at all costs with gluttony. This guy is at the same level as Rosaria, he thought. He's not a being you can approach without thinking. Why did he appear out of nowhere? I need to survive. I'll use everything I have. Igman was impressed. The narrator explained that invoked creatures are affected by their contractor's power. If the contractor is weaker, the being can exercise more power through them. If they are more powerful, the contractor's body may not be able to handle it, and the invocation is cancelled. That confirms that Liu Peng is dead, Taehyun thought. Igman must have used his body as a catalyst. But there must be a limit to this invocation. I just have to hold on until then. Igman said that Taehyun was much better than the old contractor, who only talked and did nothing. He broke the Death Knight's fist. Trying to survive against me is useless, he said. Without Taehyun being able to react, he was caught in a hurricane of blood and magic. Even having power, you have to learn your place, Igman said. He could end him with a snap of his fingers. But suddenly the great blood storm became a garden of petals. Igman wondered where the petals came from. It was Rosaria who saved Taehyun. She said he always called her in the most interesting moments. Taehyun said the situation was terrible. Igman finally understood. I was sure it was impossible for my contractor to die against a normal human. And to think you managed to contract Rosaria, he said. Get out of here and leave the human. If not, I'll bury you with him. Rosaria asked if he was taking out his anger because his contractor had died. It's been over a millennium, and you're still petty. You should already know that my answer is no, she said. Taehyun asked who that guy was. Rosaria said he was Vampire Lord Igman, an archduke, and now their enemy. Igman prepared an attack. I'm going to kill you, he yelled. That's my line, Rosaria replied. A powerful combat began between the two. Taehyun felt the reverse mana flow and thought he wouldn't last long. He had reached his limit too quickly because of the fight with Liu Peng and the other assassins. He could barely maintain Rosaria's invocation, let alone help her, but she told him not to rush. My limits are connected to the contractors. You've become stronger, but our enemy is an archduke. I can't stop him if I don't use all my power. Hold on just a little longer, she said. You've fought so hard for your life until now. It can't end like this. Look at the true power of an archduke, a power that one day you will be able to surpass. She created a huge sphere of power. Igman said it was his time. He broke the invocation. For today, our meeting is over. If you survive, we can meet again, he said. Rosaria's lightning bolt hit Igman's blood spear, causing a large explosion that blinded everyone, including Taehyun, who lost consciousness. The system warned him that he was in critical condition, with little life and zero mana. Wandering through his subconscious, Taehyun wondered how many times this had happened. S rank, national level, archduke. Whenever I get stronger, a new, even stronger opponent appears. How long will I have to repeat this? That's when he heard a voice. Pathetic, it said. It was the consciousness of gluttony. What are you doing? Wasting the king's power like this? National level, archduke. That's a joke, the voice mocked. If you're not determined to give everything you have, your own body, then I can make good use of it. Taehyun woke up in the hospital again, but he thought he had finally seen the face behind that voice he heard so much. This time, the person had looked directly at him, but he didn't know what her connection was to the king. He looked to the side and saw a lot of people watching him. When everyone screamed in relief, he said, "For goodness sake, stop hugging me at the same time." Young-yu explained that the barrier disappeared with a large explosion, and only Taehyun remained unconscious. Fortunately, the Chinese Association's assassination attempt failed, and Zhang Long, suspected of ordering the attack, was investigated. Later, Taehyun finally left the hospital. I'm finally out of here, he thought. Archdukes, and that copy in my mind. The closer I get to the king and gluttony, the more confused I get. But his rank was increasing. He looked at his status sheet and saw a new ability, which he couldn't use now. Blood Frenzy. To use it, he needed to consume powerful blood. Later, as promised, Taehyun had dinner with Young-yu. I was really scared this time, she said. Now that we're eating, what can we do next? Taehyun thought and replied, I'm going to start exploring dungeons in China and Japan. That's not what I asked, Young-yu complained. You promised we would go on a date after the games. Taehyun reminded her that he promised dinner, and that's what he did. But Youngyu doubted he would be able to enter the dungeons immediately. They are great sources of wealth. Even with the right, they won't let you in easily. Both the Japanese and Chinese associations will make excuses and drag the situation out until your right expires. But Taehyun already knew that. He had something in mind. If they drag it out for too long, I can do other things. He noticed his flaws. The ability he got from Liu Peng was Blood Frenzy, but he could never activate it. There's a condition to use the power of Igman's blessing. I need powerful blood. He had become a strategic asset, but he couldn't fight an archduke. To fight them and discover the truth about the king, he needed to get much stronger. Later, in an abandoned place, Taehyun found Bang Chaisu Brewery, which was closed. The door was open. An old man asked if young people didn't know how to read. It's closed. Get out of here, he said. Taehyun replied that his business was not with the brewery. I came to ask about combined abilities. The old man turned around. How do you know that? Who are you? Taehyun introduced himself as national-level player Kim Taehyun, and a man who is about to save you. The narrator explained that Bang Chaisu, the brewery owner, had a unique S-rank ability, Fragments of a World, but he didn't want to use it. A person said he was arrogant for not wanting to save the world, but Bang couldn't ignore his only son. He tried to fuse the abilities of the villains his son brought, but one of the experiments overloaded the mana body. You couldn't find out why, Taehyun said. The people you and your son brought continued to die or went crazy because of the reverse mana flow. Your son fled for fear of retaliation, and you swore never to use the ability again out of regret. Bang was shocked. How do you know all this? He asked. And you still want me to use my ability? You're crazy. Go away. He said it didn't matter if he was S rank or national level. He had already destroyed many things with this ability and would not use it again. But Taehyun calmed him down. He invoked his gluttony. There's no way my body will break, he said. Later, Bang asked if that was true. The reverse mana flow wasn't your ability's fault, Taehyun explained. It was because your ability was too strong for the villains' bodies. It caused an overload. My bodies are strong, and even if it doesn't work, I won't die. Bang wondered how that was possible. His abilities, which he thought were curses, were resolved by a young man in an instant. Who is the real Taehyun? It's as if he knows the future. By the way, Taehyun said, don't tell anyone that I came here. Even if I die, no one will know that you killed me. Don't say such things, Bang begged. Taehyun thought that in his previous life, Bang's guilt was only uncovered 10 years later. Too late. He died of regret. It's a good thing I wasn't late. The system asked if he wanted to make 3 ability combinations: Stone Skin with Stealth, the Zeal of the Death Knight King with Paralysis, and the Heart of the Monarch with the Silent World. Bang was impressed. 3 different combinations? How does one person have so many abilities? Taehyun thought he couldn't detect abilities without a fixed origin, like Gluttony or Rosaria. He told Bang to continue. Okay, Bang agreed. Here he goes. At the headquarters of the United States Players Association, President Kevin Lee was in a meeting with the strongest players. Gregor Gale, the top 10, asked if there would be a war. Dylan Gray, the third best, told him to be more respectful. Ricky Hollis, top 2, asked why he always had to fight. Cody is the leader, she said. Cody Wood, the top 1, said they weren't children, and that the ranking was just a formality. Kevin got straight to the point. You know what happened to the national players from China, right? Montel Roman, top 5, confirmed that Shui Shen, Shai Mig-min, and Liu Peng had died. Nick Rowan, top 6, said he heard that 2 of them died fighting the warlords, and the other trying to assassinate the head of Singapore. Gregor asked what the problem was. They're all dead, aren't they? Kevin said that was China's version. But according to new information, they were all killed by a single person, and Liu Peng had a contract with the Archduke Vampire Lord Igman of the Abyss. Everyone was impressed. Hollis asked if Cody knew. He asked who killed these people. It was Taehyun Kim from New Korea, Kevin replied. At that moment, Taehyun exuded a lot of power. Kevin thought he must be strong, but not as strong as they imagined. They desperately needed information about him. Taehyun was enjoying his new power. His rank didn't go to S, but to AA. The next morning, at New Korea Airport, Gregor complained. Did we really come all the way here because of this Taehyun? Marcus Gore, top 8, said it was more or less that. Gregor swore he would teach him a lesson. We're not here to fight, for now, Marcus said. That same day, Taehyun was analyzing his abilities. They had fused. He was dying to test them. The shadow skin not only strengthened him, but also hid him. The Sovereign's World allowed him to create a specialized field that increased his power and decreased the enemies, and the Sovereign's Zeal. I really want to test this, he thought, but using it in the real world would cause a big problem. That's when people approached him. Marcus Gore, 8th in the ranking, and Gregor Gale, 10th. Gregor asked if that was the kid who defeated Feng Lu. Didn't we come to the wrong place? Marcus said it was impossible. Later, in a serious conversation, Taehyun asked what business they wanted to do. Marcus said he was impatient. They just wanted to talk. Marcus used the Ziggurat ability to analyze Taehyun. Full name, rank, status, abilities, even his mental state. I've never seen an AA rank, he thought. Taehyun's status makes him a national, but maybe it's not enough to defeat Feng Lu. But when he checked the abilities, Gluttony blocked the Ziggurat. This has never happened before. Marcus was shocked. He became very curious about Kim Taehyun, Korea's newest national player. Now he understood why the president was so interested. What do you want from me? Taehyun asked. Marcus said they wanted a partnership for the a dungeon in China that he won as a reward. The US president wanted to investigate it, and since Taehyun defeated Feng Liu, Zhang Long would try to stop him from entering. Their goals aligned. If Taehyun allowed them to enter, they would help him complete the dungeon and get rid of the problems with Zhang Long. Marcus knew that a contract with Kim Taehyun would be beneficial. Even if he refused, it would be clear that they were not enemies. Taehyun refused. Marcus thought it was a shame, but he respected the decision. But Gregor told him to stop. We came all the way from the United States, and he refuses? Marcus told him to let go of Taehyun. Gregor said he didn't negotiate with kids like that. Look how weak the monsters are, he provoked. Taehyun thought it was strange. Marcus wanted a friendly relationship, but Gregor was ruining everything. But Taehyun noticed the look in his eyes. He had seen that look many times. Gregor didn't want to fight for a specific reason. He just refused to believe that Taehyun was at the same level as him. Okay, Taehyun said. If you really want me to say yes, I want to see who is the strongest. He thought it was a great opportunity to test his new abilities. Later, in an arena with an anti-ability barrier, the secretary Haya Yan asked, Taehyun wants to gamble in our arena? This is going to destroy our structure. Do you really think the arena will withstand two national-level players fighting? Gregor liked the idea. I like the way you think, he said. Taehyun replied that he hoped he would like the end. Don't worry, Gregor said. I always love a good hunt. He transformed into a huge beast. A single blow decimated part of the arena. Haya Yan was desperate. Gon asked, what the hell is that? A giant werewolf? Marcus explained, that's his ability, the heart of the wolf. He transforms into a werewolf, further increasing his physical abilities. Marcus thought it was a shame they couldn't get a friendly relationship with Taehyun, but now he would see how powerful the man who defeated Lim Pang was. Gregor chased Taehyun. He thought Taehyun was an idiot. Marcus told me everything with the ziggurat. His stats are inferior to mine, and I transformed into a werewolf, further increasing my abilities. A brat like him would never be at my level. Taehyun let himself be caught. It's no wonder you're the number 10 rank in the United States, he said. I hope you're strong enough not to die when I test my abilities. Taehyun simply swallowed Gregor and the entire arena with his next ability, creating a black goo. This was the Sovereign's World, the mix of World of Insensitivity with Heart of the Sovereign. Inside it, the user gains more power and the enemy loses. Gregor asked what place that was. Where's that damn guy? He took a punch to the face. The second ability, Shadow Skin, the combination of stealth and stone skin, allowed him to finish off Gregor without him seeing. Gregor tried to retaliate with an attack from his claws, but the only thing he saw was the third and last ability, Sovereign's Zeal. The Death Knight King had a cooler appearance. I've confirmed the power of these new abilities. What happens now is obvious, isn't it? Taehyun said. He made him kneel. The next attack from the Night King caused a huge explosion that was seen on the horizon. Marcus couldn't believe it. What happened in there? He wondered. The black barrier prevented him from seeing. Gregor got up. This isn't over, he said, trying to attack Taehyun from behind, but three people intervened. Ayan, Seojin, and Gong. Ayan said he took the bet too seriously. Gong told him to accept that he lost. Seojin told him to stop before things got worse for him. Taehyun asked how long they had been there. The president appeared and said they had been watching from the beginning. Things got dangerous. Now we'll deal with it. Gregor asked if those weaklings thought they could stop him. Marcus told him to shut up. If he continued, Cody would have to deal with him. Gregor, afraid of Cody, de-transformed and turned his back. Marcus apologized to Taehyun. It might be a little ridiculous after everything, but, he said, are you interested in joining the United States Association? Gregor was shocked, and the Korean president even more so. Marcus said they could offer him whatever he wanted. If you join our expedition in China, we can get you into the raid on the most precious dungeon in the world. Taehyun took the suggestion as a compliment. My next destination is not China, but Japan, he said. It seems that Surara Yoshikawa, the saint, has awakened again. The saint was trapped in gluttony, suffering. Stop, she begged, but gluttony replied that she had asked for it. You started everything, and now you ask to stop? Incredibly pathetic. That was just a nightmare. After entering gluttony, she was affected. The nightmare was always the same. She saw a dark presence and was caught by tentacles. How long will I endure this pain until the day of my death? She wondered. When the saint got up, she asked for the ghost sword. He was fighting Taehyun Kim. I didn't want to fight here, man, Shinji said, but you're insisting. You affected the saint's life, and I'm going to make you pay for it. He invoked the spiritual sword against Taehyun, who already knew the ability. It cut the soul. You're all the same, Taehyun said. You don't listen to my words until you get a beat down. He blocked the blow with his shadow skin. He disarmed Shinji and kicked him in the face. I'm here for 2 reasons, Taehyun told the saint. First, I found out what you saw in my mind, and second, I want to prevent the biggest dungeon break in history. It hasn't happened yet, but it will happen soon. At that moment, on the ocean, a gigantic storm formed a whirlpool. An analyst wondered if that was the entrance to a dungeon. The other said it was in the eye of the storm, but there were no signs of a break. We're just doing our standard job, but the first one saw something. He thought he was imagining it, but no, a monster was coming out of the dungeon. It was a giant centaur devouring its own kind. Finally, the blood festival will begin, he yelled. It was Centajanus, a subordinate of Archduke Orgal, SSS rank. Sarara later explained what she saw in Taehyun's mind, a being similar to him, but who was neither human nor monster. monster. It was a mysterious being, she said. Taehyun thought, it's that damn thing I saw in my dreams too. There wasn't much new information, but she might have seen something more. He already knew that the saint was having constant nightmares because of gluttony. Although he didn't feel gluttony inside her, he felt the magical power, and maybe that was the cause of the nightmares. So he approached, absorbed the rest of the magic she had. This should cure your nightmares, he said. The saint attacked him. Why are you helping me? She asked. Tyrell replied, I'm not helping you. Everything I'm doing here is because of the dungeon. At that moment, he felt an earthquake. It's already started, he thought. He warned Tsurara that it was the dungeon break he was talking about. Suddenly, Kuro Matsuda, the president of the Japanese Players Association, appeared. Where do you think you're going after attacking my players? Kuro Matsuda was a national ranking hunter who had already defeated many monsters. He discovered talents like the Saint and the Ghost Sword and was considered one of the best association presidents. But Tyrell knew what kind of person he was. He didn't care about victims as long as he got what he wanted. Tyrell asked if he knew about the dungeon break and said he came to help. Matsuda confirmed he had been informed. But what does that have to do with you? He questioned. Tyrell had the right to clear the dungeon as long as it was intact. Now that there's been a break, you can't do anything, Matsuda said. And if you solve the dungeon break too, what will happen to the name of Japan and my players? Matsuda said that Kim Tae-hyun would have to be imprisoned for a while for the crime of having attacked his players. The saint intervened. If you want to minimize the victims, you need him. But Matsuda told her to stay out of it, reminding her that he had covered up the news about the people she controlled. If you side with this Korean, you can be sure that I will end your life and the ghost swords, he threatened. Take Kim Tae-hyun now. Tae-hyun replied that it was ridiculous, but he let himself be handcuffed. He thought that if he resisted, he would make things more difficult for his president. Now it's the saints and Shinji's job, he said. Matsuda agreed that it was the right choice. Soon, you will be released. If you behave, of course. Don't be so arrogant, Tae-hyun retorted. You refused my help and will cause problems. It will be your fault. Later, the centaurs from the dungeon break were invading the city. The front line was led by Kimura Ren, but they were not enough. It was an entire army. Kimura, we have to stop these monsters, he yelled. But he was soon grabbed by Centaginus, who crushed him like an insect. The entire squad thought it was the end, but suddenly someone cut off Centaginus's fingers. It was the ghost sword, Shinji. The saint appeared next, healing the wounds of the front line. Shinji asked if she was okay for that. Yes, actually, she said. That strange magic I had is gone. Shinji wondered if Taehyun really came to help, but they had something much more important to focus on, Centaginus. I didn't think I would find such good food here, the monster said. Shinji was the first to confront him, but Centaginus's sword was very heavy. The saint led the other players. The fight between Shinji and Centaginus was frantic. He was an SSS rank monster. The slightest mistake, and Shinji already had his arm cut off. In addition, Centaginus had powerful regeneration. His hand was already forming again. That's why this dungeon had never been completed. But even being thrown far away, Shinji got up. I can cut this monster, he thought. It had been 5 years since the last time he failed. He used the time to get stronger. With the saint's quick regeneration and the power of divine revelation, his attack increased. I can't maintain this for long, the saint warned. You have to cut him now. The cuts from Shinji's ghost blade sliced Centaginus into tiny pieces. From inside the headquarters of the Japanese Association, Matsuda watched. I knew it would be easy, he said. Taehyun and Kimi didn't need his help. Taehyun was happy that they defeated Centaginus, but he knew it wasn't the end. Portal breaks had happened in Korea, Russia, France. The strength of a portal was no longer an effective way to measure a break. Taehyun asked if Matsuda was sure it would end there. Shinji asked, what the hell is this shit? From inside Centaginus, his son, the true master of the dungeon, came out. Centamion, S+ rank. He was eating Centaginus's body. Shinji thought that he had emerged and was eating his father's body as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But he was another monster. He was going to kill him. Shinji charged forward with the spiritual power in his blade. Did you kill my father? Centamion asked. His appearance had already changed, and he threw Shinji against a building. The saint was the next to be crushed. I'm going to devour all of you! Centamion yelled. At the headquarters, despair took over. Taehyun knew exactly who he was. Centamion, the dungeon master. He got stronger by consuming the flesh of monsters and humans. If the president recognized that they needed help, they could minimize the damage. But Taehyun didn't think that would happen. Matsuda was furious. This is ridiculous! A monster like this defeating my players! He thought that not only the players would be destroyed, but the city, and more importantly, his reputation. We have to run! Matsuda yelled at his subordinates. They asked about the players. It's too late, he said. Taehyun appeared and hit Matsuda on the head. I didn't want to cause problems because of President G, but if I don't do anything, things won't change, he said. He warned everyone that he came to stop the dungeon break. You can stay here to support the players or you can run. The decision is yours. I won't stop you. I'm going to save the players and the people of the city. He had to kill Centamion, stop the dungeon break, and prevent it from expanding. On the way, he met a person he didn't expect. At that moment, Centamion had defeated Shinji, Kimura, and the Saint. None of them could do anything. Centamion asked if they had finished resisting. The Saint thought that Taehyun was right. He came not as an enemy, but to help. She had joined the association association to help people, but she followed a different path. Maybe it was too late, but Taehyun appeared and pulled her out of Sentamian's mouth. To be honest, I didn't expect much, but you managed to hold off the creature, he said. He warned the people at the headquarters that it was more than enough. They had to get out of there, and he would do the dirty work. Sentamian ran towards him. The saint said he wouldn't be able to kill him, but Taehyun called the person he met, Yong, who created a large ice arena. Yong asked if he was sure. She had become S rank, and her mission was to free Taehyun. The president had been informed that he was there to stop a dungeon break and asked her to bring him back. Taehyun asked, "You're not here because of the dungeon break?" Yong replied that she had already explained. The association refused to help. "Well, now you can help, can't you?" Taehyun said. Sentamian didn't understand why that human locked himself in there with him. "Don't you realize you're just food? Apparently, you're the one who didn't understand," Taehyun retorted. "In the end, you'll be consumed." The saint was worried, even while running. Taehyun had used the Sovereign's World again. He dodged Sentamian's blows, but he only managed to make superficial cuts, which healed quickly. Sentamian located him even with stealth activated. That's why Taehyun used the Death Night King to make him kneel, but the monster blocked the blow. "Indeed, you are a strong prey," he said, "but you will be consumed." "Look at the other side," Taehyun said. "Can you block that?" A huge mouth made by gluttony devoured part of Sentamian's body. Taehyun knew he was at a disadvantage, so he needed to channel his magical power into gluttony and end it quickly. But gluttony had warned that the power didn't belong to him. Again, he found himself in front of that mysterious figure. "Who are you?" Taehyun asked. "Why do you keep appearing? What do you want?" Gluttony said it wanted to use Taehyun to get to him. It needed someone who could use their own abilities and not just take advantage of others. "It's a test to determine who you really are," Gluttony said. Taehyun asked, "Who do you think I am?" At that moment, he was hit by his own system. An unknown power was activated inside him, and Gluttony was cancelled. He could no longer use Gluttony or the abilities he devoured. He would have to face Sentamian without abilities. Sentamian crushed him with his spear. Ion tried to save him. Taehyun thought, "That bastard blocked all my abilities. But I knew from the beginning that the power wasn't mine. It was the king who gave it to me. I've always been useless, a piece of crap, but I can't lose this power out of nowhere. It's unfair." Sentamian continued massacring him. Ion appeared and blocked him with an ice wall. "I'll buy you time. Go to the saint and heal," she said. "You have no chance against him," Taehyun replied. "That's why I'm going to buy time. You're the only one who can defeat this monster. Didn't you come here to stop the dungeon break? If you die, we're all going to die." Taehyun thought she was right. It wasn't time to bow down. If he didn't defeat Sentamian, humanity would be in danger. He needed a way, but he didn't know how. He remembered an ability that he still had available, the blood deluge. The condition was to consume powerful blood. The only alternative was Sentaginus's body. Ion was about to be killed by Sentamian when he felt the presence of Igman, one of the archdukes, leaving him. The power healed his body and increased his stats by 250. Sentamian couldn't believe it. "It's the archduke's magic! Who the hell are you?" The conditions were activated, and he was able to use the blood deluge. Gluttony in his mind said, "I was worried about having left him without any abilities, but I had nothing to worry about. The boy is interesting. He consumed a monster's blood to use Igmun's power. It's good that you're getting stronger. You have to realize how complacent you were being, that the power you were using was of a different nature than yours. Only then will you become strong enough." With a punch, Taehyun knocked down Sentamian. The monster wondered how that was possible. Can a human use the power of an archduke? But Sentamian tried to attack him again, devouring more bodies to get more powerful. Taehyun approached Ion's body, who was alive. He was analyzing Igmun's power. His blood was boiling, and his heart felt like it was going to explode. Despite the pain, his body felt lighter. When Sentamian went for the final attack, Taehyun activated the power of the protagonist, dodging all the blows and finishing off the centaur, piercing his chest. The blood deluge not only gave him monstrous stats, but also a red eye. "My eye has already looked like this because of gluttony," he thought, but this is different. With the red eye, he saw where the magic flowed in the monster's body. He could know exactly what the creature would do and where its heart was. "What are you doing?" Sentamian asked. "You can know the answer in hell." Taehyun exploded the centaur's head. "Now I have one more thing to find out," he thought. After he defeated Sentamian, the dungeon break incident in Japan was over. The Japanese association focused on treating the victims and recovering the damage. Kuro Matsuda, who refused to do his part, was detained and placed under investigation. Yun Lim had only minor injuries and was worried about the president's reaction, but he said he was just happy that she was okay. The saint and the ghost sword publicly apologized for the crimes they committed. The saint promised to become a better player. Meanwhile, at the United States Association, the president said it was impressive. "Kim Tae-hyun has talent. He killed an SS plus rank monster alone. I thought only Cody would be capable of that." Marcos said he became even more powerful after the games. "That red magic can only be the power of an archduke," he thought. The president said it was a shame he hadn't recruited him. People like him are not controlled by money or state. The only things that move them are their ideals and goals. Marcos asked if he had made a decision. "Yes," he replied. "We're going to make our move even without him. Everything we do is for the advancement of humanity." insanity. In front of him was his perfect experiment. Taehyun took a potion and tried to use the power of gluttony, but it still didn't work. His abilities were sealed. But he had a new ability from the blood deluge, the monster eye, which activated his red eye. Sang Ikseo, master of the Alchemists Guild, said he had failed again. He thought the potion he made would work. Sang Ikseo's ability allowed him to mix ingredients to make potions with any effect. Sorry it didn't work, he said. Taehyun replied that it was fine. This curse is stronger than we expected. If Sang Ikseo's power didn't work, I only have one option. Maybe I have to talk to that damn person. Sang Ikseo asked what he would do. I'm going to have to resort to someone from outside, Taehyun said. Ricky Harley's the curse removal specialist from the United States. I need to see her. At that moment, she was in front of the president of the Chinese Association Long. As I have informed you several times, I am not here as a player, she said. I am an investigator for the World Association to investigate the accusations that you ordered assassinations. And as expected, this was not the only crime. Unauthorized experiments are being conducted here in China's unclear dungeon. She asked if he would cooperate with the investigation. Long asked, and if I refuse? Taehyun thought, I have to find her before she disappears, like in my past life. Ricky remembered a conversation with Marco, who explained that 2 unclean dungeons were offered as a reward. The Storm of Centaginus, which Taehyun cleared, and the Grey Well in China, which has already annihilated many groups. Marco said they detected unknown magic there. We know that Long Jiang is doing experiments. We can't stand still. That's why the mission was given to Ricky Harless. Back in the present, Ricky had knocked down the guards. I have no other choice but to solve this by force. Long expected her to be strong, but her magic was very interesting. In fact, it fits perfectly into my plan, he thought. I was just kidding. I'll cooperate with the investigation. Of course, I can't go against the World Association, but it's better that you judge with your own eyes. I'll invite you to the research laboratory. Later, at a hotel in China, Ricky was thinking about the invitation. She didn't expect him to cooperate so easily. She needed to be careful. You're a little rude, Taehyun Kim, she thought. Appearing like this? Do you usually break into women's rooms? She saw him as the rising star, a player that the US Association was keeping an eye on. I knew we would meet one day, but not like this. Taehyun simply said she would die there. He knew her well. Ricky Harlan, the number 2 in the US, known for her canceller ability, which could undo an awaken's oath. Taehyun needed her, and he needed her alive, but he knew she died there in his past life. Ricky confronted him. So what if I die? Players are always in danger. With great power comes great responsibility. Taehyun asked if she didn't worry. Anyone? She interrupted him. Do you think anyone can face me? With one move, I can destroy the building. I'm no different from a monster. What players need is something to hold them. A cause, a dream, money. What holds you? Are you a human who controls your own powers, or a monster thirsty for power? Taehyun said he didn't know. I'm shocked. They say players lose their sanity, but you're an old-timer. Ricky smiled. If you came to see me, you want something. I need your ability, Taehyun said. Most of my abilities are sealed. What do you gain if you help me? Taehyun said that her greatest interest was helping the victims, and that he could help discover the truth. Ricky asked if he thought he needed his help. Taehyun said, there's only one way to test, and it doesn't hurt to have a plan B. Later, they were at the gate of Longjiang's secret laboratory. The doctors were waiting for them. Who is this with Ricky? He's just my bodyguard, she said. Taehyun was in disguise. He knew that only Ricky was invited. He couldn't risk it. Long thought it was strange. A national player with a bodyguard? I've never heard of it. Ricky said, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Taehyun was furious just seeing Long's face, the one responsible for the assassinations. Before entering, they would have to take an oath. Ricky said that this kind of oath didn't work on her and imposed her power. Long apologized and they began the tour. The project was called S-Rank Awakened Experiments. Ricky saw people inside capsules with monster magic injected into their bodies. She was furious. Taehyun told her to control herself. If we use your power here, there could be casualties. Long said that one of the awakened was about to be born. You're lucky to see this. The guy exploded inside the capsule. Oops, failed, Long said. Ricky lost control. Taehyun tried to keep her calm, but she had already crossed the line. I knew she had other abilities besides the canceller, Taehyun thought. He didn't know she could cause an earthquake. Long said that humans were not equal. A player's fate is sealed at the first rank. No one wants to stay weak. I'm just fulfilling dreams here. Ricky yelled, this ends now! She used her energy on Long, but he retaliated with a black hole scroll, which negated any ability. Taehyun thought it was a rare item. Long said she might have more magic, but he knew how to use his tools. He had another gift. Taehyun finally realized why the laboratory was underground. The entrance to the Grey Well was there. They were extracting magic directly from the portal. It's a shame. I thought Ricky would understand my ideals, Long said. And you also have a score to settle with me, don't you, Taehyun? Taehyun wondered if he knew all along. It's over for you. Long told them to close the door, locking the two with the experiments and the doctors. Even if I lose the experience, it's worth it, he thought. Ricky complained that he had sealed her ability. This is not good. It's never happened. A creature came out of the Grey Well, an orc with a different power, contaminated with the parasite. The orc began to attack everything. The doctor said that if its aura touched someone, they would be infected. The orc approached Ricky. Taehyun, saved her. I can't let anyone else be contaminated. I have to prevent it from getting out, he thought. To do that, I need to find the root of the problem, the main parasite. With his red eye, he saw that the parasite was in the orc's head, but the creature dodged. He threw the orc to the other side of the laboratory, but it got up. It tried to infect Tae-hyun. When the smoke cleared, Ricky was desperate. Tae-hyun was standing still. He's been infected! He's going to become a monster, she thought. But Tae-hyun said that was exactly what he wanted. He plunged his hand into the orc's head, ripped out the parasite, and exploded it. Are you ready? He asked. It's time to get Long Jong. Long and the survivors went up. What if they survive? They are national level, a subordinate asked. Don't worry, Long replied. The walls and doors of the building are made of special material. The elevator, too. No one can escape. They will die fighting the dungeon boss. Suddenly, they felt a tremor. Tae-hyun passed by like a comet. He was healing everything in his path. Long, we have a score to settle, don't we? Long thought that kid always got in his way. Tae-hyun thought that Long had never faced him, so he shouldn't have any ability. But Long blocked the blow with his bare hands and threw him away. Where did this strength come from? Tae-hyun wondered, but his eye already had the answer. Long injected monster magic into himself. He was half monster. He made himself a guinea pig, Tae-hyun thought. Long said he didn't want to get involved, but he would have to exterminate the pests with his own hands. Tae-hyun said, I thought she would never arrive. Long was trapped by energy bindings. It was Ricky who did it. She apologized for the delay. I can't jump as high as you. It took me a while to get rid of the obstacles. She admitted that Tae-hyun was impressive. He can use abilities with the black hole active and pass through walls. He still wants my help, which means he has blocked abilities. I'm still going to be surprised by you. Long freed himself from the bindings. Tae-hyun said he had power to spare, but soon we'll get rid of this plague. When Long went on the attack, Ricky said he had no etiquette. She tore off his arm with her energy. Tae-hyun propelled himself with her body and hit Long with his claws, tearing off the other arm. Ricky thought he wasn't a common player. Long got up and hit Ricky with his regenerated arm and pushed Tae-hyun away. Long's regeneration was powerful. Your attacks are useless, he said. My body can regenerate forever. Tae-hyun realized it would be difficult. His arm was shaking. Your power is unsatisfactory, Long said. It would be a waste to kill you. How about you join me? You have a contract with an archduke. You are impressive enough to be by my side. Tae-hyun wondered if he knew about the archdukes. Long said that national players were nothing compared to those who made contracts. Join me at once. Tae-hyun approached and told him to shut up. He would never believe people like him. Ricky said she would leave it to him and use the Chancellor. Tae-hyun could use all his abilities again. The first was the Sovereign's zeal. Long was intimidated. You want to join forces? How pathetic do you have to be to ask that? Tae-hyun used gluttony. I will never join forces with a failure like you. Long couldn't believe he was about to be devoured. He had all the power to be the pioneer of the next evolution, but it didn't matter. He needed more power. A creature appeared. Then sacrifice your body to me. It almost hit Tae-hyun. The winged monster destroyed the elevator and killed the scientists. Ricky thought she had seen everything, but this was different. Tae-hyun saved her. I only suspected, but he really appeared. This is the master of the gray well, the gray toxin. In Tae-hyun's past life, this dungeon caused global consequences. The toxin's parasite spread throughout the world. Long had injected the creature's blood into himself, and now strengthened it even more by giving his body to it. Tae-hyun told Ricky to get out of there. He needed reinforcements. I'll buy time. I'm fine alone. Ricky said she would leave it to him. Toxin said it was interesting. A human who made a contract with an archduke is going to side with humans? You should serve your master. Why are you using his power for inferior humans? He said he would get the answers from his memories. Tae-hyun retaliated with gluttony. You also talk too much for a creature. He needed to deal with Toxin's speed. At that moment, gluttony activated the monstrous eye, which activated the eye of the superior species. Ricky was escaping, but she was thinking about Tae-hyun. She didn't want to have left him behind. She hoped he was okay. Toxin had cut the gluttony neck and almost ripped off Tae-hyun's head, but with the eye of the superior species, he saw the movements and retaliated with gluttony. With these new powers, I can win. Toxin tried the same trick, but Tae-hyun blocked. He only needed one more blow to rip off Toxin's head. The explosion destroyed the building. Tae-hyun was almost out of magic. He hadn't blocked Toxin's attack, but the creature was whole. You have the power of an archduke, but that's all you have, he said, throwing Tae-hyun to the ground. He was absorbing the magic from the terrestrial atmosphere, which is only found in dungeons. That territory was already part of his dungeon. You can't defeat me in my own space. Now I'm going to make your body my next host. Tae-hyun couldn't move, but he was already used to death. In the blink of an eye, he devoured Toxin's arm. You're still resisting? Toxin said. Your little red thing is smaller now. You have little magic. But Tae-hyun was fine, even hit by the toxin. He realized that gluttony was devouring Toxin's mana. Thanks for the power-up, he said. Just by coming into contact with the boss's magic, he gained a point in each status. You have cheap tricks, but you won't win, Toxin said. My mana is infinite as long as my dungeon exists. What if we change worlds? Tae-hyun asked. Gluttony's hunger storm swallowed him and threw him in front of gluttony itself. Toxin felt a sinister presence. Who are you? Gluttony replied that he was not allowed to ask. You little Beelzebub bug. Toxin asked if he was also an archduke. Gluttony trapped him with its chains. Toxin said that his contractor made the wrong choice. abyss. I am the gray toxin. There is nothing I cannot corrupt. But the power of gluttony resisted the corruption and threw the toxin out. Toxin couldn't believe that Beelzebub's power was being evaporated. Gluttony said he had finally shut up. Outside, Mondel Roman, US rank 5, was wondering what was happening. His mission was to protect Ricky. He was worried. He felt a wave of mana and saw Ricky fleeing. A woman like you hurt? That's not good, he said. Ricky said that demonification experiments were happening. She couldn't save anyone. Mondel invited her out, but Ricky said she had one last person to save, Kim Tae-hyun, who came from Korea. They felt an enormous pressure, the break of the Greywell portal. Mondel used his genocidal bullets to defend her. I don't know why you're with Tae-hyun, but his chance of survival is very low. Ours too. More creatures appeared. Mondel had to call for reinforcements. Ricky wondered if Tae-hyun would be okay. She was almost caught. Tae-hyun appeared and saved her. Toxin is already dead. Now it's time to deal with the rest. The 2 dungeons, the Storm of Centaginas, and the Grey Well were solved by a single player, Tae-hyun Kim. Now, the whole world was impressed. The International Association began to discuss the introduction of a new system for Tae-hyun and other players, the SS rank. In the Abyss, Shadow was impressed. He got very strong in a short period, he said. The man replied that one of the Archdukes Orgo made a contract with him. Shadow said the power suited him. It's been a while since we've seen each other, the man said. It means there's another problem to solve out there. Shadow said yes, you can handle all that, the man replied. Weeks passed. On an island, Ricky was relaxing. Tae-han said he wasn't having fun. Ricky said he was always busy. She had completed the mission, but Long was not convicted. The evidence was destroyed. Tae-han thought it was better than what happened in his past life. Ricky had disappeared, and the parasite spread. He only looked for her to release his abilities, but he had an unexpected gain. Yong appeared. I knew this would happen. Are you two on a date? Ricky apologized if she was angry. Tae-han said it wasn't a date and that they hadn't invited her. Why are you here? She said she was there to observe him, but said she had some buildings to take care of. Tae-han said he had already paid for everything. Yong said money didn't solve everything. Who knows what he's going to do here? Ricky said Tae-han seemed popular. Maybe we can resolve what you wanted to do soon. Later, in a laboratory, Yong said that the walls could not be penetrated by SS rank monsters. It was the perfect place. Tae-han thought that his abilities were not sealed, but he didn't know if they could take over his body. He wanted to completely master the ability. He warned that he could go into a frenzy. If something goes wrong, you have to stop me. Yong asked if Ricky knew anything. Ricky thought he was talking about Archdew and was excited to learn. Tae-han used a mirror to use hypnosis on himself. He fell into his consciousness. It was the right thing, he thought. Gluttony said he knew how to use his head. To think you would come back here of your own free will. Tae-han said he was dealing with a parasite, which looked like him. Who are you? Gluttony asked if it should answer. Tae-han said he knew he wouldn't cooperate. I'm going to get him out of here today. Gluttony said it was impossible. They used the power of devouring, and the building shook. Tae-han realized that using gluttony against gluttony would lead to nothing. Gluttony said he couldn't use the king's powers. Tae-han was hit by his own sovereign's zeal. Isn't this obvious? The copy asked. Even my weapons are a result of the king's power. I can use this too. Tae-han didn't expect the copy to use his own powers. He's very strong, Tae-han thought. The copy kept attacking. Tae-han didn't know what to do. The copy told him to give up. Tae-han thought that he hadn't used all his powers. He activated the red eye. Outside, Ion was impressed. Tae-han's mana was comparable to hers. Ricky warned her that things would get worrying. Keep him busy while I do the spell. Ion transformed into an Amazon. I've always wanted to fight you. He blocked the blow with his fingertip. Ion remembered the great phoenix. Now it's my turn to hit you. Tae-han dodged. Ricky recited the spell. She created a sphere of power. Ion thought she was confident. Her arm ached from hitting Tae-han, who blocked everything, even while unconscious. Ricky said she was ready. Several roots trapped Tae-han. She invoked a demonic tree from the abyss that absorbed mana. Ion was impressed. She has the power to create a portal to the abyss. Tae-han's body freed itself. He hit Ion. How is he still moving? Tae-han said that the tree couldn't absorb all his mana. I'm not Tae-han Kim. The copy said that Tae-han lost, and that now the body was his. Ricky realized he was the enemy. He is the first to deflect my blow. He is not impressed by rankings. If he's national level, imagine the others. Ion tried a talk no jutsu, but took a slap. You're just a bug. Ricky thought she could no longer bring Tae-han back. She used all her power. The tree disappeared, but the mana remained. Ricky gathered it. If this monster gets out of here, it will be worse than a dungeon break. I can't let that happen. I'm sorry, Tae-han, but I'll pray for you. She launched the energy at the copy, but he devoured it with a smile. That was cute. Are you out of tricks? Ricky fell to her knees. It's impossible. This is a reward for entertaining me, the copy said. Only you will be killed. But the real Tae-han interrupted him. The copy had to return to consciousness. You're using the predator's power on yourself? The copy asked. Tae-han said he was right. The copy wanted him to reach a certain point. If Tae-han died, the copy would be in trouble. The copy called him pathetic. Tae-han said he didn't care. I already died once. If I don't achieve anything in this life, I'd rather die. The copy absorbed gluttony. I won. Remember, the only reason you're alive is so I can achieve my goals. When I decide you can't anymore, I won't hesitate to devour you. Tae-han returned to reality. His rank had increased to 3A. He will never be S rank, he thought. Ricky said he had finally returned. He saw that Ion was injured. Ricky said he was scary, but that he protected her. I won't tell anyone. In the hospital, Ion was hospitalized. Taihan fed her. I'll never have this opportunity again, she said. Once is enough. Ion said that Ricky was fast and busy. Taihan agreed. It's going to happen soon, isn't it? The acceptance of the SS rank license. Ion said it was an international event. You can't cause problems there. Usually that's not under my control, he replied. On the day of the event, President Vincent Chang was giving a speech. We have faced many threats, but thanks to these courageous players, we are in a period of growth. Today we are proud to present the 10 SS rank players: Cody Wood, Mortal Roman, Ricky Harleys, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergey Karamans, Thomas Prowan, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bejo, and finally, Taehyun Kim. Taehyun thought, finally, I'm here. He went through everything. He managed to become an awakened, an S rank, a national, and now the highest point. But he was not satisfied. The license was just part of the process. The Archduke, the copy, the king were mysteries he needed to unravel. He had to keep growing. Jin Rung, the president, punched Taehyun on the back to congratulate him. That punch hurt, Taehyun complained. How does an SS rank get hurt by a little punch? You should understand, Jin Rung said. He was happy that a player like Taehyun came from their country. We can do great things in the future. I thank you for everything you did. I just did what I had to do, Taehyun replied. Ricky approached. It's good to see that you're all so happy. She asked how Taehyun was. He, in turn, wanted to know if Ricky was feeling better. She said she was still a little affected because he hit hard. My body is small, skinny, she said. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The president and Taehyung, who were listening, were embarrassed. What is this topic, guys? Ricky then changed the subject. By the way, there's a person who wants to meet you today, and that person was Cody Wood. He approached and greeted Taehyun directly. Taehyun realized the situation. Now he was an SS rank, at the same level as Cody Wood, the face of all the players in the world, the man who fought the most on the front line against the Abyss, the most powerful player. Taehyun felt intimidated, but he managed to shake Cody's hand. It's great to meet you, he said. Cody replied that from there on, they would work a lot together. It will be a huge pleasure. Suddenly, the president of the International Association arrived with bombshell news. The International Association accepted the United States offer to create a huge group with the new SS rank license to take down all the dungeons on the planet. It would be a raid on a scale never seen before. President Vincent said it was time to create a lasting peace, and this would be the first step. Please, consider this request, he said. But President Jin Hui thought something was wrong. Half of the SS ranks were American. They were using their power to control the International Association. Aside from Taehyun Kim, Korea was weak, and they would have no choice but to go with the flow. All the countries agreed to participate, but Taehyun Kim from Korea simply refused the request. First, let's solve our own things, he said. Everyone was shocked, but inside, Jin Hui was happy. Later on the plane, Ricky commented that it was a shame they couldn't bring Taehyun into the group. Cody asked if that affected her. I'm very interested in him, Ricky said. She asked what Cody thought of him. The boy seems strong, Cody replied. He understands how I got my position. Ricky thought that if the most powerful player in the world was saying that, she was not wrong. Cody revealed that Kim Taehyun had a contract with an Archduke of the Abyss. But titles don't mean anything to me, he said. Ricky rephrased the question. As someone who has a contract with an Archduke, do you think Taehyun is strong? Cody just replied, we'll find out soon. Meanwhile, in China, the new president of the Chinese Association, Liu Zhang, wondered why no one paid attention to China. It's all because of that damn Taehyun Kim, he thought. He decided he would have to use the last resort, the information about the Grey Well. Suddenly, he heard screams from outside, and the power was cut. Someone opened the door. You're the new president, aren't you? The person asked, apologizing for appearing late. I'm a little jet-lagged. He introduced himself as Wing Chong, the leader of the Malignant Guild. The next day, at the Nightwalker's base, Ion didn't understand. She thought Taehyun was planning something great, but he just wanted to clear dungeons without help from other countries. Jinhui didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the refusal. Ion said that Taehyun had put him in an embarrassing situation. I know you're strong, but the others are too, she warned him. Taehyun said that was exactly why. Korea can't depend on me forever, and unexplored dungeons are a great opportunity for our country to grow. Ion agreed, but said he was rushing. Yes, I am, Taehyun said. We don't have much time. He explained that from now on, he would work mainly in the Abyss. The players would be divided into two categories: pioneers in new areas of the Abyss, and those who would fight against monsters and villains on the surface. Taehyun was promoted to SS rank for his activity outside the Abyss. Ion asked if he was going to the Abyss right after the promotion. Taehyun knew that the answers he was looking for about the copy and the king were in the Abyss. He couldn't achieve his goal by operating only on Earth, but while he was away, the country would be in danger. That's why I need other powerful players to put my plan into action, he said. Ion said she didn't understand him. It's as if you're living in another world. Who are you, really? Taehyun cut her off. I don't want to say. I don't want to talk. Ion warned him that it wasn't a joke. I'm serious. Taehyun replied that even if he explained, she wouldn't understand, but she would soon have an opportunity. She asked if she wouldn't need to make an awakens oath. No, he said. I never go back on my word. Ion confronted him, asking why they were having that conversation. Taehyun hoped she would be in his group. But you seem busy with the paperwork. Ion said she couldn't do anything else. Then you can give me some recommendations, Taehyun asked. Ion called him cute. Do you want my approval to make this group? I would put you in my group with or without your approval, he said. Later, Gwon said he knew that Taehyun would look for him. The first recruited was Gwon, who gained the title of Korea's best tank after the Saint healed his arm. The second was Seo-jin Park for obvious reasons. Hanji Seo and Seong Kwak were also recruited. In the room were all the players who represented New Korea. Ion Lim wondered if she could really be there. That's when Taehyun arrived. He thanked everyone. I'm sure you already know what's going to happen. All of you are going to join my group to conquer never-before-explored dungeons, he said. Seo-jin said it was an honor, but asked if it was possible. I've heard that all unexplored dungeons are SS rank or above, but we are all just S rank. Taehyun replied, only for now. He knew they all had potential. He was confident in Ion Lim's power growth, which made her nervous. I didn't say that just to make her feel better, Taehyun thought. Everyone in this room became SS rank in my past life. Of course, it took time, but in this timeline, things have changed. I've sped up the plan a little. Gwon yelled that they would do their best. But, Taehyun warned, you will die if you enter an SS rank dungeon now. We will enter in a month. For now, we're just going to train. The first training will be in the Sovereign's world. A month later, in a dungeon in France, the International Association group was on a raid, winning easily. Gregory and Marcus were talking about Kim Taehyun and his group, which seemed to be doing well. Meanwhile, in a dungeon in Greece, the Snake's Nest, Gwon was running for his life. Everyone was thinking they were going to die, but it would be Taehyun Kim's fault, who was killing everyone there. The training was ruthless. Hanjin just wanted to go home. Ion was out of breath, but Taehyun thought it was a great result. They are getting much stronger. The training is working. Seo-jin and Gwon noticed some strange stones. Ion said they weren't stones. They were players who disappeared there. The boss was obvious. The SS rank creature, Medusa. Who gets it first? Taehyun asked. The skin of that snake should make a very beautiful bag. The group wondered if they could win. Their bodies froze with fear. But Taehyun encouraged them. What are you doing? Remember everything you've done in this last month. You have to reach your limits. Seo-jin thought Taehyun was right. Ion felt she was stronger. Gwon said, there's no other choice, right? They would use the plan they practiced. The formation. Gwon on the front line, Seo-jin the main attacker, and Kwaki and Hanjo in the back. But Medusa found their attacks insignificant. That's tickling, she said. She attacked with her trident. Gwon climbed onto her weapon. These attacks are nothing, he said. He used the blessing of the ancient dragon. Seo-jin approached Medusa's head, and Ionlin froze her arm. They attacked, causing great damage, but she broke free and retaliated. After all, she was an SS rank creature. The plan wouldn't be perfect. Hanjo and Kwaki hindered the attacks, blinding the Medusa. Gwon defended the team. Seo-jin and Ionlin attacked. Taehyun thought the plan was good, but the Medusa wasn't going to stand still. She roared. Her movements became wider, but Gwon disappeared. He was right behind her, using the blessing of the Minotaur Queen. He hit her with a headbutt that knocked her down. This is his ace in the hole, Taehyun thought. Everyone attacked the Medusa at the same time, and she fell. The group couldn't believe it, but they won. Taehyun congratulated them. You did very well. I knew you could. Gwon said they were stronger than they expected, but Taehyun knew it wasn't the end. From inside the Medusa, a portal appeared. The true boss, Basilisco Storia. None of you will escape, he said. Storia was the one who petrified the people, not the Medusa. Everyone except Taehyun was petrified. Storia asked if he was the one who took down the Medusa. No, Taehyun said. It was them. Storia didn't believe it. Weaklings like these? Taehyun said that maybe Storia's little monsters weren't well trained, and if they were, imagine the master. The basilisk attacked him, but it was countered by Taehyun's new power. He was in his form with red wings. Now you will see who is inferior, he said. With one attack, he cut Storia's neck and dodged all his blows. Storia told him to stop running. Taehyun asked who the crawling lizard was. He was using his new knife, the Valhalla, which he received at the SS rank ceremony. Storia said that he thought he was someone for having Igimon's power. Don't be arrogant. I'm not the only one blessed by an archduke. Storia invoked more power from inside the portal. He was blessed by Jomungard, the greatest of the archdukes. Storia saw him in front of a horizon of water. It was Mahai, an infinite power that devoured everything. Storia said he wouldn't defeat him with Igimon's powers, but Taehyun said he used the king's power, which simply devoured everything with his gluttony. The next second, everyone woke up, startled. Gon asked where the giant lizard had gone. Taehyun said he dealt with him while they were petrified. Eye on Lim thought that the monster surpassed the SS rank level, and that Taeyeon had defeated him alone. Gon said that Taeyeon should have warned them that it was a double dungeon. Kwaki said that he always knew everything. Taeyeon asked what that mattered. It worked in the end, didn't it? They did their part, and I did mine. I knew it was a double dungeon, Taeyeon thought. I chose it precisely because of the near-death experience. They will get stronger to protect the world. At a conference, journalists received an emergency announcement. The new Korea group had cleared the Greek dungeon. Gregor couldn't believe it. National levels couldn't, and a small group of S ranks did. Marcus said it was a double dungeon, and that Kim Tae-hyun's group left without injuries. The US president saw everything. It was supposed to be our moment, but he overshadowed us again. It was as if the two groups were competing for attention, but the world was at peace again. Lee Jong-soo, Jong Jai's father, broke into a base. He took down all the subordinates of a malevolent association. How dare you get in my way? He had a deal to get rid of Taeyeon Kim, but now he was an SS rank. His company was losing ground. He asked Shadow how long he would have to wait. I know you're mad, Shadow said, but in the current world, Taesan is nothing more than a big fish. Jong-soo's bodyguards were tied up by Shadows. Shadow said that Kim Tae-hyun had an unexpected growth, but they hadn't given up on the mission. Soon, we'll cross paths again. Before that, I want to talk business. The leader of the Malevolent Guild got a sample of the Grey Well experiments. You're a smart man. We can do this for Chisa. Jong-soo agreed. A year later, the New Korea group came out of their last dungeon in Mexico. No unexplored dungeons were left. Seo Jin said it seemed impossible, but they did it. All of them became national level. The training worked. Taehyun thought they would soon be SS rank. He got stronger, but it was time to return to his mission. He met Bang Chae-soo, who looked different. He had cut his hair and beard. I heard you became a researcher. Congratulations, Taehyun said. Chae-soo said that an old man like him, who had lost hope, could live to redeem himself. It's a dream, all thanks to you. Bang performed several tests on behalf of the association. Taehyun asked what the world's busiest player was doing there. I have another favor to ask, he said. He wanted to combine more abilities. Chae-soo asked how. He had never done such a thing. Combining double abilities? This can cause a mana reversal. It's too much power for one body. I need to do something, Taehyun said. I'm going to risk everything. My strength is not enough. You're the only one who can help me. Don't worry. My body is as resistant as an angel's. Chae-soo agreed. They went to the fusion room. The king appeared to Taehyun. You being the fated one was the right choice, but there is a limit to what the human body can withstand. This time, I will help you. With a touch, he awakened even more power. The system said that an unknown force increased his rank to S. New abilities were registered. He was 20 years old, was S rank, with 269 strength, 268 stamina, 269 agility, and 389 mana. He had Gluttony of the Predator, Complete Hypnosis, Blood Deluge, Monster Eye, Apocalypse, Dragon's Wrath, and Monstrous Transformation, in addition to invocations. Taehyun asked what that explosion was. Chae-soo said he was fine. You are witnessing a historic feat. He got a scolding from President Jin Hui. You can do many things but not destroy the association's property. Were you combining more abilities? Are you crazy? Do you feel different? Jin Hui asked. Yes, Taehyun replied. I feel much more power. I want to go to the abyss now to test it. Jin Hui had more questions, but didn't want to waste time. There was a request for you directly. The International Association invited you to be an examiner for the new SS rank recruitment tests. Taehyun accepted. Time flies. It's the new player's turn. Taehyun was the most famous SS rank. Vincent thanked him for his presence. Now, the three examiners, Taehyun, Thomas Browning, and Cody, could begin. Vincent wanted a point-based system. Why so complicated? Taehyun asked. He released his power. A player needs mental strength, fortitude, and a strong body. Just stress them until they break. What's left is recruited. It's that simple. Cody liked it. I'll participate like that too. Vincent was desperate. He agreed to the method. The recruits split up. Vincent separated them, saying what each examiner would do. Jeffrey complained that they were arrogant. SS ranks have only existed for a year. The difference shouldn't be that big. He told Sarah that they couldn't stay in the shadows. I'm going to take them down, especially Taehyun Kim. In Taehyun's area, he welcomed the recruits. Today, I'm in charge of the tests. The rule is simple. All of you must hit me. Just one blow. Easy, isn't it? Even so, I think it will be impossible. Come all at once. He used his aura to provoke. Jeffrey was furious. He charged forward with everything and got a slap, flying away. That counts as a failure, Taehyun said. Jeffrey was unconscious. Sarah told them to plan, but everyone attacked without thinking and were knocked down one by one. This is below my expectations, Taehyun said. Those who are still standing, be better. Sarah began to lead. She used her ability and walked towards him. Taehyun wondered if she was powerful. His first blow was blocked. Sarah was trembling, spitting blood, but she blocked it. It was to create an opening for the others. He used Apocalypse to trap them. The chains broke. She was absorbing the mana. She saw her chance, but fell unconscious. Taehyun said she didn't reach him, but she was the only one who passed. Sarah McQueen, the hope of the United States, with the Terraform ability. Taehyun thought it was what he expected. She was different. Cody, her master, appeared. Taehyun congratulated him. In the control room, Vincent asked if they had results yet. Only one person passed. Sarah McQueen. Only one new SS rank? We're lost. He thought that Taehyun's actions had stolen the fame. Now, only one person from the US passed. Suddenly, they said that Taehyun and Cody wanted a high-level training room for a duel. Vincent was desperate. The two are the world's top 1 and 2. Who can stop them? Let them duel. The exams didn't get anywhere, so the fight will be the attraction. I'll take responsibility. They got permission. Everything would be recorded. Cody didn't care. I didn't expect you to come for a fight, Taehyun said. Isn't it good for you? Aren't you trying to steal my first place? I'm not trying. If I were, I would have already taken it, Taehyun retorted. Cody said his tongue was an art, but it didn't work on him. Physically, they were tied. The difference would be in their abilities. Taehyun used Apocalypse. He trapped Cody. That's immense power. I didn't know you had that ability. I have a lot you don't know about, Taehyun said. Cody said he would have to use everything to win. He used Holy Night, cutting the chains and Apocalypse. Taehyun couldn't believe he cut the ability as if it were nothing. The arena was being destroyed. Taehyun felt his heart pound. He was the strongest in the world. In the control room, the cameras were destroyed. Vincent didn't know what was happening. I'll go there personally. He thought that the training room was for dozens of SS ranks, but they surpassed the level. Taehyun said the building would fall. Cody agreed. Use all your powers at once. Taehyun said he already had. Don't lie. You haven't used the Archduke's power yet. Taehyun asked how he knew. I'm not the only one who knows the secrets of the abyss. I also have a contract. With which monster did you make it? Taehyun thought there were other contractors. He used Igmu's power. So it's Igmu, the vampire lord, Cody said. He revealed the power of his Archduke, the fallen angel Lucifer. Let's finish this. Vincent opened the last door. They felt a wind and dust. It seems there are more people here, Cody said. Taehyun agreed. For now, let's call it a draw. Yes, Cody said. This fight is better in the abyss. Vincent asked if they were okay. Taehyun apologized for the mess and left. It's really time to go to the abyss. In the succubus castle, in Rosaria's kingdom, she complained that Igmu's personality was terrible. You broke my castle. Are you declaring war? Igmu asked if she hadn't already. But there's an easier method, he said. He told her to reveal her contractor. Why would I do that? Rosaria asked. Is the vampire still mad about the last incident? It's not a small thing to solve. Taehyun is using my powers without permission. Is that why you disappeared? Rosaria asked. His powers fit him better, but your method is rude. Igmu said it was an order. Rosaria asked that her succubus children stay out of it. She was going to teach the rude vampire a lesson. Igmu used the blood blades and hit her. Rosaria asked if he had forgotten they were from the same origin. Igmu was caught by a tentacle. Rosaria crushed him, but he transformed into a puddle of blood and attacked her. Igmu said she had forgotten about his power. Better say everything you know now or you'll die. The illusion broke. He was fighting a clone. Here, I don't depend on my contractor. This is my territory. I am more powerful. Enough, vampire. Rosaria said she would tell him a little. The answer to what he wants is in his memories. There is no human who rules all the archdukes. The boy is the key to get to him. Later, Marcus knocked on Taehyun's door. The US Association was asking for his help. A player disappeared in the abyss. 4 SS ranks were killed. Cody went alone, and Marcus feared he was in danger. Taehyun thought that for 4 SS ranks to die, the situation was complicated. He remembered the situation in his past life. He asked who the missing player was. Marcus said it was Ricky Harless. Taehyun realized that the future had changed. She shouldn't be alive. This request might seem arrogant, Marcus said. Cody and Ricky are important for the future of humanity. 4 SS ranks died for this. We have to win. Taehyun said, enough with the explanations. Where do I have to go? Ji-hoon told him to think. Multiple SS ranks died there. Taehyun replied that people were fighting for their lives. He had to go. For Ricky, Taeyuki told the president to trust him. He always surprises. The president said he knew, but he also knew what happened when you trusted blindly. In the abyss, Cody was invading an archduke's castle. The creatures were infinite. Taehyun reached him. Did Marcus send you to help me? He asked. I'd say he's desperate, but thank you. Taehyun said he was serious. They even sent me, even with you here. I feel powerful magic. Ricky is lost in an archduke's castle. Cody explained that the area was newly discovered. She's still alive. I feel her mana underground. We're going to run into the archduke. The chances of winning are 0. Cody asked if he could keep up with him. Of course. On the way, they killed countless monsters. Taehyun asked if he was the same man who was having difficulties. Cody said he wouldn't hold back anymore. Did you think we wouldn't fight here? The promise was in the abyss. I didn't think we would fight side by side. Taehyun thought he could trust Cody. They were the hopes of humanity. Cody thought that, alongside Taehyun, they could win. They reached the center of the castle. Cody suggested they split up to look for the staircase, but another human appeared, taking down Cody. He held Taehyun's blade. So you're the famous Taehyun Kim. Who are you? Taehyun asked. Minjong, he replied. Didn't Nguyen's president talk about me? It's a shame. He knocked Taehyun Taehyun down easily and introduced himself as the leader of the Malignant Guild and the predecessor of Taehyun Kim. He broke Taehyun's blade. Cody tried to attack him but failed. Minjong called him the world's top one. Why would a human like me be waiting in an archduke's castle? I am a contractor of the archduke and the owner of this castle. In the prison, Ricky felt Taehyun's mana. Cody admitted it was terrifying. The leader of a villain guild was a contractor. The fact that they sent him means they already knew we were coming, Taehyun thought. And the archduke isn't here out of ego, or maybe he's busy. They had to rescue Ricky. Cody led the attack. Taehyun supported him. Minjong found the attack boring. Did you think you could dodge? But he was caught by the apocalypse chain. Cody's sword broke. Don't you know my abilities? He threw Cody into the rocks. Taehyun realized that Cody's attack was sucked in. The system warned him that apocalypse was cancelled. Taehyun was sure it was a black hole. Minjong asked if he had ever seen one. Yes, I had problems with a scroll with that ability. Minjong said that selling those scrolls was easy. I hate the weak, but I hate the arrogant strong even more. I'm curious to know if you're different. He created a larger black hole. Taehyun dodged. This is disappointing, Minjong said, but the attack hit Taehyun. You can't absorb the abilities of another archduke. Who is the arrogant one now? You used Eggman's power, Minjong said. Now let's fight for real. Cody got up. You can't absorb an archduke's abilities? Then I'll use Lucifer's power. He would join the combat. Minjong was surrounded. Another voice echoed. It was difficult to detect them, but I'm here. The archduke who gave Minjong his power appeared. The master of beasts, Orgo. That's no excuse. With my powers, it would be easy to kill them. Minjong complained that he didn't feel he had been given enough power. Give me a little more. Orgo crushed him. That's audacious, but I'll consider it. He said the game was over. Do your best to survive. Taehyun told Cody that they had no chance. Remember what we have to do. I'll buy time. You rescue her. He attacked Orgo with gluttony. Cody ran. He found a sphere of Ricky's energy, which guided him. He found her. Taehyun, thanks for repaying the debt. She asked about Cody. Taehyun said he was looking elsewhere. We don't have time to explain. Ricky said Orgo would make his move. Taehyun knew. We have time, but not much. Let's get out of here as fast as possible. Ricky could barely walk, but Taehyun carried her. In the elevator, she said it was funny. Since the laboratory, she had seen him close to death. The hope of surviving. Thank you for everything. But Orgo was already waiting for them. Do you think you're going to escape? I left this bitch alive because she had knowledge about mana. And now you're going to my next destination. Taehyun used gluttony. Orgo held its mouth. Your eyes don't deceive me. It's the king's power, but it's very weak. Taehyun used Igmu's power. The blood knives didn't even scratch him. Taehyun used the dragon's fury and ripped a piece of Orgo's stomach. The boy has a strong spirit, the power of the dragon lord. Taehyun continued. Monstrous transformation. Orgo was having fun. A human fighting an archduke like this. He regenerated. It's been a while since I've felt this way. You're taking advantage of the power of others, just like the king. He disappeared millennia ago. I can have a fair fight now. He ripped off Taehyun's arm. I want to see all the power of the key to the king. Taehyun was desperate. The only thing that worked was the invocation. He invoked Rosaria. She protected him. She's here. The king's most loyal servant. Taehyun said he preferred not to bother her. Rosaria was ready to fight. Orgo, she said. I don't like him. Taehyun thought that invoking Rosaria was risky. The invocation was not stronger than the original. It depended on mana and could cause a reversal, but he had already invoked her. Orgo didn't expect her to be with him. You have Igmu's power too. Rosaria said he would find out soon. Taehyun asked if he could heal with the blood deluge. Rosaria said yes. He was transported to another place. Rosaria's personal space. What I can do is buy time. Taehyun asked if she could invoke another person. Riki was thrown there too. She fell into his lap. Taehyun said it was a temporary shelter. Riki, he said, we have to come up with a plan. Riki asked if he had a contract with the succubus queen. How do you use the power of other archdukes? I'm human, but my ability absorbs others. That's why I use the abilities of others, he replied. Riki thought it made sense. She trusted Taehyun, but he would never tell her about his regression. The space trembled. Taehyun said that Rosaria was in trouble. They had to plan. Riki said she had a portal, but it's unstable. I've used it to invoke things, not for personal use. We could get trapped in the void. Taehyun said they had no options. He believed in her. They returned. Orgo had ripped off Rosaria's invocation's head. The key is back, he said. It's a shame the king isn't so severe. If you have his power, fight like him. Taehyun threw the power of gluttony. It's hard to listen to the amount of shit you talk, he told Riki to open the portal. I'll be back faster than you expect. Taehyun trapped Orgo in gluttony. Riki asked if he wanted to enter the portal. Aren't you the most powerful mage in the world? If I don't trust you, who do I trust? They went through. Riki said it worked, but Orgo also passed through. At least his arm. He crushed her. This fight has just begun. Riki's mana became unstable. The portal closed. Orgo was on the other side. Taehyun saw Riki's state. Isn't there any ability that can heal her? Riki said it was okay. I always knew this could happen. Taehyun said he wouldn't give up. Riki said it was already late. Can you absorb my ability to continue serving humanity? Taehyun obeyed. Riki thought she lived without regrets. I should have gone on a date with Taehyun. Meanwhile, Cody was fighting Minjong. Finally, a real fight. Cody needed to get out. Minjong questioned him for thinking about other people. Your little friends have already been caught by Wargo. Cody wounded Minjong. That's a lie. I trust my companions. You're optimistic, Minjong said. The castle trembled. Wargo called his contractor. Minjong said he was dealing with an intruder. Wargo called him again. Minjong said that Cody was lucky. This is just the beginning. I will be the spark for the end of the world. Cody thought that if Wargo called him, it meant something. He returned to the base. Where are Taehyun, Kim, and Ricky? They weren't there. They arrived. Taehyun was carrying Ricky's body. Cody asked if she had a peaceful end. Yes, Taehyun said. I failed for being weak. It wasn't your fault. She had an honorable death. Taehyun said he would take her to the association. He had to fulfill her duty. At the U.S. Association, the president thanked him. We lost many valuable players. I hope this meeting is worth it, Taehyun had called it. Gregor said they were busy. You failed. Cody asked if he was talking to him. Gregor got nervous. Taehyun said they would soon find out who deserved to be there. He used Ricky's ability. Memorize. Now, all of you will hear her last words. The narrator explained that Taehyun got 3 of Ricky's abilities. Monster Heart, which allowed him to manipulate mana, portal, and memorize. She became an investigator because of this ability, the narrator explained. The president asked how he used it. Taehyun lied, saying that Ricky knew how to transfer abilities. Cody asked what he would show. Taehyun showed the information that Ricky got. She saw the statues of the 7 archdukes. Orgul, Rosaria, Igman, Beelzebub, Hazard, Jomungard, and Lucifer. They fought for territory. She didn't know who sat on the throne. Orgo caught her. Everyone was shocked. Before, we didn't know how strong they were. Now, thanks to the sacrifices, we know. A single archduke can destroy the planet, and there are 7, and also one who reigns over all. Minjong and Orgul reunited. Minjong couldn't believe that an archduke needed help. Orgul's head was still regenerating. It was an accident. I would recover, but I hate waiting. If you speak again, I'll crush you. Minjong asked what he would do with Taehyun Kim. Orgul said that the boy had a special ability, given by someone even more special, the King of the Abyss. He coordinated the fight against the Heavenly Kingdom. He said the king was different. Minjong, you have new orders. Go to Earth, find the king's contractor, and accelerate the chaos plan. I will get the key to the king and dominate the Abyss alone. Minjong obeyed. Taehyun asked the president, what are they going to do from now on? The association president said they would have a meeting now, because honestly, he didn't know what to do to get out of that situation. But Taehyun was direct. This is no longer a matter for the United States Association. This concerns all of humanity. Everyone needs to know about this. The president, worried, pondered that this could cause uncontrolled chaos, but Taehyun insisted, we're going to give them the opportunity to unite. Ricky didn't work for the good of just one country. She worked for the good of the entire world. The president ended up giving in. All right, I'll share the information with the International Association. That's when Taehyun dropped another bomb. He revealed that, in Ricky's memories, he had seen something in the association's underground. The president was shocked. Marcos, Taehyun said, he is already one of the closest allies of the U.S. Association, so the president would reveal the secret to him. Later, they went down to the last floor of the underground. The president commented that if Taehyun had studied history, he would know that humanity changed completely after contact with the Abyss. It all started with the awakened people, who were able to use resources from there, he explained. But here's the secret. The awakened and the Abyss didn't appear at the same time. The Abyss was a hell that they couldn't handle at first. It only became a land of opportunity after they took something from the Pacific Ocean. In fact, humans began to awaken after making contact with a specific being. The president then presented the savior of humanity, the being that gave powers to all the awakened. Until now, the creature has no name, but unofficially, we call him God. Taehyun was shocked. Doesn't this creature look a lot like the king who gave me my powers? He asked. You've kept this hidden for so long? The president replied that their mentality hadn't changed, and that a country needs to think about its own development. But since the first awakening, we haven't been able to get anything from him. We're just here, slowly analyzing the signs he gives. I think he just moved, Taehyun whispered, and suddenly, the Nameless One opened its eyes. Fear took over everyone. He had never done this. He was staring into the souls of each one. The president was terrified. This has never happened before. Call the researchers immediately. Taehyun felt the Nameless One's gaze directly on him. The creature communicated with him, saying that he was different from the men expected of the one who returned with the king's power. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake. Marcos yelled to get out of there, that something was wrong. The Nameless One, however, asked Taehyun if he would like to know the truth about his mana, and about the king's power. Taehyun decided to stay. I'm going to stay here, even with the building collapsing. I have to check something. Marcos was desperate, but Cody reassured him. Trust Taehyun. They left Taehyun alone with the Nameless One. Now, Taehyun said, show me the truth about God. In that space, in the collective consciousness, the Nameless One said that Taehyun was very brave and would give him the answers. Taehyun had many questions. The first was where the information came from and if he really was a god. The Nameless One explained that there was no better word to describe him, but he was just a fragment of God now, no longer part of the entity. He only had a general direction, the place where his being was. So there is a god somewhere? Taehyun tried to understand. And you are a path to him? Exactly, the Nameless One replied. The reason humans awakened was to seek God, and the reason I awakened was after meeting the king. Taehyun asked if the king's power was God's power, and why the king did this, and where he was now. Taehyun was then taken to a vision of a portal break in South Korea, but it wasn't the Korea of his dimension. It was the king's place of origin. The one who was about to die awakened at the last moment thanks to the fragments of God. He defeated the enemies and became king of the abyss. The Nameless One explained that after the territorial war, the king reached the condition to fight against the heavenly kingdom to face the true God, but the superior kingdom was occupied by more powerful beings. The king could not win, and even after several regressions, his mind went crazy until he realized that he was not the right person for the job. He needed a person, the king's key. That's the meaning of being his key, the Nameless One explained. The one who has the job of winning the war and reaching God. And you, Taehyun, are the king's key. Taehyun still had questions. Why did God spread the fragments? Why did the king seek him? And why was he selected? The Nameless One said that these answers were beyond his capacity. You received the king's powers, not God's, he explained. You can just enjoy your life. If it's not a duty you want to fulfill, the mission is up to you. After all, after you, another key may appear, or not. Meanwhile, in the elevator, the U.S. Association staff was listening to the president. He should have stayed down there, he complained. He would have discovered more about humanity and about this power. But will Taehyun be okay? Marcos asked. From what I know of Taehyun, he never makes an idiotic decision without a reason, Cody replied. When they reached the surface, they found Taehyun coming out of a portal. Marcos was shocked. What happened down there? The president asked. The Nameless One disappeared, Taehyun replied. In a way, he was absorbed by me. Cody, respecting Taehyun, asked for an explanation. What I received were instructions from the Nameless One. I followed them. Is that all? Cody asked. What else did you talk about? Taehyun said he couldn't talk about it now. The president insisted. The Nameless One is the property of the United States. You can't keep secrets. But Cody intervened. All right, but we should know what you're going to do from now on. I'm still going to figure out what I can do, Taehyun said. I did my job. I delivered Rick's last words. Now I'm leaving. The president ordered Cody to stop him, but Cody replied, You still don't get it? Kim Taehyun has already surpassed me. There is nothing on this planet that can stop him. We tried several times to make contact with the Nameless One, but Taehyun was the only one who succeeded. In fact, he chose Taehyun. We shouldn't be mad at the man chosen by God. What we should do is trust him. After that, the International Association released the information. Now everyone knew about the Abyss and the 7 Archdukes. And of course, everyone was in mourning and fear. Later, in a meeting with Din Rui, Taehyun replied that he was fine after facing the Archduke. But of course, it's a worrying situation, he admitted. Din Rui said that even if Taehyun was shaken, he needed to talk about an important matter. From what I know, you and Yu Yang are working together to stop the Abyss. Do these plans have anything to do with the Archdukes? No, Taehyun said. It's because the Abyss needs my presence more than ever now. Taewook tried to intervene, but Din Rui reassured him. Taehyun then asked if Taewook had any important matters. Yes, he replied. The president wanted to keep this from you, but since you're going to work in the Abyss, you should know about this. While you were busy, a mysterious disease began to spread on Earth. One of the symptoms is gray spots on the skin. Taehyun had a flashback. I've seen this before, he thought. They are the same symptoms as in my past life. It's the gray toxin disease. But hadn't it been stopped when I killed the gray toxin? Taewook explained that the disease was not natural and seemed to have been created by humans in South Korea with links to the malignant guild. They are strong, but they shouldn't have the power to create a disease. Someone must be working with them. We are investigating, but we need to end the root of all this. Taehyun asked an important question. I met the leader of the malignant guild in Orgel's castle. His name is Minjong. Do you know him? Jinrian was furious. That damn guy is now on the side of the monsters. Should we tell him this? Taewook asked. No, Jinrian said. This is his burden. He must tell it. I wasn't trying to keep it a secret. It's just that I didn't want it to spread to anyone. But now, Taehyun has to know what happened. This was 20 years ago. When I was still an active player, Jinrian began, there was a dungeon break and I went there, but it was too late. The monsters had already gotten out. And there was a child, Minjong, 7 years old, who had lost his parents and killed all the monsters alone. He stopped a B-rank dungeon break. That was my first meeting with Minjong. I noticed his talent and felt responsible for not having saved his parents. So I adopted him and trained him to become Korea's next savior. But he was much more talented than I expected. He was already one of the most powerful in Korea, still a teenager. But when I look back, I regret it. I pushed him too hard, and a child shouldn't go through that. Taehyun asked where things went wrong. Taewook explained that at that time, there were no conditions to go to the Abyss. So, even very young, Minjong went to the Abyss, but his group was annihilated. He constantly dealt with death and victims. The association investigated and discovered that he was leading people to their death on purpose. All Minjong said in the interrogation was, "How could I deal with the monsters fighting with such weak people? If they had survived, they would be as strong as me. If they died, it was because they deserved it." The association, Taehyun, fearing the repercussions, tried to kill him, but he managed to escape, Jinrian continued. That's how he became an international criminal. His mind went through a lot. He believes that tragedy makes a person stronger, and he wants to do the same with others. This is his way of saving the world, and the one who led him to this point was me, President Jin Hui. Taehyun got up. I can't say that Jin Hui is not responsible for this. Maybe he has a share of the blame. He should have done one thing that parents always do, kick their child's butt when they get off the right path. I'm going to get Minjong in the abyss, Taehyun promised. I'll bring him here to have a second chance with his father. Taehyun didn't like Minjong's thoughts about the weak, but he understood his pain. I know exactly what it's like to lose everything in life. So you're going to join him? Taewook asked. Yes, but not now. I have to take care of some things first. A new status window appeared for Taehyun with a new mission. The war between the races was about to begin. Later, Taehyun went to meet Rosaria. You're already here? I knew you would arrive soon, she said. Why that expression? Is it because I'm in this terrible and deplorable state? Taehyun wondered if it was his fault. It has nothing to do with you, Rosaria guaranteed. Before the fight against Org, Igmu appeared here. But don't worry. Before your arrival, the Archdukes were not very friendly with each other. I'm going to make sure you are never treated that way again, Taehyun promised. Those were beautiful words, Rosaria said, feeling better. But something has changed in you. What was it? I met God, Taehyun revealed, and I discovered the truth about the king. The war between the races is approaching. What did you say? You met God? Rosaria was stunned. To be more precise, it was a fragment of God, Taehyun explained. I learned everything about the king. Now, things are very different in my head. Rosaria said he reached that state faster than she expected. Is it fate or coincidence? Everything is going according to the divine plan. If you know the truth, you must know your destiny. And since you're here, you must have an answer. Taehyun remembered the conversation with the Nameless One. He could enjoy life or fulfill his duty. He thought about all the years of frustration, about how he became powerful, but now he discovered that he was always a tool of the king to carry a heavy burden. Even so, he decided to follow the same path. He wants to protect his world. I'm going to take the reins to fight this war, he promised. That's why I ask for your support. Just as the king said, I want to take you to a much higher place. Indeed, that was an impressive speech, Rosaria admitted. But you are not the king. You are the key. To become as powerful as the king, you need a long way to go. Suddenly, the system warned him that he had advanced to SS rank. An immense power awakened. When did you become so powerful? Rosaria asked. To follow the same path as the king, I needed a fragment of God. That's why I absorbed it, Taehyun explained. You still don't trust me? When the king told me that he would pass his powers on to someone else, I opposed it, Rosaria confessed. But it seems that fortunately I was wrong. I'm feeling something I haven't felt in a long time. Later, Rosaria said she no longer saw herself as superior to Taehyun. Now, we are partners on an equal footing. How much do you know about the War of the Races? I only know that the king won the territorial war and suffered an attack from the superior kingdom, Taehyun said. The fragment of God was not very talkative. You lied to me, Rosaria reprimanded him. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have cooperated, Taehyun defended. Then I'll tell you the rest. But I don't know everything either. The War of the Races was started by those in the superior kingdom, out of fear of the king's power. The superior kingdom also has a leader, a monster who followed the same path as the king, only first, Baal, the Dragon King. He has already reached God, but he believes that the other fragments of God are traitors. The king wanted things to go back to how they were before, and that's why the war began. So why isn't the superior kingdom attacking, since we are weakened? Taehyun asked. There's a certain power that doesn't allow them to move until conditions are met first. So, until then, I'm going to defeat all the archdukes and create a great army, Taehyun decided. That's the key to winning the war, isn't it? You finally understand the reason why you must fight against the other archdukes, Rosaria said, satisfied. To unify, so that the entire inferior kingdom can fight against the superior kingdom. After the long meeting, Rosaria was decided. When do we start? Taehyun thought he had a score to settle with Orgul for killing Riki, but Orgul had the largest territory in the abyss. Fighting him directly would be a disadvantage. One of the succubi interrupted the meeting with an urgent message. Well, this is already the beginning, Rosaria said. Wouldn't you take me to a superior kingdom? Now you have to prove that your words were not empty. At that moment, an area of Rosaria's territory, the dry desert, was being contested by Igmon, with a battle between succubi and vampires. The succubus Bludia was losing. The knight Museren defended her mistress, but Bludia humiliated her. Is that all Rosaria has? Bludia mocked. Her mistress is the weakest of the archdukes. Don't insult my mistress, Museren retorted. A defeated person has no right to speak to me like that, Bludia replied, stepping on her. Now the dry desert is Lord Igmon's territory. I liked your concept, Taehyun emerged. Survival of the fittest. Cool. What's a human doing here? Bludia asked, surprised. Nothing more. Nothing less than a mercenary of the queen, Taehyun replied, who came here to deal with you. The story explains that most monsters in the abyss have an animal instinct, but mutants, like Bludia, are more intelligent and are born to be on top. She always survived and killed several monsters until she met the true predator of the abyss, the Archduke Igmon. He easily defeated her and made a proposal. If she served him, she would become stronger. She accepted to survive. But why was she losing to a kid? To someone who served the weakest Archduke? And, more importantly, why was she losing to a human? Taehyun was humiliating her, holding her blows and intimidating her with the power of the Queen of Nightmares. When Bludia couldn't move, he cut her in half. Well, it looks like I won, Taehyun said. Survival of the fittest. Now you are my prey. You who entered my territory and talked a bunch of shit. I couldn't just leave you behind. Do you serve Igmon? Speaking of him, why don't you invoke him already? No, Bludia yelled. I don't serve anyone. I'm a monster who will reach the top of the abyss. Taehyun simply devoured her. The knights recognized him as Rosaria's contractor. He thought that S-rank monsters were a problem for him in the past, but now they were no difficulty at all. After synthesizing the fragment of God, he could easily defeat creatures like Bludia. He discovered that he could adjust the mana of his abilities, especially those related to Igmon. With this power, he could defeat an Archduke, but he didn't realize that his gluttony was being detonated from the inside out. Igmon, emerging from the blood, said that Bludia had done a difficult job. I didn't expect much from her, but at least she led me to you. Strange, Taehyun replied. I was also looking for you. This made my life easier. Igmon proposed to celebrate the reunion. At the Korean Association, Jinroy was returning home when he saw a photo of players. We were all young then, he thought. Go Taewook interrupted him with urgent news. The association and the Nightwalkers had found the location of the malignant guild. Call all the nationals immediately. Taeyuki asked if they would be able to do it without Taehyun, who was still in the abyss. Since when does Korea depend on him alone? Jinroy retorted. It would be good if we could end this without his help. He has his own problems, and this would prove that we have become strong. Taehyun cannot protect Korea forever. He has his own path to follow, and I like to support those who follow the right path. Go Taewook remembered what happened to Minjung. We have no time to lose, Jinroy said. We're going to fight. In front of the succubi, Igmon formally introduced himself. Taehyun also. I am Rosaria's contractor and the key to the king. Igmon made a generous offer. Abandon the contract with Rosaria and join me. I will treat you as an equal, and you will achieve a strength never seen before. Taehyun refused. I'm already going to win this war with or without your power. Rosaria warned me that if they knew I was the key, all the archdukes would get me to become the king of the abyss. Don't you know I'm lying? Igmon was irritated. It would be better if you hadn't noticed. If you won't come willingly, you will by force. You seem very united with the kingdom of nightmares. Of course. Now Rosaria and I are partners, Taehyun said. A human and an archduke. Partners. That's ridiculous. In the abyss, there are only dominators and the dominated. The king knew this. That's why he forced everyone to be under his feet. I never said I wouldn't use force, Taehyun retorted. I'll be merciful if you ask me, but I'll use force to avoid the unnecessary. I also make an offer. Serve me at once. I will give you the chance to prove yourself in the war of the races. Now you're being very arrogant, Igmon mocked. Have you forgotten that you are only a key, a brat who thinks he's powerful? He guided his blade swords in Taehyun's direction, but they were all repelled and broken by a small knife made of blood. It's time for the true awakening, Taehyun said. Igmon was furious. You're using my authorities as if they were yours. Will you stop this kleptomania only when you die? He created a large blood arrow. Taehyun thought that an archduke was much more powerful than an SSS rank. The right thing would be to ask Rosaria for help, but he wanted to test his new power alone. He dodged and cut Igmon's chest. The vampire retaliated, piercing Taehyun's chest. You're using a stolen ability. It's not so bad, Igmon said. It's too early to be surprised, Taehyun replied. I have much more than just one authority. He used Orgel's monstrous transformation to break Igmon's blade. The vampire was shocked to see Taehyun using different authorities. This is vulgar and disrespectful, but as he invoked swords, they were all destroyed by Taehyun. Igmon wondered how he became so strong. The Knight Musarin watched, barely believing that a human was fighting an archduke on equal terms. Do you feel like you're losing to a kid? Taehyun asked. Don't be arrogant, Igmon replied. You only know a small part of my authority. I don't need just your authority, Taehyun said, using the dragon's fury. You're the one who knows nothing. He pierced Igmon's arm, using demonic fluids to poison him. Even spitting blood, Igmon admitted that Taehyun exceeded his expectations. But he used the blood field, his deepest ability. Taehyun tried to ask Rosaria for help, but Igmon interrupted him. You can scream all you want. Do you have enough mana to survive this? Taehyun realized that his mana was being sucked, and he was slowly drowning in Igmon's blood. When he became unconscious, the vampire approached to get him, but it was just an illusion. Actually, Taehyun said, you were confused. This kingdom doesn't belong to you, it belongs to me. Welcome to my kingdom. Taehyun's copy, made of gluttony, appeared. "Who knows?" she said. "Everyone asks who I am when they get here, but no one has ever been able to hear the answer." "You are in the presence of an archduke," Igman yelled. "You're going to have to tell the truth." "I honestly don't know why the archdukes act as if they are special," Gluttony mocked. "There is always someone above them. I'm no different from the kid who stayed outside. What I created were not swords. They were predators." The copy thanked Igman for providing mana and began to beat him up. "I'm going to show you what a real fight is now," she said. The poor vampire was getting hit a lot, with no time to breathe. "I bet you've never been beaten so much in your life." He tried to use a spear attack, but the copy found herself trapped in Igman's apocalypse. He realized that Igman was planning to suck the powers from the key to the king. The copy, who needed time to regenerate, told Taehyun that it was time to finish off the vampire. Taehyun finally regained control of his body and used the predator of gluttony to devour everything. Igman's field was breaking. "How am I, an archduke, losing to a ghost?" he wondered. At that moment, Rosaria entered, desperate. Igman said that would be a draw, but Taehyun disagreed. "No, next time, I'll win." Rosaria said he should have warned her. "If I had known he would appear, I would have been here too." Taehyun admitted it was his fault for not invoking her sooner. Was this enough to declare a territorial war? Rosaria admitted that he was definitely different. At the base of the malevolent ones, Guan was finishing everyone off. Randall said they needed to be fast because the real targets were the leaders. President Jin Rui said that Yu Yang was chasing a car, and she was, in fact. Yu Yang surrounded the car and saw that it was President Lee Jong-soo. "The association is getting into my business," he said. "It's all your fault," Yu Yang retorted. "Why is the Tizen group helping the malignant guild? The gray disease spread because of them, and the traces point to your group. A declining company and a president with a bad reputation." Jong-soo defended himself, saying he was a businessman, and using the guild was an advantage for his company. "It's too early for the association to celebrate. I intend to resist." Yu Yang underestimated him for being S rank. "I have surpassed that level," Jong-soo said, using monstrous transformation, an experiment of Long Zhang. "My strength is comparable to that of a national-level hunter." Meanwhile, Wongan and Jin Park were attacking Shadow, who was immune to physical attacks. Shadow replied that it was useless to fight him there and trapped everyone with his shadows. Jin Hui managed to stop him, but Shadow asked why no one had caught him until now. Ayeon Lin used her ice hammer to freeze Shadow, giving Jin Hui an opening to use the mountain domain, but Shadow, even injured, was on his feet. Shadow said that the president was smart, but it was impossible to fight against all of them. His job was to delay them. He fled. Gon complained and told the president to go after him, but Jin Hui said they would give up. Yeon Lim asked if it was because of her sister. "Don't worry," Jin Hui said. "Your sister is not weak at all. I know that very well." Jong-soo was spitting blood and begging Yu for mercy. "I should be at the level of a national rank," he groaned. "Since when did I say I was S rank?" Yu replied. "I wasn't kidding while everyone was getting stronger." She remembered when Taehyun called her to train. She was busy, but Taehyun convinced her by saying he would evolve the entire squad to national level and asked if she wanted to be left behind her sister. "I'm never going to lose to her," Yu replied. Since then, she trained and reached the level of a national rank, which helped her hide this from the public. "Do you have anything else to show?" Yu asked Jong-soo, who begged her to leave, because Min Jong was hiding. Min Jong appeared. The inappropriate Jong-soo said he would handle her, but he's almost dead. "It's been a while since I've seen Miss Yu. You look well." When Taehyun returned from the abyss, it was already night. "I hope everything is okay," he thought.